Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is The Long Night at the End of the World in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Requiem of the Sunset. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon, painting the shifting sands and undulating dunes of the vast desert orange and violet as the sky took on a deep purple hue. A haphazard ring of stone orbs, some up to 12 feet in diameter, cast lengthening shadows which flowed and merged into the rippling shadows of the rolling terrain. Sand began to trickle underneath one of the stone orbs as though a sinkhole had opened up underneath it. As the shadows waxed and the sky slowly darkened, a conical divot like an antlion's lair formed next to the orb. A hand wrapped in a black glove, its fingers curled like claws, burst out from the ground, sand trickling from its fingertips. A man in a black cloak dug his way out of the pit, narrowly pulling himself free before the now unstable stone orb shifted and rolled on its side, sealing the hole he had dug. He stood tall, the last light dyeing his silver hair orange and violet as a cold wind blew across the dunes. Wind-swept sand speckled his black clothes. His hand softly caressed the leather-bound hilt of the sword that lay sheathed at his side, then fell farther to brush against the coiled leather whip clipped to his belt. Eve's brother, Adam, hadn't been himself lately. And it was all because of his fascination with humans. Adam liked humans. He liked them too much. He was utterly, completely fascinated with them in a way that Eve just couldn't understand. He did all kinds of things Eve just couldn't understand or see the value of simply because that was how humans did things. Normally, Eve didn't mind his brother's obsession with knowing how humans looked, behaved, and lived, although he was always annoyed when Adam insisted he behave like a human, too. Machines like them didn't need to wear clothes, especially not those uncomfortable undergarments humans were supposed to wear to hide their unmentionables. They didn't even have unmentionables, by the way, Eve kept reminding Adam. Machines like them didn't need to eat plant matter or animal flesh, let alone spend so much time experimenting with different ways to heat and burn it. Machines like them didn't need to waste time reading books when they could just assimilate and transmit terabytes of data per second. But Eve put up with Adam dressing him. He would never get him to wear a shirt, though, put up with Adam's daily culinary experiments, put up with Adam's requests to help him style his hair. Eve was glad he kept his short, put up with all of the dense and impenetrable piles of paper Adam kept telling him to read because Adam was his brother, the only machine like him in all the world, and he loved him. And Eve didn't mind subjecting himself to Adam's passions because no matter how buried Adam got in his obsessions, he always still made time to indulge in Eve's interests, too. But all that had changed. And it was all because of that stupid human Adam had found. Eve remembered how excited Adam had been. The sparkle in his crimson eyes, the spring in his step. How he'd talked for what had seemed like hours about the questions he had for the human, and how eager he was to vivisect it and find out how it worked on the inside. Every day that passed with Adam so engrossed in his interrogation that he didn't even have 5 minutes to play with Eve made him wish he would just get to the vivisection part and get it over with already. And Adam was a bit more terse around him now, a bit more irritable, quicker to snap at him when he asked when they'd make time to do something he liked for a change. Stupid humans. Adam was too fascinated with them, and it extended far beyond wanting to study one's enemies. And that's what humans were. Enemies. Nothing more. So why did Adam love them more than he loved his own younger brother? What had humans ever done for Adam? Eve had been the one who had carried him away from those two violent androids who'd attacked him. Eve had been the one who'd always been there for his older brother. Eve was the one who tolerated all of Adam's quirks and foibles. Eve. Eve did everything for him, everything he asked for. And what did humans do? Sit in their little colony on the moon twiddling their thumbs as they sent those androids down to kill machines for them. As the sun continued its glacial descent to the horizon to herald 6 months of night and Eve grew impatient and frustrated waiting alone in Adam's silicon city beneath the ground, he decided to find his brother and give him an ultimatum. The human or Eve. Adam couldn't have both. Finding Adam was easy enough. Eve had his half of the worldwide machine network at his disposal and easily triangulated his older brother's location. He and the human were meeting in the ancient castle in the forest not too far away from Adam's city. The machines there had disconnected from the network long ago and were neutral, at least in the sense that they attacked androids and machines alike with equal ferocity. Of course, Eve didn't fear for Adam's safety, not from the rogue machines, at least. Eve closed his eyes, focused on Adam's location, and in a flare of golden light, disappeared from the Spartan, ivory-white town square of the underground city. An instant later, he was on the periphery of the castle, standing on its crumbling ramparts. A cold night wind ruffled his short, silver-white hair and prickled the bare skin of his chest and arms. The full moon was rising overhead. A rogue machine detected him and charged at him, brandishing a ramshackle spear in its spindly arms. Its medieval armor clanked with every step. Intruder! Kill the intruder! Glory to the forest key! Eve glanced in the machine's direction and flicked his wrist. A bolt of amber light tore the machine's spherical head in half. The force of the blow knocked the machine's helmet into the air. It fell to the cobblestone flagstones in the castle's courtyard with a hollow clatter. With the machine dispatched, he stepped off the ramparts and touched down on the ground, striding into the castle. There was Adam and the human, standing in the little garden in the center of the castle. Eve hid behind a pillar so that Adam and the human would not see him. He wanted to shock and surprise the two of them. Adam would definitely be more willing to compromise if Eve caught him off guard. The human was an impressive specimen, Eve had to admit. It wore a black hooded cloak with ornate bits of red and gold embroidery on it and some sort of furry scarf. The hem seemed to roil and curl as if it were made from the flickering shadows cast by a fire on a wall. Underneath the hood, and it became more apparent when the human lowered the cowl, the human looked quite a bit like Adam and Eve themselves. Its hair, about shoulder length, somewhere in the midpoint between Eve's short-cut and Adam's waist-length locks, the same shade of silvery white, its skin just as fair and free of flaws and blemishes. It could have easily passed for a second brother to the two of them. Eve found himself seething with jealousy, his hands curling into fists, as Adam and the human conversed in hushed tones. He couldn't contain himself anymore. He had to call out to Adam and demand that he choose who was more important to him, although a part of him just wanted to lunge at the human and rip its head off. Just as Eve took a single step away from the pillar he'd hidden behind, the human did something unexpected and insane. It leaned forward, tugged the collar of Adam's shirt down, and placed its mouth on his bare neck. Eve saw the glittering of ivory fangs in the moonlight before the fangs sank into his brother's neck. Red began to stain Adam's white shirt. Were his eyes deceiving him? Or was this human? No, it couldn't be. It was biting Adam. And he was letting it. Eve was frozen for a moment as his mind struggled to process what his eyes were seeing. The data traveled through his optical sensors and into his central processor at lightning-fast speed, but even then, he couldn't quite comprehend what he was seeing. Nevertheless, he came to a conclusion. Adam was in danger. "Brother!" Eve called out, throwing himself at the two of them. He pushed the human back with one hand, his open palm colliding with the human's chest with a loud and resounding snap, and pulled Adam away with his other hand. Adam collapsed limply to the ground, his arms and legs flapping as he fell, his long silver hair spilling out around him. The human barely even staggered back a single step, its hand clamping around Eve's wrist. Its grip was ice cold. There was no warmth to its flesh, not an iota. Eve felt the human's frigid fingers dig into his skin, its sharp fingernails lacerating his skin and making scarlet blood well up against the ebony tattoo that coiled up his left arm. Eve looked the human dead in the eyes. Its eyes, like Adam's and Eve's, were bright scarlet. But so, too, were the whites of its eyes. Its blood-drenched fangs, two of them, poked out from its pale, bluish lips, blood trickled down its chin. And the look in its eyes, there was an alien intensity, a wet warmth that seemed to seep through Eve's mind and dull his circuits, slowing and dampening his thoughts. It made him feel. What was this? He felt the way he had when he'd just been born, thrust into an overwhelming and confusing maelstrom of pain and blood. Afraid. The human licked its lips, its tongue darting out to wipe away the blood, and smiled. "Ah," it said, its voice deep, low, sonorous, and dripping with more contempt than Eve thought was possible. "You must be Eve. Your brother has told me so much about you." Eve was torn. He didn't know whether to shout out, "What did you do to my brother?" Or, "How dare you hurt my brother?" Or, "Who are you?" So when he wrenched his hand free and threw himself at the human yet again, he let out a garbled battle cry of, "Who did you dare to hurt my brother?" Adam was the intellectual one, of the two of them. Eve was the fighter. That wasn't to say he enjoyed fighting just physical activity, in general, but he had to be strong enough to look after his older brother. So he fought. The human chuckled as Eve's fist slid off its skin without leaving so much as a bruise. "I beg your pardon." Eve was mortified. He could feel a chill running through his chassis even as his processor and motor systems kicked into overdrive. Nothing he did seemed to leave the human with so much as a scratch. Was this what humans were really like? If they were like this, why did they even bother sending androids to fight their battles for them? With a wordless snarl of rage, Eve drew back his fist, wreathing it in an aura of amber light, and threw a punch at the human. This one, the human dodged, sidestepping the blow evidently. It was worried that golden light might have been able to hurt it. Eve grinned as he righted himself and spun around, aiming a sweeping kick at the human and wreathing his leg in the same golden light. The human disappeared, vanishing into the shadows. Something fluttered past the full moon. An instant later, the human reappeared in front of Eve. The back of its hand collided with his cheek with enough force to knock him to the ground. Eve hit the ground hard enough to shatter the cobblestones beneath him. Distortion flared up through his optical sensors. The human ambled over to Adam's prone body and lifted him up with one hand, tossing him over its shoulder. "What are you doing to him?" Eve hissed. "Merely what he asked for." "It does not concern you," the human said. Its tone of voice was the same one Adam used when he was admonishing Eve for misbehaving, but far more derisive. "Begone, Eve. Leave with your life while you still have it." Eve pulled himself to his feet. "I'm not leaving," he snarled, spitting out a mouthful of blood and coolant, "without my brother." He glanced at Adam's prone body. He hadn't stirred at all. He couldn't be gone, though his data was backed up on the network. But what if it wasn't? What if the human's bite had done something to his data, corrupted it? The human smirked. "Then, as I implied, you shall not leave at all. Give him back." Eve rushed forward, summoning all his strength. The human raised its pale hand and conjured a flaming obsidian orb that hung in the air, sparks and fiery light pouring from cracks in its rough and uneven surface. As the orb flew toward him like a bullet, Eve drove his fist into it, his knuckles cracking against the scalding stone, steam rising from his synthetic flesh. This human, this man in black with the silver hair, had taken Adam from Eve. He'd taken everything from Eve. And Eve would gladly return the favor. The silver-haired man in black would die for this. The moon hung in the air, a silent observer, watching with a cold and indifferent eye. The same moon lent its light to the forest in which A2, former Yoarha attacker unit, lone survivor of the first experimental Yoarha squadron, deserter, outlaw, and widely renowned cryptid, lurked. The first thing one would notice about her would be the stench. A2 was not a particularly well-maintained android, which was an understatement if ever there was one. That was to say, she had not had any maintenance work done on her body in the 3 years since her disastrous trip to the surface of the Earth, and hiding in a hot, wet, humid forest during all that time without so much as a bath had done her no favors. Crime, oil, dirt, blood, and every other kind of fluid lent a particular scent to her body. A cloud of gnats and flies followed in her wake like a baleful aura. If pestilence had a name, it was probably A2. The second thing one would notice about A2 would be the blade poking through their chest. The third thing a particularly lucky android or machine life form would notice, had they dodged or survived that sword strike, would be that dead androids tended to look more lively than her. A2's skin was filthy, what little there was left of it. Most of the hard black endodermis beneath her thin layer of synthetic skin was clearly visible, though just as crusted with dirt and grime and grease. The only remaining scrap of clothing adorning her shapely body was a patch of black cloth that covered what little skin remained on her midriff. Her snow-white hair, straight as an arrow and long enough to reach her hips, was relatively unscathed by comparison, by some miracle of happenstance, but still had tangles and knots in it the likes of which would stymie the nimblest of hands. Assuming one survived long enough to take all that in, the fourth thing one would notice would be that A2 knew how to put up a fight better than anyone else. In battle, she was as scrappy as she looked and fought as dirty as she smelled. Yoarha had sent many members of its Type E division to the forest to exterminate her. They didn't look kindly on deserters, and the concept of live and let live meant nothing to them, and all had failed. The first thing A2 noticed about the man strolling through her forest as she observed him from atop a thick, mossy tree branch far above the ground was the airy, ethereal grace with which he moved, the way his sable cape and great coat and his silvery hair that shimmered in the moonlight billowed behind him. Though his steps were slow and thoughtful, A2 couldn't help but notice that his boots left no impression on the grass and soil beneath. With the silver hair and ornate black getup, the man sure did look like Yorha, but there was something off about him. A2 couldn't quite put her finger on it. Maybe it was because he was a man. Had Yorha started producing male combat models again? Hadn't they tried that before and scrapped it? Nevertheless, if it looked like Yorha, A2 reasoned, it was probably Yorha, and it was probably here to kill her. So she readied her blade. A wickedly curved Yorha Type 40 sword scavenged off of the last poor hunk of synthetic flesh who'd tried to kill her and leaped off the branch, disturbed leaves raining down in her wake. A2 wasted no time to strike at the strange man from behind, but with a flash of red light, he had vanished. Her blade whistled through thin air. She whirled around just in time to parry a strike from a long, thin blade the strange man had drawn from a sheath at his side. She'd barely recognized the sound of the metal blade sliding out of the sheath. Yorha units used their NFCS to effortlessly draw and handle their weapons. Why was this one using his sword manually? And for that matter, why wasn't this Yorha unit wearing a combat visor? Instead of wearing a strip of black cloth, his eyes were naked, and were such a bright amber gold they nearly sparkled. "Foul beast," the strange man intoned, the force of his strike knocking A2 back a few steps. "Think you I could not smell your stench for miles downwind?" A2 rushed forward to attack. The strange man parried the rest of her strikes with ease and vanished yet again, leaving the faint red outline of a silhouette in his wake before reappearing steps away, flanking her. She tried to sidestep the next swing of his sword. But the blade sliced surprisingly easily through her arm, severing it at the elbow. Oily red blood spurted from both severed ends as a wave of static rolled across A2's visual display. "Who the hell are you?" she growled as she dashed out of the way of the strange man's next strike. Waves of heat cascaded off her body, her heels leaving a scorch mark across the grass as they dragged against the ground. "What manner of creature are you?" the strange man asked in reply. He had a strange way of speaking, an odd accent and odder speech patterns. "A doppelganger, summoned from the flames of hell." He raised A2's severed forearm and ran it under his nose, sniffing the bare endodermis. His displeasure was written all over his face as his nose wrinkled from the odor. "Or are you a golem? A living doll of sorts? Give me back my arm." A2 shouted back, lunging at the strange man at full speed. He did not block the next strike from A2's blade quite so easily. In a fluid display of acrobatics only a Yorha combat model could pull off, A2 swept the legs out from under the stranger, then delivered a kick to his chin, the force of the blow lifting him up off the ground. Her sword materialized in her hand with a flurry of orange and amber sparks as she closed in for the kill. The strange man tossed her severed arm aside and parried her next strike, but with an agile flick of her wrist and roll of her elbow, A2 ripped the sword from his hand. It sailed through the air, embedding itself up to its hilt in a tree trunk. The strange man drew two long knives from within his thick black coat and rushed forward. A2 swung her sword in a great arc with all her might. Her foe changed course and slid backward in the nick of time, the tip of her blade severing only a lock of his silver hair and leaving a short, shallow scar across the bridge of his nose. He vanished the next time A2 struck at him. A chill ran up her spine, despite the heat and the humidity of the forest. A2 dropped to the ground in a low crouch and held her blade defensively in front of and above herself, expecting the strange man's next attack to come from above. As expected, he reappeared in midair above her, but his descent to the ground was halted as he balanced with a single boot daintily planted on the flat of her blade. His other boot slammed against the side of her head. As A2 reeled, the strange man lashed out and buried both his knives in her arm, one piercing her bicep from below, the other running through her forearm from above. Her fingers jerked and spasmed as the synthetic musculature and nervous system running through her arm was disrupted, but she kept a tight grip on the curved hilt of her blade nonetheless, the skinless knuckles of her hands creaking. The strange man withdrew his knives and darted away just as A2's leg lashed out, her heel narrowly brushing against his chest, carrying the arc of her swinging body through. A2 brought down her sword, only for the strange man to lock the blade between both knives and hold it in place. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed and dripping with sweat, as his arms trembled and shook under the force of A2's blade. He swept her legs out from under her, elbowed her in the face, and leaped into the tree above, crouching on the mossy bough overlooking the grassy path through the forest. Flinging out his hand, one of his knives sailed through the air, the blade sliced cleanly through A2's cheek on its way to embed itself in the gnarled roots winding through the ground. The strange man ran across the bough and leaped off the end, diving down to the ground and landing on his feet in front of the tree trunk where his sword had been buried. He yanked it free effortlessly, parried A2's next strike with his remaining knife, and thrust the long, straight blade of his sword at her. Muttering a curse under her breath, A2 darted away and threw her sword at the man. He knocked it aside, only for it to vanish in a flurry of sparks and reappear in her hands. Her next strike buried her blade up to the hilt in the strange man's side. The strange man backed away, hunched over, his pale face growing paler as he clutched at the sword running him through. Tossing his weapons aside, he gripped the hilt with both hands and started to slide it free. The blade inched out stained dark crimson. A2 held out her hand, the sword vanished in a flurry of sparks and reappeared in her waiting grasp, teleported via her NFCS. With nothing to plug the wound tunneling through the man's side, blood drained from his torso, staining his heavy black coat, and he staggered yet again. His every move liberated more blood from his wound, yet he seemed unconcerned. A2 leveled the sword at him. "Kman," she taunted him. "Tell me you can do better than that." The strange man sniffed the side of his glove. "Your blood, it carries the stench of," he furrowed his brow. "Petroleum." He licked the blood off his glove. "Ah, I see. An android. What is your name or designation, pray tell?" Whoever this guy was, A2 figured, he wasn't with Yorha. He didn't know who she was, which was evidence enough on its own, but taking into consideration the weird way he talked, the way he fought, and the lack of a combat visor or any NFCS capabilities, this guy was just some random asshole, wasn't he? A2 made her way to where her severed forearm lay on the ground and surveyed the damage to the limb, keeping her foe in the corner of her field of vision and eyeing him suspiciously just in case he tried to get the drop on her. The cut had been very clean. Fortunately, she lined up the two halves of her arm and firmly reconnected her forearm to her elbow. It hurt like a bitch. Steam poured from where the two halves were joined as the inner mechanisms of her arm began to reacquaint themselves with each other and the nano-machines in her blood closed the seams. "Who wants to know?" she grunted, gritting her teeth to block out the pain. The strange man, who'd just taken off his boot and poured a small pile of sand out of it, stood up straight, the hem of his cape and greatcoat swirling over the ground, and bowed. "You may call me Alucard." A2 flexed her newly reattached arm. "Huh. Well, that definitely wasn't the designation of any sort of Yorha model. Weird name for any other kind of android, too, but there were a lot of weird things going on with this guy. Okay, Alucard, here's the deal. You're obviously too stupid to be a part of Yorha, or maybe you're not stupid enough, but either way, I don't really have a beef with you. Just get the hell out of my forest before I change my mind." "Your forest? Excellent. Then perhaps you can answer my questions." Alucard put his boots back on, collected his sword, wiped the blood staining its blade on the grass, and slid it back into the sheath buckled to his hip. He cleared his throat. "First off, what year is it? Second, have you seen any strange castles around here, perhaps ones that weren't there before? Third." A2 rolled her eyes, flipped Alucard off, and promptly vanished into the forest, leaving his weird questions all unanswered. Unfortunately, Alucard seemed to be a skilled tracker, and it wasn't long before he was at her side once again, pestering her as she hiked through the woods. "Fuck off," she told him after he'd repeated his line of questioning for the umpteenth time. Alucard merely chuckled and kept following her. "Aren't you injured?" she asked. "I heal quickly." "What year is it, madam?" A2 rolled her eyes. "Ugh. Fine. It's 11,945, I think. There. Are you happy?" "Can you repeat that?" Alucard asked. "It sounded like you just said." No, that's absurd. The only thing absurd here is you." A2 tried to pick up speed, sprinting through the forest, leaping from tree to tree across burbling streams and brooks, disturbing animals where they rested. But Alucard pursued her doggedly. Wait. I still have questions. Alucard called out as the distance between him and A2 began to grow. A2 kept running until the strange man had disappeared. And good riddance to him. The last thing she was interested in wasting her time doing today was babysitting some weirdo. Just when she thought she'd lost him, Alucard materialized out of the shadows in front of her, kicked her legs out from under her, and grabbed her by the arms, pinning her to the ground. Excuse me. Don't you recognize me? Aren't you an android? He asked. Of course I'm an android. What kind of stupid question is that? A2 gurgled, struggling to break Alucard's grip. That makes you a steward for Project Gestalt. Never heard of it. Alucard loosened his grip on her arms. You can't be serious, he said, clearly surprised. A2 slipped free, kneed her captor in the face, and made a mad dash for freedom, tearing through the underbrush with reckless abandon. She skidded to a halt as glaring red optical sensors blazed through the gaps in the trees. Machines. The bullet-shaped automatons poured out of the forest, some wielding primitive, cobbled-together weapons, others merely windmilling their spindly arms in the hopes of hitting something. Simple creatures, simple-minded and simply dangerous, despite their simple, almost cute designs. These were the enemies A2's people had been locked in a stalemate with for thousands of years. A2 cut them down one after another, but they had the advantage of numbers. They always did. Damned machines. Hot motor oil sprayed through the air, staining what remained of A2's skin and splashing her exposed chassis as her blade sliced through their rusty, moss-streaked hulls. A ramshackle halberd dug into A2's right thigh, seizing up her motor systems and sending her to her knee. She disarmed the machine wielding the polearm and drove her sword through its simple, spherical face, its crimson optical sensors dimmed and turned off. A2 limped to her feet, pain shooting up and down her right leg. She clutched at the gash in the patch of skin circling her thigh as blood seeped out. She was still surrounded on all sides, outmanned and outmatched. This was all that asshole Alucard's fault. If she hadn't been trying to get away from him, she wouldn't have stumbled headlong into this machine jamboree. And to think, just a few hours ago she'd counted herself lucky a run-in with a boar twice her size would be the worst of her problems today. Still, A2 did her best to strike a defiant pose. She had something these filthy machines didn't have, a really sharp sword. Had enough yet, she sneered at them. The machines all froze, their round heads swiveling on their stubby torsos, and ran away. Yeah, that's right. A2 crowed, waving her sword at them. It wasn't the cleanest victory, but she took what she could get. Run away, you fucking tin cans. You don't want any of this. A branch snapped behind her. Expecting another machine, A2 glanced over her shoulder just in time to see a pair of shining red eyes and a set of talons swiping at her. A2 blocked the creature's strike with her sword as it bore down on her. This was not any kind of animal she had ever encountered in this forest. It was vaguely humanoid, but with long, spindly limbs and a smooth reptilian grace to its movements. Hissing at her through the ragged fangs lining its broad, fangsome snout, it leaped into the canopy above, flinging out its arms to reveal thin, tautly stretched skin running from its wrists to its hips. It grabbed A2's shoulders in its talons, scraping against her bare skin. She slashed upward with her sword, cutting through one of its thin, fleshy wings and tearing it like a sheet of cloth. The creature screeched in agony and curled over, wrapping its talons around A2's head and squeezing. Hot spit dripped from its maw onto A2's hair as well as her skin and exposed chassis. It stung where it made contact with her skin, and wispy curls of steam rose where the drops of spittle landed. She got the creature in the belly next, and a stream of hot blood poured out, stinking of copper. The creature lost its grip and fell to the ground, scrabbling at the cut in its abdomen as it tried to scoop up long links of its own intestines in its claws and shove them back into its body. A2 smirked triumphantly, raising her sword overhead and preparing to swing. Had your fill, ugly? Well, I haven't. The creature opened its mouth with a wretched screech, the inside of its throat glowed orange. It hacked up a ball of fire, catching A2 on the shoulder, scorching and blackening her skin. The fire didn't bother her much, but the force of the blast was strong enough to knock her back. Trying to keep her balance, she pivoted on her injured leg and felt the mechanisms inside lock up. She hit the ground and the creature rose to its feet, one hand holding its stomach together, the other reaching out for her. Atu's head pounded, her black box running hot in her chest. As she tried to pull herself up, her injured leg locked up, pain signals running up her thigh and rooting her to the ground. A long, immaculately shining sword flew through the air, impaled the creature through its head, and swooping through the air as if wielded by an invisible hand, carved up the beast until it lay in pieces on the ground. The pieces began to smoke and, before Atu's very eyes, burst into flames. Alucard descended on the impromptu arena, his cloak billowing behind him like a pair of dark wings, and plucked the floating sword from the air. "You looked like you could use some help," he said. "Go fuck yourself," she growled at him. "What was that thing?" She forced herself to her feet, ignoring the pain running up and down her leg, and kicked at the pile of ash the creature had left behind. "A demon," Alucard replied as he crouched down and wiped his bloodied blade on the grass. "This is good, though. If Slagra and Gaben are here, then perhaps he has indeed returned." "Pfft. Tell me what it really was." Alucard gave her a look. Atu wasn't sure how to describe it as anything else and simply repeated his answer. "You can't just say something's a demon," she said. "Why not?" "Because there's no such thing." "Imuov," Alucard said, rolling his eyes. "And that was likely not the last of them. We need to move." Suyur. Part of Atu figured Alucard had something of a point there, but she didn't want to give him the satisfaction of admitting it. Something shifted in the canopy above, rattling the branches and shaking the leaves. Heavy boughs swayed. And then another so-called demon leaped out into the clearing, moving far more fluidly than any machine. Sinews stood out on its taut skin like cables as it brandished a rusty spear in its talons. Its long neck swayed back and forth, carrying a tiny head with a curved, sharp beak. Two blue-black, marble-like eyes on either side of its beak glimmered wetly in the dappled moonlight. It screeched as Atu grappled with it, jabbing at her with its spear. "Hellfire!" Alucard cursed, weirdest curse Atu had ever heard, drawing his sword. "I forgot these demons work in pairs. Wow. So helpful." Atu grappled with the spear at the same moment it pierced her side, trying to yank it free as the demon screeched and shrieked at her. She tore out the spear and swung her sword, the slender, wickedly shaped blade clanging against its leathery skin. The demon reared back its head and lashed out, its long neck coiling and then unfurling like a snake. Its knife-like beak stopped a hair's breadth from Atu's neck. Alucard's hand clamped around its neck. Gray and black dead pixels flickering past her eyes, Atu soldiered on through the pain and drove her blade between two of the bird-like creature's ribs. It would have screamed and screeched in pain if Alucard hadn't been crushing its windpipe. Just like the first one, this demon burst into flames, too. Atu took a deep, pained breath and clutched at the wound on her side, feeling blood seep through her fingers. She felt dizzy and lightheaded. The forest around her swirled and swayed like a ship in choppy waters. Alucard sheathed his sword, then stepped nearer to her. He reached out with a gloved hand. "You're injured, so." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hey." Atu staggered back, dragging her leg against the forest floor, the stiletto affixed to her heel. Why the fuck had Yorha made its initial models with built-in high heels, dug a furrow in the dirt? "The hell are you doing? We can't stay here. There might be more of them." "What, so you're just gonna sweep me off my feet and carry me away?" "That's my intention, yes," Alucard said. "Just tell me where I can take you." "Not happening. Direct me to your base of operations and I'll make certain you get there safely for repairs." Atu laughed. "Yeah, sure, whatever." She gestured to the forest surrounding the clearing. "Base of operations, huh? You're looking at it, weirdo." Alucard's face fell. "Are you all alone here?" "Yup." "Why?" "None of your business." Alucard sighed. "Well, you still need repairs. I may not be a mechanical specialist, but it'll take care of itself," Atu insisted as she tried to walk off the injury to her leg. She couldn't. Alucard caught her as she collapsed, keeping her from hitting the ground. "Let me go," she growled, pulling herself free of the strange man's grip and floundering on the ground. She picked herself up through sheer willpower and threw herself into the forest, stumbling and limping through the coarse underbrush. She'd just retreat into a quiet place, tuck herself away, wait for the nano-machines to repair the damage to her servos and muscles, and live to fight another day. She didn't need this weirdo following her around asking bizarre questions and attracting God knows what. She didn't need him trying to get all touchy-feely. She didn't need anyone, she was perfectly fine on her own. If this Alucard guy wanted a friend that much, then that was his problem. Her breath grew short. Maybe her injuries were worse than she'd thought. No problem. Just had to find a quiet, hidden-away place to curl up and lick her wounds. The swaying and swirling of the world around her turned into a vertigo-inducing whirlwind. Her limbs felt leaden, her eyelids heavy. The blood trickling between her fingers was warm and thick. She barely felt herself hit the ground. Are you all alone here? Why? Yorha models weren't designed to dream, one of the few ways they were made to differ from their human creators. In rest mode, though, consciousness data from their black boxes still ran through their brains, picking at recorded sensory data and sifting through memories. Whenever A2 found a safe place to spend a few hours in rest mode, which was rare, her memories came bubbling up. She saw old friends and old foes and people she'd never see again. And sometimes, she saw the ocean. The endless, boundless ocean, stretching in every direction to the flat and barren horizon. Blue on blue, gray on gray when clouds blanketed the sky, and black on black after sunset. A2 remembered watching the sun dip below the horizon so slowly, as it did on its yearly circuit across the sky. It had taken over 24 hours for the sun to sink into the ocean as its light shifted from a blinding white to a dim and dusky orange, the sky shifting from heavenly blue to deep purple as it completed its descent. And then the night had come. The earth no longer spun on its axis. Nobody knew why it had happened a long, long time ago. Day and night both lasted 6 months. The sun had set and A2, clinging to a raft of scrap metal for dear life, had feared she would never see it rise. Are you all alone here? Why? The sea had been her enemy. Lapping at her at all hours of the day, incessantly reminding her of the abyss that awaited far below as her raft bobbed in the water. She couldn't float, let alone swim. To capsize, as she came close to doing hundreds of times as she drifted to the mainland, would condemn her to an eternity drifting to the seabed, salt water worming its way through her skin and into her chassis until, eventually, she would stop thinking. The sea was her enemy. An enemy vaster, more implacable, and more inescapable than any army of machines could ever be. The machines had taken everyone else. Yorha had taken everyone else. Knowing the truth, there was barely a difference between the two. Number 16, number 21, number 4. They'd taken everyone but her. Her, attacker number 2, they had left for the sea to devour. Are you all alone here? Why? A 4, why had she had to die? The sea would not have been so daunting a foe if someone had been there to brave it with her. No. Everyone had to die. That was the plan. No one was meant to come back alive. Not even cute, kind, friendly, bubbly A4 who kept her white hair in a messy ponytail and wore her visor over only one eye as a fashion statement. Even A2 had to die, although she hadn't. Anyway, the sea would take her, too. In her dreams, A2 felt the cold, salty spray of brine on her face roughing her skin and matting her hair, and she felt the rolling waves toss her to and fro, and she felt herself slip against the slick surface of her raft as her fingers lost their hold and the sea gleefully devoured her leg, eager for its next meal, tugging her to her grave. The sea was her enemy. It was hungry. And she was its food. The sea was rushing to embrace her, claim her, consume her. A2 woke up screaming as a torrent of hot water cascaded over her head and down her back, thrashing and flailing in a desperate attempt to free herself, throwing herself over the side of a shallow ceramic tub onto a damp, slick-tiled floor. Her pulse pounded as blood rushed through her chassis to draw heat away from her black box. She gasped for air, her breath catching in her throat, her chest heaving. She slid out of the tub and rolled over onto her back, still panting, her sodden hair clinging to her body, her damaged leg trailing along like so much dead weight. The water pooling on the floor around her was foamy with soap suds and slippery. Alucard stood next to the tub, an upended bucket in his hands. Water still dripped out of it, droplets gently plopping onto the ceramic and echoing through the room. He'd removed his heavy cape and coat, appearing oddly small with only a white collared shirt draped over his shoulders. "What the fuck?" Atu screamed at him, scrabbling at the slippery, soap-slicked tiles as she fruitlessly tried to sit up. Those were the only coherent words she could manage. Alucard set down the bucket, gesturing to a lump of soap, a washcloth, and what looked like a hunk of pumice. "I had to clean you off," he coolly explained. "Well, you shouldn't have," Atu replied, still struggling to catch her breath. "I know," he said, reaching for a towel. "You have my sincerest apologies." "Yeah, that's right, you slimy wait, what? I wasn't aware you suffer from aquaphobia." "Aqua what?" "Fear of water." "What?" "I'm not afraid of water," Atu shot back. "Maybe I should dump a bucket over your head while you're sleeping and see how you like it." "Point taken. I only ask that you accept my apology." Alucard crouched down next to Atu, towel in hand. "And if it's all right with you, I'd still like to examine your wound and see if there's anything I can do." Atu snatched the towel from his hands and started patting her chassis dry. "Sure, fine. Just, don't do it again. The rest of your body seems to be in extreme disrepair as well. Why have you gone so long without maintenance?" Alucard asked. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Atu tried to dry as much of her tangled, sodden hair as possible, then threw the towel aside. "You know," Alucard said, reaching for a box of tools and examining her wounds, "you remind me quite a lot of an old friend of mine." "Really?" Atu asked. "Did your friend constantly tell you to shove your sword up your ass, too?" "As a matter of fact," Alucard countered, "he did." He let out a wistful smile, his lips parting to show a sliver of teeth, and for the first time, Atu noticed that at the corners of his mouth were two long, slender fangs. Newer models of android were getting weirder and weirder, she supposed. She gave the room a cursory glance. It didn't look like the inside of any buildings that could be found in the forest. Dark, a little dingy and dilapidated, boxes heaped unceremoniously in the corner. "Where am I?" "I found you where you fell and carried you to the nearest encampment," Alucard explained. "Their medical specialists are out running an errand, but should be back in the afternoon. I was told it would make their job easier if you were cleaned first, considering you dragged me to a resistance camp." Atu asked, a pit growing in her stomach. This was the last place she wanted to be right now. She was a deserter, there were standing orders for her execution, and here she was, sitting in the middle of the enemy and she tried to stand up, but could barely pull herself to her feet. Here she was, a fugitive marked for death, since it had so kindly passed her by so many times before, who couldn't do jack shit to defend herself. Alucard held her down, exerting a gentle pressure. "Be still. These people," Atu hissed through gritted teeth, "are going to kill me." "If they wanted to do that, they'd have done it already," Alucard replied, gently worming a tool into the gash in her thigh. "Tell me if anything I'm doing hurts." "It hurts," Atu lied. Alucard immediately withdrew the tool. "My apologies. I'll wait for the experts to arrive." "Experts?" Atu laughed inwardly, it was a bitter laugh she didn't know how to do any other kind anymore. "Sure. The experts were probably executioner models. Maybe even that one they made that had the same face as her, they sure liked sending that one against her." "Now, why do you say these people want to kill you?" Alucard asked. "You're all androids. Ostensibly, on the same side. I was supposed to die a while ago. I didn't." Atu crossed her arms. "They're still salty about it." "Ah. Your own kind wished for you to die, and yet you continue to confound them." Alucard's mouth formed into a bit of a half-smile. "That, I can relate to." "And what do you mean, you're all androids?" "We're all androids here." "Oh. Pardon me, I misspoke." The rusty gears in Atu's head turned, under great duress. If this weirdo wasn't an android, then what could he be besides? Someone knocked on the door, jolting Atu out of her musing. "Oh, shit." She took out her sword, not like she could do much without being able to stand, anyway, but she might still be able to throw it at someone. Alucard stood up and went to the door. "I'm sure it will be fine. I don't believe anybody here intends to harm you." Unlike my family reunions. Famous last words. If it comes to that, Alucard replied, I'm quite good with a sword, as I've quite adequately demonstrated. The door swung open. Atu really wasn't prepared to face the person who walked to the room. Neither did she. The head of the resistance camp, an olive-skinned woman clad in dirty fatigues and a worn, dark green cloak, took one look at Atu and gasped. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped as if she'd seen a ghost. She had. And so had Atu. Number 2, she gasped. Anemone, Atu whispered, her voice catching in her throat. The both of them were ghosts. Because just as Anemone was looking at Yoarha attacker number 2, the only remaining survivor of the Pearl Harbor descent, who shouldn't have survived, Atu was looking at Anemone, one of the last remaining veterans of the 8th Machine War's frontline forces, who had presumably perished in the same doomed military operation. Do you two know each other? Alucard asked, reaching for the sword sheathed at his hip just in case. Atu didn't answer. Yes, Anenom said. Pearl Harbor, 3 years ago. She crouched down in front of Atu, bringing herself down to eye level, and lowered her hood. Her face was careworn, her hazel eyes shrouded by weary shadows. I thought I was the only survivor. Atu looked away. Something about the way Anemone looked at her felt acidic and corrosive. It ate away at her and she couldn't tell why. Another survivor of that doomed operation, all that time she'd spent alone, she thought she'd been alone, but right here in this very camp she'd avoided like the plague, there'd been someone just like her. But that didn't make her feel relieved or grateful at all. I'll leave you two to catch up, said Alucard, stepping over the threshold and closing the door behind him. You look horrible. Anemone laid a hand on her shoulder, cringing as her gaze traveled down Atu's body and traced the visible seam lines in her skin, lingering on the coal-black patches of exposed endodermis. I have so many questions, number 2. Where have you been all this time? What happened to your skin? How did you cross the ocean? Did anyone else make it? No, Atu said, pulling away. Anemone's touch was warm and soft and sent an almost pleasing prickling sensation through what little remained of her flesh, but she didn't like it. And she didn't want it. No one else made it out. But if you and I both survived, then what difference does it make? Anemone had been about to reach out to Atu again, but froze at the coldness of her words. You were here all this time and it didn't matter to me at all, Atu said. We were so close to each other all this time, but you might as well have been dead. I couldn't. I didn't know you were out there. I'd heard rumors of a feral android that lived in the forest, but I never thought it was you. Anemone's mouth curled in a bitter smile. I'd have done whatever I could to help, if I'd known. Yoarha knew just fine. Every time they caught my black box signal, they sent another hit squad after me. But I'm not Yoarha. Anemone raised her hand to Atu's cheek, brushing lightly against it with her knuckle as she tucked away a long lock of silvery white hair. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, number 2, but I'm here for you now. If there's anything I can do for you. Atu stiffened. You can leave, she spat. Anemone opened her mouth but, her words having failed her, she simply closed it again. She did this a few more times, gaping like a fish, before she finally stood up and drew her cowl back over her head. If you need anything from me, just ask. The enthusiasm over having seen Atu again had completely vanished from her voice. Atu felt a little bit of triumph over having driven that away from her. Sure, Atu said, letting sardonic sarcasm drip over her words. I'm sure your bosses are gonna love it when they find your camp is harboring their biggest mistake. I'll tell them you requested asylum. Unless you lost all your logic circuits at Pearl Harbor, you can't possibly believe that'd work. Anemone didn't respond to that. Instead, she just lamely said, I'm just glad you're alive. Am I? Atu asked. Anemone bowed her head and left the room without saying another word, leaving Atu with nothing to keep herself company with except for Alucard's cape draped over a chair. Once Anemone had left, she leaned back and laid herself down on the still wet floor, sighing. She felt something welling up inside her. She rolled onto her side and curled up as best she could, trying to keep her feelings from leaking out. Exhausted, Her mind began to fog up, and for a split second she thought she saw another person materialize out of one of the room's gloomy, shadow-wreathed corners. A4 knelt before her, reaching down to lay her hand on A2's cheek. Her eye, bright blue even in the darkness, twinkled. "It's okay. Don't worry, 2. A2 grasped at her illusory hand and almost felt it. She tried in vain to lead it down her neck and across her chest, wishing so badly she could feel that hand brush against her breast in a way it never had and never would. She remembered A4's final moments like they had been yesterday. The bittersweet smile on her face. The raw, rough feeling in A2's throat as she kept screaming, begging her to find another way. The way A4 had closed her eyes as though filled with great inner peace before an ice-searing light had engulfed her and left nothing behind but cold ashes. She wasn't sure if it was a memory or a nightmare anymore. "It was an honor to serve with you." A2 stared blankly at the palm of her hand. Not a shred of skin remained, her armored black endodermis, barely sensitive to any sort of feeling save for pressure and pain, was all she had. If she could hold A4's hand right now, she would hardly feel it. Modern Yoarha androids and many other models of combat androids had far more complex innards with synthetic musculature and organs, but the prototype Yoarha attacker models like her were more like living dolls with thin skin over subdermal armor and visible seam lines around the joints, simply toys to be played with and broken and thrown away, their ephemeral nature baked into their design. For, if you'd known I'd end up like this, she wondered for the umpteenth time since the day she'd come ashore, would you still have thrown away your life for mine? The door swung open and another android walked in, a woman with long, wavy red hair. She crouched down next to A2 and set a box of tools down on the floor. "Hi there," she said, rolling A2 over onto her back. A2 was too exhausted mentally and physically to put up much of a fight. "My name's Devola, and I'll be conducting your repairs." She ran her gaze up and down A2's body, clucking her tongue and shaking her head. "Well," she said, "let's see what I can do. Tell me if it hurts and I'll try to do it softer, but I can't make any promises." Alucard felt a chill run up his spine as he explored the resistance camp outside. It wasn't from the brisk night air whistling through the winding corridors formed by the crumbling and skeletal skyscrapers. The world was always unfamiliar when he awoke from his hibernation, but he had never seen it like this. Not a human in sight, only androids created in their likeness, and only a handful of them clustered in this camp here, huddled under tarpaulins stretched across alleys, tending to swords and guns and other androids. He meandered through the camp with his coat slung over his shoulders. At a glance, the camp's inhabitants seemed perfectly human. He'd almost been able to forget they were androids at all until he'd seen one with the skin of its torso removed and mechanical innards similar in design and placement to a human's organs exposed for all the world to see. If not for these mechanical descendants of humanity wandering about, it would be the world Alucard's father had dreamed of, a world without humans. Had Dracula really returned before him? How soon? Centuries? Millennia? He had to know exactly what had happened to this world. If only there were a single familiar face in this camp. But 9,000 years was a long time, even if a mere handful of the androids he'd been acquainted with before re-entering hibernation were still around. They could be anywhere on Earth. His chances of running into someone he knew were slim to none. And what could he do to procure information without looking conspicuous? Asking anybody in the camp simple or obvious questions about this world would make him look like a fool. Despondent, Alucard found a wall to lean against and stared up at the sky, watching the twinkling stars shine with cold and ancient light. Now that he had time to study it, the sky looked markedly different. The constellations were all a little off, and the shining disk of the full moon was much larger than it had been in his time. Even the sky was unfamiliar and alien. He knew that light took years, decades, or even centuries or millennia to travel from the stars to Earth. Those stars in the night sky could already be long gone for all he knew. Alucard wondered if he, too, was the lingering starlight of a dead world. He always started from zero whenever he woke up, seeking the descendants of the friends he'd left behind to age and die. Here, though, he had less than zero. He had nothing but the clothes on his back and the sword at his side. A large black device standing against the wall whirred to life, hissed, and opened up. A young, boyish-looking android in a black frock coat stepped out, yawned, and stretched his arms and legs as though he'd awoken from a long and restful slumber. A black blindfold covered his eyes. Oh, hi, the boy said, seemingly startled by Alucard's presence at his side. Evidently, he could see quite well despite the black cloth over his eyes. Did you come down here from Yoarha, too? Yoarha? Alucard parroted. There was that name again, the almost feral android he'd dragged here had mentioned it as well. Perhaps it was a place, or the organization that commanded this army, or both. Yes, he answered. I did come from Yoarha. I thought they stopped making male combat models after that coup, the boy said. Nice to see em give it another shot, always fun to have more guys around. He held out his hand. I'm ADSIXS. What about you? Alucard gingerly shook his hand. These androids seemed to have an alphanumeric designation, the number could indicate just about anything and the letter was likely to denote type or division. Therefore, to avoid being put in an awkward situation or getting caught in a lie by his new friend, he figured he should avoid choosing S. 15V, he said, choosing the number and letter completely at random. 15V. ADSIXS scratched his head. Never heard of a type V before. What's it stand for? What do you guys do? I'm afraid that's on a need-to-know basis. ADSIXS gave him a funny look. Alucard could feel his bemused, slightly suspicious glare beneath the black cloth hiding his eyes, but simply made a little more awkward small talk before running off to gather information. Type S models were probably scouts of some kind. Alucard? Is that you? Alucard's ears naturally perked up at the sound of his own name, and he couldn't help but turn his head in the direction of the woman's voice. It was a familiar one, too, not quite the voice of a dear friend or loved one, but recognizable nonetheless, and thus music to his ears. A female android with long, rail-straight scarlet hair slunk along the length of the wall and sidled up next to him. There was a smile on her face that grew brighter the closer she drew to him. This was one of the twin android models constructed to oversee Project Gestalt. Alucard had met several pairs, fresh off the assembly line, just a few weeks ago from his perspective, at least. He was glad to see this one still remembered him after such a prolonged absence. Then again, shouldn't remembering things be trivial for androids? Alucard returned the smile. Guilty as charged, Popula. It's good to see you again. He laid his hands on her shoulders. I'd say something like, my, how you've grown, but you haven't. How's your sister? Tending to the girl you dragged over here, Popula told him, leaning against the wall just as he did and adjusting the black shawl layered over her blouse. I told her I'd be right behind her, but then I saw you, and figured, you probably have a lot of questions for us. You've been around since the start of the project, Alucard marveled, hardly able to believe his luck. And you're one of the several models I met personally back then. Fate certainly does smile on us, when it wants to. Well, not really, Popula admitted. The memories the ones you met had of you were copied into all of us so that any of us could assist you when you woke up. Alucard nodded. That was a very wise decision by the android's creators. I'd welcome your assistance, Popula. I'm afraid there's a lot I have to catch up on. First things first. I need to know what happened with Project Gestalt. No one I've talked to seems to know about it at all. Popula bowed her head and lowered her eyes, clasping her hands together and kneading them anxiously. She took Alucard by the hand and led him into an empty alleyway, dropped her voice to a low whisper, and told him everything. The closer Popula's account of humanity's last-ditch attempt at surviving the disease which had swept through it came to its doomed last days, the deeper and hollower the pit in Alucard's stomach grew. Humanity, which he had pledged to give his life protecting in defiance of his father, was completely and utterly extinct. If only he'd woken up sooner, if only he'd been there. Alucard bowed his head and felt a cold tear roll down his cheek and drip off his chin, then another one. All the centuries of his life he'd given up to his crusade had in this moment proven a waste. He'd given up friends and family time and time again to defend humanity, and now that it was all dust and ash, there was nothing left to show for all his efforts. Congratulations, Father. You have triumphed over me at long last. Eventually, all of the replicants and gestalts relapsed, and humans, their bodies and their souls all died, Popula concluded. Production on our models was halted due to our culpability. Some people saw fit to dispose of the rest of us. Over time, we dwindled until, until only the two of us were left. You don't sound culpable to me, Alucard said, his voice a hoarse whisper as he forced his words past the lump in his throat. You two weren't the ones who. It doesn't matter, said Popola, her voice cracking and wavering. I know what you're thinking. Any one of us could have found you and woken you up for help. We didn't know where you were, but we could have scoured the earth for you. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Alucard felt that those words would be little comfort to her, merely thinking them tightened the knot in his own chest, so he kept them to himself. Instead, he said nothing and laid his hand on top of hers and curled his fingers inward, threading them in between hers. I'm sorry. I wish we had better news for you. Popola snaked her arms around him and pressed herself close to him, resting her cheek on his shoulder. Alucard could hear her softly whimpering, her quiet voice muffled by his dampening shirt as she dried her tears on it. Struggling not to weep himself, he gingerly returned the hug, prompting her to squeeze tighter. His cold fingers found purchase in her hair as he cradled the back of her head, easing his heartache. She was as warm and soft as any human woman would have been, perhaps warmer. The only indication Alucard had that he was embracing a machine was the unfamiliar rhythm of the motorized pumps driving blood like coolant through her chassis and the muted, muffled whirring of her core. I'm sorry, too, he said. What else but those empty, insignificant words could he say to comfort her when he himself felt just as guilty as she did? Another familiar voice rang through the air. Hey, Popola. He and Popola broke apart as Devola, Popola's doppelganger right down to her choice of attire, save for her wilder, wavier hair, strode across the camp toward them. The asymmetric elements of her outfit were reversed so that she looked like the exact mirror image of her sister, again, save for the hair. Sis, have you taken a look at the android they brought to us? Devola asked. How she's even still alive I can only guess. I've done all I can on my own, but this is gonna be a two-person job if we're lucky. Oh. Sorry, Dev, Popola stammered, putting an arm around her sister's shoulders. I just got a little carried away here. You remember Alucard, right? She asked, gesturing at him. Alucard gave a slight, polite bow. Good evening, Devola. A pleasure to see you again. Oh, hi, Alucard, Devola said, barely taking the time to glance at him. Kmin, Popo, let's. She did a double take. Alucard. The one and only. Took your sweet time getting here, Devola said, crossing her arms. Alucard figured she was well within her rights to have a frostier reaction to his presence. Where was your coffin? There must have been some upheavals in the past few millennia. I was buried under 500 feet of sand in a very heavy stone, orb of some kind when I woke up. Alucard tried not to think about those half-buried spheres that had littered the desert in which he'd found himself, especially not the grinning faces they'd all sported. Perhaps they were idols of some god which had been imagined, worshipped, and completely forgotten all in the time he'd been asleep. No wonder we couldn't find you. Alucard didn't blame her for giving him a frostier reception than her sister had. Popola told me everything. For what it's worth, you have my deepest apologies. Well, it's not like you chose to oversleep. Devola sighed and twirled a lock of her scarlet hair around her finger, not quite looking Alucard in the eyes. I mean, you're only human. Half, Alucard corrected. Well, I guess we'd better get to work, Popola said. Alucard, if you'd like to help. I think I need some time alone. I understand. It's a lot to take in. Devola said. Take all the time you need. If you need anyone to talk to, you know where to find us, Popola told him. Don't be a stranger, okay? Alucard wasn't sure he knew how to be anything else, but appreciated the sentiment. Wrapping himself in his coat to ward off the cold, he strode off into the empty city to be alone with his thoughts. The city had mostly been reclaimed by nature, gargantuan trees had taken root, curling around and tearing through the foundations of its worn skyscrapers and cracked concrete roads and highways. Rusted husks of cars and buses littered the overgrown streets. A massive sinkhole had opened up in the center of the city, exposing a deep pit lined with the precariously tilted remains of ancient buildings. On the periphery sat the hulking wreck of what seemed to be a massive construction machine. Alucard wondered if some magic in the air or soil had caused the trees to rival these buildings in size as he climbed one of the more stable-looking skyscrapers, leaping up the gnarled limbs of the tree holding it in place until he reached the roof. Or perhaps they had been able to grow this large without humanity around to pollute and poison their air and soil. A red-eyed machine took notice of him and lunged at him, windmilling its spindly arms. Alucard drew his sword and with a single swipe of the shining blade, he cleaved it down the middle. Now alone and granted some welcome peace and quiet, he stood at the edge of the rooftop and looked down. The sheer drop from the roof all the way to the bottom of the sinkhole where moonlight faintly reflected off the puddle of brackish water down below was almost dizzying. Alucard wrapped his coat tighter around himself, trembling like a leaf in the wind. A tear rolled down his cheek and dripped from his chin, glistening as it fell into the abyss. Another one fell, and another one, and another one. He kept mulling over what he'd learned, the words tumbling over in his mind like detritus from a wrecked ship caught in a whirlpool. Humanity is gone. Everything I've fought for, everyone I've sworn to protect, is long dead. He wept. For his mother, for his friends, for those people who had grown as close to him as family in those final days before all had been lost, for every last man, woman, and child. He wept for the weight of his failures, choking on his anguish as the tears became a torrent. Racked with pitiful, ugly sobs, he buried his face in his hands, fingers burrowing through his hair as his fingertips dug into his scalp, his palms pressing against his eyes in a vain attempt to stem the flow of tears. It's gone. It's all gone. They're all gone. They're all gone. Julius, Yoko, Soma, Mina, they're all gone and they left nothing behind, left no one behind. Everything, everyone, all of it. Eventually, the tears subsided, for no other reason than that there were no more left to shed. Still aching with hollowness, Alucard looked down into the abyss yawning underneath him. He could glide on his coattails, transform into a bat or a cloud of mist, or perform any number of tricks to slow or halt his descent if he were to stumble and fall off the edge of the roof. But what if he simply took another step and... "Enjoying yourself, young master," a cold, bone-chilling voice drawled behind him. Alucard turned his head, the fluttering of a black hooded cowl caught his eye as did the bleached skull underneath it. Death, Dracula's right-hand man, hovered just off the edge of the roof, lazily resting the long shaft of his scythe against his shoulder, his cloak swirling and waving in the breeze. His permanent grin seemed to mock Alucard. A curious world we've ended up in, is it not? I expected that Dracula had returned. Alucard's words were as frosty as the bitter wind that tossed around his hair. That's why I've awoken, isn't it? Perceptive as always. Very well. Just tell me where his castle is so I may end him again. Oh, young master, we have no intention of letting you cut our fun short. Death shook his head. You see, I am having a ball here. The androids and machines here are interesting. I suppose Master Dracula and I will get bored with them soon enough, but until then, we won't take kindly to your interference. Alucard leveled his sword at the spirit, moonlight glittering off its polished blade. Tell me where Dracula is. I'm prepared to beat the information out of you. Oh, no, we can't have that. Death snapped his bony fingers. Alucard felt his fingers curled around the hilt of his sword close over his palm as the sword vanished and reappeared at Death's side. Your father will thank you for returning his beloved's sword. Alucard hissed and clenched his fists, his cool blood heating to a boil. Cur, he snarled. Mother bequeathed me that sword. Yes, I know, Death sighed. But Master Dracula would like it returned to him so it may hang on the mantel above his fireplace. I'm sure you of all people understand how much sentimental value it has to him. Alucard threw himself at the cloaked apparition, drawing two knives from their sheaths on his belt. Death gave one last parting laugh and disappeared. Flying off the edge of the rooftop, Alucard swiftly regained his bearings and glided to the ground. He clenched his fists so tightly he could feel his fingernails bite into the meat of his palms through his gloves, his jaw clenched so tightly that he nearly felt a tooth crack. With a bitter laugh, Alucard started on his way back to the camp. He spared a passing glance at the edge of the sinkhole. Not tonight, he told the abyss. Not while Dracula still lives. Chapter 2, Sanguine Fugue. There was an ancient human saying that the definition of insanity was when one did the same thing over and over again and expected different results every time. 2B knew that she wasn't insane, then, because she did the same thing over and over again and never expected anything to be different. Every day was the same. Run morning diagnostics, pretend not to panic when a message from Yorha Commander White, that would inevitably not be the message she'd been expecting and dreading, appeared in her inbox, make contact with Operator 60, run errands for and lend support to the local resistance cell with 9s, run evening diagnostics, perform chassis and weapons maintenance, enter rest mode. The days blurred into one another, the lack of the day-slash-night cycle the Earth had once had in its antiquity, and which still formed the basis of the calendar system in use today, made discerning one day from another even harder. Sometimes the days were different, but in the same ways. Sometimes 2B would receive the execution orders she'd always feared seeing in her inbox. Sometimes she would creep up behind 9s, silent as a phantom, and run her sword through his back so swiftly, the blade piercing his chassis like a knife through warm butter, that he wouldn't feel a thing. Anywhere from a few hours to a few days later, she'd see him again and he would say hello to her as though he'd never met her. It was always the same. 2B never expected it to end any differently. That was how she knew that she was still in full possession of her wits. She'd been insane for a while, the first few times she'd had 9s as a partner, afflicted by a painful sickness of the mind called hope. Hope that the next time would be different, that the next time, 9s would be less foolish, that the next time, she could afford to relax around him and perhaps even intentionally call him by his silly little nickname. But that illness had run its course. 2B no longer found herself compulsively indulging in its bittersweet whispers in her ear that tantalized her with the life she and 9s could never have. Every day, every week, every year of 2B's life was the same. There was nothing new under the sun. Or so she thought. Every once in a while, something unusual happened. Something that surprised 2B. Something unusual, like the machines in the desert that had somehow given birth to those two humanoid machines who'd called themselves Adam and Eve, or the oddball machine named Pascal who led a pacifistic village, or the sinkhole that had opened up to reveal a graveyard of the machine's long-dead alien progenitors just a few weeks ago. This morning, it seemed as though today was going to be one of those strange days. 2B's partner, 9s, knelt down next to 3 savagely mauled android corpses lying in a moonlit glade, the grisly scene before him illuminated by the lights from his tactical support unit Pod 153 hovering at his side. "They can't be rebooted," he gravely proclaimed, placing his hand over each android's chassis in turn. "IFF signals match 17B, 41D, and 2H. I hope they backed up their data recently." 2B crouched down next to 9s, observing the corpses and paying special attention to 2H. She hadn't recognized that one of the 3 of them was built upon the same template as she was. Upon a closer inspection, she still couldn't recognize it. The android's face had been clawed at so savagely that it had been all but torn away, leaving ragged shreds of synthetic muscle and scraps of skin dangling from her ivory skull plating. Tufts of its silvery white hair had been torn out by the roots as well, so violently that the skin of the android's scalp had broken in places and blood seeped from it, dyeing the remaining hair scarlet. Next to the horrific violence enacted on the poor android's face and head, the gaping hole in its chest revealing the pulverized remains of its black box was nothing to get squeamish about. "This corpse used to look like me," 2B thought. She suppressed a shudder. It was an overreaction she'd seen, and scavenged equipment from, her own corpse dozens of times before. It was just a natural part of warfare. She'd seen her own body torn limb from limb, burned to a crisp, mangled, beheaded, but something was chilling about this corpse, and the fact that the fate that had befallen it seemed somehow like it could befall 2B just as easily. Observation: it appears the damage to this unit's head, Pod 042, 2B's support pod, said, was caused prior to the fatal damage to her black box. That did nothing to make 2B feel better. This poor healer unit, a support unit, not even meant for direct combat, hadn't just been killed, she'd been tortured to death. "I've collected as much data from their systems as I can," 9s said, standing up. "I'll send it to the 3 of them the next time I get a chance. We should probably spare poor 2H the gory details, though, She's a Type H. Healers aren't squeamish." 2B stood up as well, rolling 2H's corpse with her foot so it lay face down. Nines stroked his chin thoughtfully. Don't you think it's weird that whatever did this only mutilated 2H's body? The others were just killed. Maybe the killer had a personal vendetta against her, 2B theorized as she and Nines went on their way and navigated the dark labyrinth of the forest. The other two were killed for getting in their way. That's it. He seemed almost disappointed. The simplest explanation is usually the most correct. Yeah. No need to repeat yourself, 9S. She knew she was being harsh to him. Harsher than usual, even. But she couldn't deny that she was on edge. Many 9SES lasted days before they stuck their nose where it didn't belong and the order came down for his termination. None lasted longer than 3 weeks. This Nines was 6 weeks old, the wait for the inevitable was becoming interminable. 2B and Nines hadn't made it much farther from the site of the grisly murder before a machine leaped out at them from behind the rusted husk of a car that hung in the Y-shaped fork of a massive tree's gnarled trunk. It was a large one, a BIP model that stood about a meter taller than the two androids with thick, powerful arms and legs. Black coat, white hair, it gurgled in its electronically tinged voice, heading for 9 seconds. Kill. Black coat. White hair. For such a large machine, and for a type that typically lumbered wherever it went, this machine was fast on its feet. 2B felt slow and sluggish as the machine closed the gap between itself and Nines and she summoned her sword. Nines threw out his hand to hack the machine, a beam of white light lanced out from his palm into the machine's torso. But the seconds he needed to establish a handshake with the machine's programming and subvert it were seconds he didn't have. The machine slapped 9S's hand away, breaking his concentration, and grabbed him by the head, its thick, stubby fingers squeezing the sides of his head as he let out a muffled wail. It was going to do to him what it had done to 2H. It was going to take his face and kill him. 2B's sword cut through the machine's arm, severing it at the elbow. She aimed a kick at its barrel-like torso and hit with enough force to lift the heavy machine off the ground and toss it through the air. It staggered to its feet. Black coat, white hair, must die. 2B ignored its drivel. Machines like Pascal and his villagers were one thing, but machines that were connected to the globe-spanning network had no will or intelligence of their own. They only mindlessly parroted words. She didn't give it time for a second wind. Another stroke of her curved, ivory-white blade took its other arm, and then both its legs, then cut a diagonal gash through its torso. Its optical sensors flickered and dimmed as what little remained of it writhed on the ground. Bro, there. You took, brother. 2B plunged her sword into the machine's head all the way up to its hilt, pulled it out, then drove it back in. She did this again and again and again. Oil spurted from the growing wounds littering the machine's remains as she reduced it to a heap of useless scrap. It had wanted to kill Nines. Mutilate him. Violate him. Such things were forbidden. No one was allowed to hurt Nines but her. He had a hard enough life already. So if anyone hurt him, if anyone so much as touched him, 2B would pay them back 1,000-fold. A spray of oil dirted her face, spattering her skin and staining her visor, as she kept methodically, mechanically stabbing the machine. Oil stained its moss-streaked chassis, sparks flew where steel met iron. 2B. Hey. 2B came to a sudden halt when 9S's hand fell on her shoulder. It's okay, he said. I'm all right. That thing just got the jump on me, that's all. There were faint bruises already ringing his soft, boyish face where the machine's fingers had clamped down. A trickle of blood dripped from both nostrils over his lips and down his chin, but he still managed to smile. Good to know you care, though. He was dead. He was already dead 4 dozen times over and didn't even know it. And that thought, which 2B simply couldn't help but think whenever she saw him smile, that innocent smile, clamped down on her black heart like a vice. 2B sheepishly dispelled her sword, realizing that she'd probably spent a minute or more pulverizing that machine. Threat neutralized. Nines wiped his nose on his sleeve and sniffled. A fresh trickle of blood ran from his nostril and rolled down his chin to trace the pinkish-red stain remaining on his face, its flow terminating when it reached the black choker he wore around his neck. 2B resisted the urge to wipe the fresh blood off his face with her glove. She wished so much that she could just shower him with affection, if only to make up for all the pain he had suffered and all the pain he had yet to suffer, but treating him like that would only make things more difficult when his time came. So instead of doing anything, she simply said, "9s, your nose might be damaged. Let's head back to the camp and have someone look at it." And with that, she took off, and Nines did his best to keep up. "On the bright side, looks like we've solved that mystery," Nines said, lagging behind 2B as she ran through the forest. "And you were right about it, in a way." "What do you mean?" "Black coat, white hair," it said. "That machine was probably the one that killed 2H, Nines said. "It must have mistaken her and me for someone else. If you weren't in that dress, it might have gone after you, too." "But, why? Why only go after specific Yoarha units?" "We'll inform command and leave the speculation to them," 2B said. "Don't fall behind, 9s." "Yes, ma'am." Over 6 weeks and he still didn't get it. "Don't call me that," 2B snapped. Ma'am was far more formal a title than she was comfortable being addressed with, and Nines just kept calling her that out of politeness. He was too polite, although he wasn't above making snide comments about people behind their backs. If 2B ever let him out of her sight, she was sure he'd have some choice words about her. "Sorry, 2B. Incoming transmission," Pod 042 announced, from the machine life form Pascal. 2B halted in her tracks. Pascal was calling her? What could he want with her? "Put him on," she told the pod. An amber-colored panel popped up in her peripheral vision, hanging in the air just to her side. It wasn't physically there, or even a hologram, simply an augmented reality construct fed to her optical sensors through the visor that covered her eyes. Pascal's face appeared on the panel, his bug-eyed optical sensors protruding from his rusty, tin can-shaped head. "Hello, Pascal," she said. 2B, "Hello. It is good to hear from you again," Pascal said. He had a soft, high-pitched voice relatively free of the grating synthesized artifacts that other machines' voices had. "I know you and Nines must be very busy, but I am afraid I must ask you two for help." "What's wrong?" "I am not sure how to describe it, but if you come to the village, I can show you." 2B glanced at Nines, who sniffled as another little trickle of blood ran down his chin. "If you cannot, I understand. I do not wish to impose on you, but—" "I have to admit," Pascal said, "this trouble in my village has me unnerved. I fear greatly for our safety. Just a few short weeks ago, 2B never would have rushed to a machine's aid." But Pascal wasn't just any machine. He, and the inhabitants of his village, were avowed pacifists and intellectuals. They also, much to 2B's shock, had been trading supplies with Anemone's camp for decades without Yoarha or the Army of Humanity's High Command being the least bit aware of it. They were, in fact, staunch allies. And with allies, of course, you helped them when they needed it. 9s and I will be on our way, 2B said. "Thank you, 2B. You have our gratitude." The transmission halted, Pascal's face disappeared from the projected panel, then the panel itself flickered and folded away into nothing. "We're going to Pascal's," 2B told Nines, reorienting herself and plotting out the fastest route to the village. "Why? Is something the matter there?" "Yes, but he couldn't say what," 2B said. "Seems we've got another mystery on our hands." But what could be plaguing Pascal's village that he couldn't talk about in a one-on-one transmission? The wind howled over the rooftop in swirling updrafts. Alucard's coat fluttered, buffeted by the strong gusts and vortexes. The man standing across from him, no, not a man, scarcely more than a boy, stood on the precipice, as if preparing to jump from the top of the skyscraper to the street dozens of stories below. His white coat whipped around him wildly. His shoulder-length white hair was wild and unkempt, his eyes ringed with weary gray, his soft face ravaged by weeks' worth of unshaven stubble. White flakes fluttered from the pitch-black heavens, carried in graceful helices by the wind. Snow in summer, a snow that carried with it a sharp saline scent. The air had a briny odor like the air over the sea, but was cold and dry as a bone. Carried across the world by the wind from city to city, from nation to nation, were the remains of millions of humans who had succumbed to the disease sweeping across the earth. "Get down from there," Alucard called out. Sternly, like a father admonishing an unruly child. He realized the irony of that. I know how you must feel right now. But things will work out. I've pulled enough strings with the government to get all of you signed on to Project Gestalt. Julius and Yoko have already undergone the procedure. As for you and Mina. Mina doesn't want it, she'd rather die human than have her soul ripped from her body. The boy glanced down at the dizzying depths and outstretched his hand, a glittering necklace hung from his grip, swaying in the wind like a pendulum. I'll die with her. Soma. For God's sake, don't jump. Alucard rushed to the edge of the rooftop. Soma laughed. His laugh was so cold and bitter, so uncharacteristic, coming from this young man who could easily be labeled, in colloquial terms, a dork, that it stopped Alucard in his tracks. Jump? Who said anything about jumping? One finger uncurled, then another finger uncurled, then another, then another. And the necklace slipped from his hand and was lost to the half-empty city below. The amulet, that shining jeweled necklace blessed by a sweet girl's love to hold darkness at bay, fell to join the piles of trash and debris that littered the empty streets of the plague-ravaged ghost city. Soma. Soma looked at Alucard with eyes that had turned blood red, his mouth curling into a wicked grin. Why? Alucard took a step backward, stumbling. He felt as though his heart had been ripped from his chest and crushed. After everything we've been through, after how hard we've fought, after how hard you've fought, why renounce your humanity? Don't ask questions, Soma said, his voice dropping to the deep and contempt-filled voice Alucard knew all too well, you already know the answer to. The boy standing before Alucard stepped away from the precipice. No, not a boy, not even human, not anymore. The listless, morose way he had slumped his shoulders and hung his head had given way to a tall, proud stance. Soma. He stepped closer. Alucard felt his limbs freeze. His veins were filled with ice. Say my name, Alucard. Soma, the name came from his mouth as a pathetic squeak. No, Alucard. My name. Alucard said nothing. He couldn't say it. Even with his father's eyes boring into his, all he could see was the face of the boy he'd taken under his wing only a scant few years ago. Soma Cruz, the reincarnation of Dracula and a brave, kind, strong-willed young man. A cold, pale hand clenched around Alucard's throat. Say it, the boy hissed, baring his fangs and staring him down as the two of them stood so close that their noses nearly touched. Red eyes met gold. Alucard came to with a start, his eyes flying open, his breath catching in his throat. He shuddered, his limbs spasming, as though he'd just awoken from one of those oh-so-common falling dreams. The blanket he lay under was stiff and rough, almost like burlap. These androids certainly didn't seem to have much in the way of luxuries. Although perhaps androids didn't need to think about comfortable sleeping arrangements. They probably went to sleep with the flick of a switch and woke just as easily. Maybe they didn't even dream. His eyes burning with fatigue, he sat up and got his bearings. He hardly remembered falling asleep at all. He poked his head out of the tent. Whose tent? Devola and Popola's, perhaps. He seemed to be the only person in it, and looked up at the inky black, star-studded sky. If dawn hadn't arrived yet, then he couldn't have been asleep for long. Alucard noticed that the moon had fallen much lower in the sky, but the eastern horizon showed no signs of brightening at all. A chill ran up his spine as he pushed himself to his feet and stumbled out of the tent, looking around for someone to explain to him what was wrong with the sky. Excuse me, he asked a passing soldier 86S from the night before, in fact. What time is it? Oh, hey, 15V. 80SIXS didn't even look up from what he was doing, which was apparently tapping on thin air and staring at it intently. 0842 hours. This late in the morning, the sun should be up. Ah, I see, Alucard replied. So, when will the sun rise? 80SIXS gave him a bemused look. Hold your horses, pal. We just had sunset yesterday. It'll be another 6 months. What? Alucard glanced again at the perpetual night sky. Is this your doing, too, Dracula? He wondered. Or is it simply a happy coincidence that this world has been turned into your perfect playground? First time on Earth, huh? 80SIXS asked, smirking. Thought Yoarha would have at least told you what to expect before they sent you down here. I mean, I've heard of the commander throwing people to the wolves, but man, that's embarrassing. Must have been an oversight. I'll have to take it up with the commander, Alucard said. Your funeral? By the way, have you seen Popola and Devola around? The twins. They're off in the factory, scavenging for parts. He eyed the tent Alucard had emerged from. Both of them at once, eh? You lucky dog. It's not what you think, Alucard insisted, fidgeting with his collar. Well, be careful with them. They're friendly enough on the surface, but we're all taking bets on how long before they. ADSIXS traced a circle around his temple with one finger. Snap. That was a long time ago, was it not? And not even the same models. ADSIXS brushed his sandy blonde hair out of his face. Oh, I've heard otherwise. Before those two came here, they were stationed in a camp just on the other side of the desert. I've heard those two were holy terrors there had to be run out on a rail. Then we'll have to hope their good behavior continues, Alucard replied, doubting 86SS words but still feeling a pit in his stomach. Thank you for the suggestion. No problem, ADSIXS said. Glad to help out. See ya around, 15V. As his Yoarha compatriot strode off into the alley linking the camp to the rest of the city ruins, Alucard headed for the room the wild woman from the forest was resting in. The leader of this camp, Anemone, as he recalled, was pacing in front of the door. Excuse me, ma'am, Alucard said as he approached, if it's all right with you. Anemone was so lost in her own thoughts that she took a few seconds to notice him. Oh. Hello, what did you say your name was, again? I don't think I told you. It's Alucard. No wonder I couldn't remember it. What can I help you with, Alucard? I left some of my clothing in there last night. I'd like to retrieve it, if possible. Unless the girl I brought here. Be my guest. Anemone let the door open a crack. Thank you for bringing her here, by the way, she said. She didn't sound particularly thankful, though. You knew her, didn't you? Anemone tugged her cloak closer, pulling down the hood. Can you keep a secret? I find I'm very good at keeping them, Alucard assured her. I'll keep that in mind, Anemone said, walking away. Perhaps, Alucard mused, she would be more receptive to explain things when she was less distressed. Alucard opened the door and slipped into the room, spying the sable cape he'd left behind immediately. It was wrapped snugly around the android, who seemed to be fast asleep. He wondered if that makeshift blanket had been Popola's and Devola's doing, or if the girl had taken it herself. He kept his distance, remaining at arm's length as he observed her. Number 2, Anemone had called her. Number 2 of what, he didn't know and couldn't say. Without the dirt and grime that had clung to her body like a second, third, fourth, and fifth layer of skin, she actually looked quite handsome. Or perhaps he was just biased. She bore a surprising resemblance to him, although it was mainly the hair. He wasn't sure how long it took, but he stayed at her side until she awoke. Number 2 cracked open her eyes, glanced at him, and groaned. You again. Me again. Alucard nodded. It seems that despite your insistence otherwise, nobody here has tried to kill you. Good morning, Number 2. Fuck off. I should have expected that. Alucard chuckled. This woman really was just like Trevor. How do you feel? Why do you care? Number 2 snapped, sitting up. She glared at him as she picked up the cape that had covered her body. Do you want this back? Is that it? She all but threw it at him. The cape ended up falling over his head. Go ahead. Take it. Thank you, Alucard said, pulling down the cape and letting the bundle of smooth, silky fabric droop in his hands. If you were using it, though, by all means, keep it. Number 2 stood up, her surprise at being able to do so lasting only a second. What's wrong with you? Beg pardon. How messed up do you have to be to look at this, she said, gesturing to the patchwork of skin and exposed chassis that made up her body, and decide to start following it around like a lost puppy or something. Is it pity? Is that it? Do you feel sorry for me, Armicard, or whatever your name was? It's Alucard. Do you honestly think that's the only reason someone would want to help you? Does the phrase, out of the goodness of one's heart, ring a bell? Number 2 rolled her eyes and made for the door. Wait. Alucard hurried over to her and placed his hand on the doorknob before she could grab it. I thought you said those people out there would kill you. At this point, I'd rather take my chances with a firing squad, she spat. Again, Ala mode. Alucard. I don't care. Why, out of all of the androids on this planet, are you so obsessed with me? To be honest, you remind me of, Alucard hesitated, his mouth drying out. A friend. A good one. A friend. Yes. His name was Trevor Belmont. When I met him, he was a drunken lout who could barely see straight, let alone stand up. The first thing he did when we met was insult me to my face and knee me in the groin. I like him already. He was a good man at heart. A great man, in fact. A diamond in the rough, one might say. I bet it's been a long time since you've seen him. Alucard nodded. 10,000 years. Sorry, Alkaline, but I'm not Trevor, number 2 said, not sounding the least bit sorry. I've lost friends, too, but I don't go around finding people who remind me of them and forcing myself on them. She shoved Alucard away from the door and pulled it open. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to the forest. Don't go looking for. She paused with one foot raised over the threshold, turned her head, and looked straight at Alucard. 10,000 years. Yes. That's, number 2 counted on her fingers. Alucard could almost see the gears turning within her head. You were around, 4,000 years before the aliens invaded. Aliens. Alucard hadn't remembered Popula or Devola mentioning anything about aliens. You're human, she whispered, awestruck. Half, he corrected. Wow. You know, for a god, you're really disappointing. And with that, number 2 walked out of the room and into the camp, ripping the cape from his arms and wrapping it around herself like an oversized shawl. Thanks, she said brusquely, picking up the pace. Seeing her from behind, the cape fluttering in the breeze that swept through the camp and her silvery white hair flowing behind her, Alucard found himself reminded of himself. The sight of number 2 with such a purposeful stride was that of an adventurer and warrior who would be perfectly at home storming Dracula's castle, as Alucard had done himself so many times before. Number 2, wait, he called out, following behind her. There's something I need to explain to you. Amid a throng of laughter, Popula's voice rang through the campsite, harsher and angrier than Alucard had ever heard it before. Whoever's responsible for this, get out here right now. Alucard trailed off as he caught sight of a semicircle of a half-dozen androids crowded around Popula, who stood in front of the camp's shower stalls clad in nothing but a towel she'd wrapped around herself. Her scarlet hair was lank and sodden, her damp skin glistening. She had the look of a cornered animal about her, equal parts a snarling mongoose surrounded by vipers and a rabbit staring down a hungry fox. Recalling what she had said about the fates of the other twin models after the catastrophic failure of Project Gestalt, Alucard feared for the twins' safety and pushed himself to the front of the crowd, poised to leap in and intervene at the slightest notice, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. I'm only going to say this once, Popula snarled. Whichever one of you stole our clothes, get out here or I'll. Sis, please, I probably just misplaced them, Devola called out from behind one of the shower curtain. At least we still have our towels. Let's just go. No, Popula called back, I'm not putting up with this anymore, and you aren't either. Welp, looks like I lost the over-under, one of the onlookers muttered to a friend. Look, ADSIXS said, stepping forward to be a voice of reason. Your sister's right. She probably just lost track of where she put them. There's no need to make a scene or make any wild accusations, I'm sure they'll turn up once you start looking for them. No need to lose your heads. Alucard scanned the crowd, wondering which of the roughly half-dozen androids who'd gathered here, if any, had the air of a thief about them. While there was likely only one culprit, very few people in the crowd seemed sympathetic toward the twins. He heard a few mumbled epithets from his neighbors amid the laughter, including words like paranoid and victim complex. Shut up. I know some of you think this is funny, Popala said, clenching the fist of her free hand to compensate for the wavering note of distress that crept into her voice and undermined her anger as she clutched the towel, preserving her modesty tighter around herself. She was trembling, and Alucard was certain it wasn't due to the cold air on her wet skin. It isn't. Everything we do for this camp, all the dirty jobs we take on for you. Is it too much to ask for some dignity in exchange? Yes, someone shouted out, snickering. Alucard was aghast. Did any of these people who were laughing and watching on with amusement even know why they were treating the twins with such disdain, or were they simply mindlessly parroting the prejudices of bygone generations? Alucard felt his chest tighten as the phantom scent of burning wood filled his nostrils. Was he witnessing the onset of the same outbreak of prejudice-fueled violence that had claimed his mother's life? The twins, with their fey appearances making them look so much like witches compared to the uniformed soldiers of the camp, wouldn't look out of place at all on a stake like the one his mother had been tied to. How much longer would it take for the men and women here to take their torches to the wood, metaphorically or not? Who would cast the first stone? He patted himself down for weapons. He still had 2 daggers with him, and the vampire killer, which he supposed now was just a useless leather rope now that no more Belmonts existed to wield it, and wielding it himself would likely kill him on the spot. It would be enough, though, these meager armaments were he not rooted to the spot, transfixed by the looming memory of his mother's final moments. Look, even if someone did steal your clothes, said ADSIXS, you're just making the problem worse by making a fuss, you know. They're just clothes. The others mumbled in agreement. It's not about the clothes, Popala said, it's about how you've all been. ADSIXS laughed, the rest of the crowd joined in. It's not about the clothes. So why do you even care, then? This needs to stop now. Anemone strode between Popala and the crowd just as Popala had seemed poised to lunge at ADSIXS and rip his head off. This is unacceptable behavior from all of you. ADSIXS sputtered some limp-wristed protests about how he was just trying to calm everyone down, but his words fell on deaf ears as Anemone turned to address Popala. Popala, we have plenty of spare uniforms and fatigues, you and your sister can make do with them for now. If there's a thief in this camp, Popala protested. If there's a thief in this camp, we will find them in due time, Anemone assured her. Everyone else, I'm sure you all have work to do, get to it, she told the crowd, heading back across the camp to her post. Alucard eyed the crowd as it dispersed, looking out for any suspicious lumps or bulges that could denote a hastily hidden set of clothing or two. Of course, though, even if one of these soldiers was the thief, there was no guarantee they'd have the clothes on their person. He narrowed down his cursory examination to those androids carrying bags or knapsacks, of which there were only 2, one of them seemed to be in a hurry to leave. As luck would have it, it was 86S who, despite his claims to playing peacemaker, had been doing as much to exacerbate the situation as anyone else. Plenty to pique Alucard's suspicion. And he had said he'd been betting on how long until the twins would snap. Perhaps he'd committed the theft to increase his odds of winning. Although ADSIXS made a hasty retreat, Alucard was much faster and lighter on his feet. In no time at all, he had caught up to ADSIXS, stepping in front of him and cutting off his retreat. ADSIXS skidded to a halt. Hi, 15V. What a mess, huh? I told you about those twins. Excuse me, Alucard said, immediately noticing the android's twitchy, edgy body language. I have a bag just like that. He gestured to the pack slung over 86SS's shoulder. I think you may have grabbed mine by mistake. It had standard supplies in it, so you probably didn't notice, but I had a few important keepsakes in there at the bottom that you likely didn't see. Huh? And no, this bag hasn't left my side all day, ADSIXS stammered, taking a few steps backward. Alucard took a few steps forward. What a coincidence, my bag went missing this morning, he said. I am sure it'll turn up if I keep looking for it, but if you could just open up yours and make sure those mementos of mine are not inside it. ADSIXS bolted for the exit to the camp, only to trip over a well-placed ankle and fall flat on his face. Number 2 withdrew her leg and reached down to pluck the bag from the prone android, ripping it open and pulling out a bundle of clothing. What a surprise, she drawled, tossing the now empty bag aside and tossing the clothes over to Alucard. Here you go, Alucard. Alucard caught and fumbled with them a little more than he'd expected. ADSIXS picked himself up, clutching at his nose. I don't know where those came from, I swear. Someone, the real thief, must have swapped my bag. Oh, so now there's a thief, said number 2, smirking mirthlessly. 86SS line of sight traveled up number 2's cloaked body until his blindfolded eyes met hers. Even behind the strip of black cloth, Alucard could see his eyes widening. Oh, God. You're the forest devil, he gasped. Please don't kill me, I'll never steal a woman's clothes again. Number 2 decked him in the face with enough force to knock him off his feet. ADSIXS didn't get back up. Okay. Thank you for your assistance, number 2, Alucard said, thumbing through the clothes to make sure everything was accounted for. 2 white blouses, 2 black shawls, 2 pairs of red trousers, and a few intimate articles of clothing he hadn't thought androids wore at all. Number 2 glared at him. A2. Pardon. My friends call me number 2, Alucard. You? You call me A2. Thank you, A2, Alucard corrected. Tell the twins we're even now, A2 said, turning her back on Alucard and striding out of the camp. The darkness beyond the lamplight illuminating the area swallowed her whole. There she goes, Alucard thought. A diamond in the rough. I hope we'll meet again. You shouldn't have done that, Devola gently admonished Popola as the two of them dressed themselves in the comfort and privacy of the spare room they'd repaired A2 in. Alucard, ever the gentleman, kept his back to them and his eyes closed. What if they'd gotten violent? What if you'd gotten hurt? I'm sorry, Dev, Popola sniffled, her words coming out as a hoarse croak. Something inside me snapped, I couldn't take it. Is this a regular occurrence for you too? Alucard, who couldn't help but overhear them, asked. Just irregular enough that we don't get used to it, Devola muttered. The worst of it is, it's just a harmless prank to them. There's nothing harmless about standing there freezing your nipples off while you're trying to hold a towel over your chest. And they act like we're just supposed to take it lying down. Alucard kept his surprise that androids even had nipples to himself. The thought that androids were anatomically correct was not one he felt like entertaining at this moment. It's better than the alternative, Popola insisted. Remember the last camp we stayed at? We'd have been lucky if they'd only stolen our clothes. That was a nice place. They'd had a piano. You loved that piano. And that library, too. You loved that library. It was almost like home. What happened there? Alucard asked, almost afraid to intrude on the twins' reminiscence but incurably curious. For a few seconds, neither twin spoke. One of the soldiers, Popola said, speaking in quiet and measured tones, made a snide remark at Devola. I talked back, Devola added. I was quiet, I was polite, but I still talked back. So he broke my leg. Almost snapped it in two. I couldn't control myself, seeing her like that, said Popola. I lost my temper. But Dev talked me down before things got too bad, and we fled across the desert here, to this camp. We knew things would get worse if we stayed. The last time you'd committed that much property damage, said Devola, injecting a little bit of levity into her voice, you'd been drunk as a skunk. I only broke a few windows, Popola countered. Oh, Alucard, in case you were getting bored, we're all dressed now. Alucard opened his eyes and turned around. The twins were dried and dressed, although their hair was still wet enough to dampen their collars. Everything in order? If anything is still missing, I can go after that thief again. Wouldn't you like to know, Devola said. Popola nudged her in the side. No, nothing's missing, fortunately. If anything was, I think I'd rather just replace it. Who knows what that perv would do with it? We can't thank you enough, Popola said, giving Alucard a hug. Her cheek brushed against his, although he was certain such luxuries as scented shampoo or conditioner were not abundant in this camp, he could catch the distinctive scent of wildflowers as her damp hair clung to his skin. He felt warm in her embrace, he was still so unused to it that it almost didn't feel right to him. No one's ever stood up for us like that before. 6,000 years, Alucard thought, and nobody has stepped between these two and the mob? Nobody has stood up and said, enough. Their loss, he replied. None of the other androids in the world remember Project Gestalt, do they? The rank and file? No. Devola shook her head. The higher-ups do, of course, but for the most part, everyone thinks humans vanished when the aliens invaded. Most of them have forgotten that humans went extinct at all, Popala said. They even believe that Claptrap Yoarha spouts about the refugee colony on the moon, Devola said. I can't blame them. If we hadn't seen the whole project collapse with our own two eyes, we'd have believed it, too. They don't even know what your original roles were, then, or even have an inkling why they would hate you at all. Alucard scratched his chin thoughtfully. You're the Cogots. The what? A persecuted minority from southern France and northern Spain. From the medieval era through the Industrial Revolution, they were hated and shunned, said Alucard, but nobody could say why. They weren't an ethnic or religious minority. They didn't speak a different language. They weren't more susceptible to diseases. They didn't have any unique cultural mores or practices compared to their neighbors. In fact, they had no distinguishing features at all. They were simply despised for centuries. If there was an inciting incident or factor that led to them being treated differently, it was forgotten so quickly and so utterly that no historian was ever able to determine what it was. Not conclusively, at least. Yeah, that sounds like us, Devola said. She took Popala's hand. Ready to head back out, sis? Popala nodded. Yeah, if you are. Aren't you worried? Alucard asked. Perhaps you should lie low for the rest of the day. It's not even noon yet, said Devola, and we have plenty of work to get done. But, she took a second to think. Maybe we should table some of our chores around the camp for another day. Popala's fingers curled tighter around Devola's. It's dangerous out there. I'd almost rather take my chances with machines today. At least they don't hate us. Alucard felt a pang of jealousy seeing the twins holding hands. No matter what they had to suffer through, neither of them had to face it alone. Horror, guilt, persecution, neglect, no matter the source of the pain, they always had each other as a balm. But he had nothing but himself. Himself, and transient companions who would cross his path but a few brief times and vanish forever. How many had he loved and left behind? How many people's lives had he changed, for better or for worse, before exiting theirs forever and leaving them to wither and grow old? How many times had he started over and over again, returning to see brief snapshots of the lives of his old friends' children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren? How many times had his heart ached with longing to rekindle those old bonds with each new generation, only for him to hold everyone at arm's length? As if such protective measures had mattered, he'd gone too far last time. He'd been too much to too many people. Now he was alone again, and this time there was no fresh-faced Belmont brat for him to befriend, no people with familiar names, no people whose faces carried those subtle traces of their ancestors only Alucard could notice. The same loneliness that had spared him the pain of loss left him with no one to share his pain. Especially now, when that pain clung to the back of his mind, whispering in his ear at every moment of silence. He envied the twins' constant companionship. I'll go with you, he offered. Many hands make light work, after all, and I doubt you'll need to fear for your safety with me around. While Alucard certainly longed for companionship, there was a practical reason for his offer as well. Some time outside of the camp would also help him discern the spread of Dracula's demonic forces. Wherever the concentration was highest, Dracula and his castle could not be far away. You're too good for us, Alucard, Popala said. Don't put yourself in harm's way for our sake, Devola said. We're programmed to want to protect humans, you know. So if you make that job too hard for us. Ah, but you forget, Alucard grinned wryly, taking great care to show off his fangs. I'm only half human. Devola returned the grin. Then we'll only protect half of you. Surrounded on all sides by the lush and primeval forest that had engulfed the world in humanity's absence, Pascal's village was a rustic, ramshackle cluster of wooden huts and shacks arranged on tiers around the trunk of a gargantuan tree. Wooden bridges and platforms linked the central hub of the village to smaller outlying structures built into the forest. White flags waved from every open window, Every machine that stood guard on the village's perimeter bore the same flag in lieu of any weaponry. On the periphery of the village sat a well-tended garden ringed with bright lamps. The machines were using artificial lighting to recreate the planet's old day-slash-night cycle in order to grow delicate plants and flowers. Much to 2B's surprise, the machines tending to the garden were leaving and turning off the lamps behind them, and doing so in a hurry. She wondered if the village feared an attack. Nines still flinched a little as he walked past the guards, although he'd long gotten over his initial suspicions that this village was some kind of elaborate machine trap. 2B relaxed, loosening her shoulders, and recalled her sword to its virtual storage, but stayed alert. The village seemed more serene than ever. In fact, it seemed quieter than ever. 2B couldn't hear even a single machine child's giddy shrieks of merriment. The children, the machines who had disconnected from the network soonest after their manufacture and whose consciences had not yet fully developed, typically played in the clearing, gambling around the roots of the great tree, but the lights illuminating the clearing showed quite clearly that not a soul was down there. Pascal greeted the two androids, waving his spindly arm as they approached. 2B. Nines. Thank you for arriving on such short notice. It's fine, said 2B. What's the problem? Well, it's something most bizarre, Pascal said, shivering. I feared you would not believe me without proof. After all, the great skeptic philosophers do say, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, what's this claim? Nines asked. You've piqued my interest. Pascal led the two of them into the hollow of the tree. Electric lights strung across the tunnel revealed a large space inside, a cavern containing piles of supplies and machine parts. In the center of the cavern stood a lone machine, one with a short and stubby torso perched on long and spindly legs. Its limbs were in shackles, the chains ran tautly to the edges of the cavern, holding the machine in place. It was shivering, its optical sensors glowed a bright crimson. Its dirty hull was streaked and smeared with black oil, great holes in its chassis exposed its inner machinery. So, you guys take prisoners now. Nines crossed his arms. Gotta admit, Pascal, I'm not. That machine, Pascal said, is not like any other machine. I can scarcely even bring myself to describe it. Observation: there are no active machine life forms in this area other than Pascal, Pod 153 announced. What? That can't be, Nines said. That thing's standing right in front of us. Pod, run your scans again. Pod 042 spoke up. Observation: Pod 153's scans are accurate. The entity standing right in front of us is not a machine life form. It is inert. Inert, my foot. I'll get to the bottom of this, Nines said, raising his outstretched arm. Pod, ready a logic virus vaccine, just in case. An arc of light shot from his open palm to the machine's torso as he began to hack the machine. A split second later, he stumbled backward, jerking back his hand as if it had been burned. What the? 2B summoned her sword. What's wrong, 9S? There's nothing for me to hack, he sputtered. That thing isn't even turned on. It's just a dead pile of metal. As if to disprove his statement, the machine turned its head and looked directly at him, then focused on 2B. Its eyes did not just glow, they burned, and 2B felt something churn within her as her eyes connected with its eyes. It was once one of us, Pascal said. Flamel, he called himself. He went out into the forest a few days ago, and we found him lying in the clearing early this morning. His core was completely inert, there was nothing we could do to reactivate it. Just as we were preparing to bury him, he came to life, but his chassis was still cold. Analysis: none of the machine life forms systems are online. It not emitting any electrical or radio signals, nor does it appear to be emitting any ambient heat, Pod 153 said. Flamel, that thing didn't seem to recognize us, and attacked us, Pascal said. Our guards managed to subdue him and bring him here, but in the process, one of the guards drove a metal pole through his torso. I was terrified he had gravely injured or even killed him and was prepared to reprimand him, but the thing was completely undeterred. I do not think this machine can die. And I am worried. You're worried there might be more, 2B concluded. It was a fear she and Pascal shared. The machines already had the advantage of numbers in the war. If they could produce immortal legions, there would be no chance that the army of humanity could retake the Earth, even with the elite soldiers of Yorha on their side. I do hope that this is some kind of fluke, said Pascal. If there are more machines like this out there, none of us will be safe. This whole thing is impossible. Nines took a step toward the undead machine. This has to be a trick. Any machine that moves has to expend energy. That means heat and electricity. It can't just break the laws of physics. Yet here it is, 2B said. Nines took another step toward the machine, summoning his sword in one hand and lifting his other hand. It's a hologram, I bet. That's why there's nothing for our sensors to pick up. It's not even real. No, Pascal insisted, that thing is very real. I think I might have a theory about what it might be, what might have happened to poor Flamel, but I am afraid it would sound even more ridiculous. 9S, get away from the machine, 2B ordered, walking up to the machine to assess it herself. The closer she came to it, the more unnerved she felt. The ambient temperature of the room seemed to drop with every inch closer she came. She took her sword and tapped the flat of the blade on the top of the machine's head. The muted clang showed with perfect clarity that the machine was, in fact, real. Emboldened, 2B placed her hand on the machine's chassis. Just as Pascal had said, it was cold. The machine cocked its head, setting its red optical sensors askew, as if it were curious about her. 2B had a strange feeling, as though the inside of her body were filled with soft lead, weighing her down. And then it spoke. Its voice was a slow, stuttering electronic drawl, deep and gravely. The machine's blank faceplate cracked and sloughed off. 2B quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back as the machine writhed and tugged on its chains. The inner mechanisms of its face were clearly visible, along with two long, sharp protrusions among the tooth-like rows of tubes that formed its vestigial mouth. The chains broke away from their moorings, whipping through the air as the undead machine lunged with surprising speed and grace at 2B. Nines and Pascal both leaped back to avoid them, although Pascal, not quite so agile as the nimble scanner, more stumbled than leaped. Regaining her senses, 2B ducked under a whipping length of chain and struck the machine across the torso with her sword, tearing a gash diagonally in its body, then followed up with another strike that cut deeply into the machine's unprotected inner mechanisms of its face. The machine screeched and gurgled as it fell back, rolling across the floor until it came to a stop in the corner. The machine stood up on shaking legs. Pos. Kal. Twoo, B. Naian, Ease, it twitched its arms and rustled its chains. F. Flamel. Pascal stammered. That's right. It's me, Pascal. We brought you home. He stepped forward, 2B held out her arm and held him back. I'm, Sua, Taiirsti, the machine moaned. Its sharp teeth fangs that flanked either side of its scrap metal mouth twitched and clacked like an arachnid's mandibles. Shutters closed and opened on its optical sensors, the visible mechanisms of its head undulating with each blink. It twitched its arms and rustled its chains again, then flung out its arm, the chain flying along with it. 2B felt the chain graze the side of her neck, then the other one. Realizing immediately what was happening, she raised her left arm to keep the chain from wrapping tightly around her neck. Pascal screamed. As she struggled, the machine whipped the other chain at her, catching her right wrist. 2B yanked it back with enough force to pull the machine off its feet and send it tumbling toward her. The chain wrapped around her neck and arm grew slack. 2B drove her sword into the machine's torso and pinned it to the floor. Pod. Open fire. Pod 042 obliged, pummeling the undead machine with a barrage of gunfire. The cavern was bathed in flickering light as the deafening roar of the pod's weaponry echoed off the walls. After a few seconds that had felt like an eternity, the pod's gun fell silent and folded back into itself. Bullet holes riddled the undead machine, steam curling from the myriad perforations as the edges of the coin-sized holes sizzled and glowed orange-hot. The machine's eyes still glowed bright crimson. 2B stumbled backward as the machine slid itself off her sword and stood up, hunched over. Black oil trickled from its perforated body. Beblood, Taiirsti. Pascal had been right, this machine was unkillable. 2B had never encountered anything that could not be killed. Everything living died, sooner or later. But this thing was not alive to begin with. She couldn't kill it. But maybe, just maybe, if she could just overwhelm it with force, 2B could render it immobile. 9S, take Pascal, and go, she said. I'll lead this thing out of the village and find some way to destroy it. The machine let out a hiss and steam poured from its mouth, or, at least, what 2B had thought was steam before realizing that the air it was exhaling was so cold that it was freezing the air around it and creating a cloud of ice crystals. WRRRRRRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY, it hissed. Are you gonna be okay, 2B? Nines asked, backing away with Pascal in tow. I'll be fine. 2B took a step back to cover the exit as the machine eyed her yet again. There was something otherworldly about the way its eyes glowed, something that overwhelmed her senses, making her feel oddly weary. The machine attacked her again and 2B sidestepped it, severed one of its spindly arms, grabbed one of the trailing chains out of the air, and wrapped it tightly around the machine's torso. Once she'd gotten a secure grip, she grabbed the chain with both hands and dragged the machine out of the tree's hollow, throwing it off the wooden platform, ringing the tree with all her strength. The machine hit the ground with a loud thud. Nines was waiting for her outside. What do we do now, 2B? He asked. 2B took a deep breath. Stay here, she said, and she leaped down to the ground. The machine was waiting for her and lashed out with its chains, letting out a mechanical screech. 2B's sword deflected the chains as they whipped through the air. She buried its length in the machine's forehead. The machine backed away. 2B pulled the sword out and struck again, driving the machine deeper into the dark forest. She struck again and again and again, each time pushing the machine farther and farther back. The machine absorbed all her blows, and though she whittled away at its chassis, 2B didn't feel like she was coming any closer to rendering it inert. It was guarding its remaining limbs well to preserve its remaining mobility, and for all the holes 2B put in its chassis, nothing she did seemed to impede its motor functions. This isn't a machine, 2B realized. It looks like a machine and talks like a machine and feels like a machine, but it isn't one. It's something else. She thought about the way she'd felt when its eyes had bored into hers. It's something that doesn't belong in this world. More otherworldly than any alien. Compared to whatever this thing came from, another planet might as well be next door. 2B threw up her arm as the machine attacked, burying its fangs in her forearm. After the initial jolt of pain which twisted her fingers into claws, she felt her arm almost immediately start to grow numb, as if the machine was draining some vital energy from it. Her fingers spasmed and went limp. In the dappled moonlight, she thought she could see the holes riddling the machine's chassis begin to shrink, but it could have easily been her imagination. As the numbness crept up to her elbow, 2B took her sword and drove the blade under her armpit and thrust upwards, liberating her arm right at the shoulder before the numbness could spread any further through her body. She clenched her teeth to hold back a pained outcry. At the very least, it was a clean cut. The machine held the arm closer to its mouth and dug into it as if feasting on it, its fangs tearing through her sleeve and shredding the synthetic flesh underneath. As it stepped back, engrossed in its meal, Pod 042's light shone upon it, revealing to be true what 2B had thought she had just imagined. All of the structural damage to the machine was fading away. A new arm was even sprouting from its side, the metal growing and flowing like a plant in a time-lapse video. Good. I feel so much better now. The machine raised its arm and tilted back its head, dangling 2B's severed, gnawed-on arm overhead and letting synthetic blood drain from the arm into its malformed gullet. Sweet, nectar. Pod, 2B hissed, staring on in horror as the machine in front of her ate and drank of her discarded limb, spear. Affirmative. Pod 042 lit up and channeled energy into the ground. A second later, spears of light tore through the soil and impaled the machine, raising it off its feet as the spears pierced its body and limbs. It hung from the spearheads, limbs splayed, its meal torn from its hand. Its fingers twitched, its spherical head swiveling on its torso. Oh, it almost hurts, the machine said, squirming. Its struggles only caused its body to slide further down the spears. You are fun. I like you. 2B stepped backward, swallowing a lump in her throat. She didn't know what to do. Pod 042's normal ordnance wasn't enough, let alone her sword, and its special attack programs were on cooldown, for all the good they would do. And the way this thing looked at her, its eyes that glowed with such an eldritch light, one she'd never seen shining from a machine's eyes before. I can't be this unsettled by a single enemy, 2B told herself. Get it together. The machine's red eyes remained trained on her, piercing her with its baleful gaze. Emotions are prohibited. Fear, too, is prohibited. Fear has no place in this body, in this mind, in this programming. Why was she having so much trouble moving? Why did her body feel so sluggish? A fine meal, you would make. The spears faded in a shower of white sparks, freeing the machine and letting it drop to the ground. It picked itself up. A fine addition to our legion. The way it spoke had changed. It was far more articulate now. Had its feeding repaired its mind the same way it had repaired its body? The machine wiggled its fingers as they lengthened, a fine mesh membrane stretching out between them as its arms became like the wings of a bat. Its entire body shifted, metal shaping itself as though it were as soft and malleable as clay. It slowly rose on growing, thickening legs until it was nearly half a meter taller than 2B. Die, the beastly machine said, and join us. 2B knew fear. She'd felt fear when staring down Goliath and Behemoth-class machines outgunned and outmanned. But this fear was different. The terror she felt from this unknown, unknowable enemy rooted her to the spot. What can I do? 2B asked herself, struggling to keep her legs from buckling beneath her. I can't set off a black box reaction by myself. Even if I could, the explosion would be large enough to destroy the village. I haven't backed up my data in almost 8 hours, anyway. I have to think of something. I have to get a hold of myself. Whatever this thing is doing to me, 2B. Keep pushing that machine back. Nines called out from the woods ahead of her. Follow the sound of my voice. Pascal and I have an idea. Snapped out of her fugue by the sound of 9S's voice, 2B pressed onward and attacked the machine with renewed vigor and ferocity. She pushed it farther and farther back, just like before, striking with enough fury to leave it with not even a split second to retaliate. Fresh wounds appeared on its rusty and oil-stained chassis as 2B pushed harder and harder and harder and harder. The beastly machine dug in its heels, its new metal talons grasping a tree root that snaked across the ground. Mortal fool, the machine cackled. Look at what you could be if I were to feed upon you. With a single swipe of its bat-winged arm, it knocked 2B off her feet and sent her sprawling, her spine arcing and cracking on an exposed root as the back of her head hit the ground. Feedback streamed through her visual processor. A beam of light from 9S's pod shot out from the forest, tearing through the machine's shoulder and severing one wing from its torso. Cables snaked out from both severed ends and threaded around each other, pulling the wing back up. Still, the machine was distracted for now. 2B stood up and took hold of her pod, her fingers clasping its metal arm. Pod. Wire. A thin beam of light shot from the pod to the machine's torso, yanking 2B off her feet as the wire drew itself taut and then contracted. She let go of her pod, momentum keeping her flying on the same trajectory as she summoned her sword and grasped it with a white-knuckle grip. She hit the machine with enough force to knock it backward just a little more, slicing across the seam between the machine's torso and head. As oil sprayed in an arc through the air, she hit the ground and attacked again and again and again, harder and harder, bit by bit, strike by strike, pushing the machine backward along the tree-lined path. A hot, blinding light engulfed her, searing her eyes. 2B threw her arm up over her eyes to block out the light. It felt like the sun even though dawn would not be for another 6 months here. The machine screeched and let out an electronic wail. 2B cracked open her eyes and squinted, making out just barely the form of the machine as it writhed and burst into flames. The metal of its hull and chassis seemed to droop and flow like molten glass as it fell apart into soft, white-hot globs that crumbled into black ashes, its legs collapsing and wings crumpling. 2B let her eyes adjust, raising her hand to her brow to block the hot light beating down on her. She was standing in the middle of a garden, and ringing the cultivated plot of land were upraised lights. Pascal approached the pile of ash that had once been his friend, bowing his head. So, that is it, then, I suppose. He's in a better place now, 2B assured him. 2B. Nines ran over to her from across the garden, taking care not to trample on anything. Are you okay? Yeah, she said. What did you two do? I had my suspicions, said Pascal, that Flamel's behavior matched ancient human folklore I had read about, but I couldn't make any conclusions. But then it said it was thirsty. I wondered if perhaps it was a vampire. What's a vampire? 2B asked. Vampires were undead creatures said to have a lethal allergic reaction to sunlight. Dawn might be half a year away, but Nines reminded me that we had the next best thing, said Pascal, gesturing to the lights. I don't know what we would have done if I had been wrong. But, you are right, 2B. Flamel must be in a better place now. It was said that killing a vampire with sunlight or holy weapons was the only way to bring peace to its tormented soul. Glad to be of service, 2B said. The garden spun around her, the bright lights leaving residue of corrupted pixels in their wake as she struggled to steady herself on weakening legs. She felt lightheaded, dizzy, faint, short of breath. Nines and Pascal both rushed to steady her before she could fall. Pascal's metal arms were hard and cold, but 9SS, his were soft and warm, so much so that 2B could fall asleep in them. She wouldn't. It was forbidden to feel this way, and although she couldn't stop herself from feeling, she could bar herself from acting on them, from letting those feelings be known. So she did. She placed her hand on 9SS' chest and pushed him away. She could see his face fall and hated herself for it, but the more she welcomed little moments like this, the harder it always was in the end. 2B just didn't want to struggle anymore. She caught her breath and forced herself upright once more. I'm okay. I don't need any help. Nines held up his hands. All right. Fine. Sorry. He sounded petulant, and 2B couldn't blame him. The three of them headed back to the village. On the way, Pascal picked up 2B's severed arm, but gasped and nearly dropped it. The flesh on the arm, what little remained that hadn't been shredded by the machine's teeth and fangs, had withered and discolored, turning pale and ashen. Dark veins stood out on the surface of the skin. Oh, dear! Pascal exclaimed. I was hoping we could simply reattach this, but I think I speak for all of us when I say this shouldn't go anywhere but in an incinerator. I've never seen any part of an android's body do that, Nines said, poking and prodding at the withered, wrinkly flesh. You were very smart to cut this off, Pascal told 2B. In folklore, vampires convert others to vampires by biting them and draining their fluids. Blood, in the case of humans. The machine's words ran through 2B's head. Look at what you could be if I were to feed upon you. It wanted to turn me into a vampire. A disease that spreads like that could spread exponentially. Nines took the arm from Pascal. I'd like to do more research on this, if you don't mind, Pascal. I'll use it in my report to command about these vampires. Hopefully, Yoarha will be able to do something before this problem worsens. Pascal nodded. You have my gratitude, Nines 2B. Will you be able to make it back to Anemone's camp with only one arm? I'll be fine, 2B insisted. She spared another glance at the withered, desiccated arm Nines was clutching and suppressed a shudder. This time, it was Nines who stayed ahead of 2B as the two of them headed back to the camp. 2B was sure that Nines thought she was being haughty and proud by refusing to let him help her walk to the camp or carry her there, which were both things he'd probably have no issue doing for her, although, with his lighter and weaker chassis, carrying her might have presented him with a few problems. Better for him to think that of her than to know the truth. So, serial-killing machines out for vengeance, blood-sucking monster machines, what's next? Nines asked. It's not even that far past noon. We still have plenty of time in the day to run into some really weird stuff. For both of our sakes, I hope the worst is past us, 2B answered. She stopped to catch her breath. That vampire machine Flamel had taken more out of her than just her arm, and she began to worry if perhaps she hadn't cut it off soon enough. Was she fatigued from the grueling combat and loss of blood, or was she going to become a monster, just like Flamel? She recalled the machine's behavior. How it had been near catatonic and almost mindless at first, but had gained more and more of its intelligence the more it fed, yet still, it was plainly evident that the mind that had returned to it was nothing like the original Flamel, the one Pascal had known and considered a friend. A day before, 2B had thought that a logic virus infection was the worst fate that could befall an android. But this made her blood run cold and her black box run hot. They hadn't made it far out of the forest when a figure appeared before them in a flash of golden light. When the light had faded, a bare-chested man with short, silver-white hair stood before them. 2B recognized him immediately. One of the two humanoid machines she and Nines had run into in the subterranean alien graveyard weeks ago. Eve. Eve's crimson eyes locked onto Nines, a rictus-like snarl twisting his face. A silver-haired man with a black coat. I've found you. In one swift, lightning-fast movement, his hand clasped around 9S's throat and lifted him up off the ground. 9S's feet dangled in the air as he impotently kicked his legs and clutched at Eve's wrist, his fingers scrabbling helplessly against the humanoid machine's skin. What have you done, Eve hissed, with my brother? 2B remembered both her encounters with Adam and Eve well, especially the first. In the desert, Adam had learned and grown through battle, not entirely unlike the vampire machine she'd just faced, she realized. Then, after she and Nines had both run their swords through his torso, Eve had appeared, emerging from Adam's wounded body surrounded by a golden aura like the progeny of some ancient god. In their second encounter in the alien graveyard, 2B had fought against Eve, while Nines had faced Adam. It seemed this humanoid machine was extremely protective of his brother. Was that what this was about? Did Eve want vengeance against Nines for hurting Adam? Pod 042 and Pod 153 trained their guns on Eve, but with Nines in the way, they didn't dare fire. 2B, though, threw herself at him. The flat of Eve's palm collided with her forehead with such force that her visual processor crashed. Blackness engulfed 2B as she hit the ground. Static flickered and distorted snatches of images played in front of her eyes as her optical sensors rebooted and rerouted themselves through her eyes. But she didn't let a little temporary blindness deter her, nor did she allow her fatigue to give her pause. She rolled, righted herself, and attacked once more, flanking Eve. He bludgeoned her with 9S's body, knocking her aside. 2B felt the rough bark-covered surface of a tree trunk crack against the back of her head. The trunk shook and branches shivered, letting loose a shower of dying leaves that fluttered to the ground. Nines gurgled unintelligibly. Eve's hateful glare grew less severe, and just as suddenly as he'd grabbed him, he dropped Nines and let him crumple in a heap on the ground. You're those two androids from before, Eve said. The ones who hurt us, the ones who hurt brother. 2B pushed herself to her feet, her fist clenched around her sword. If Eve wanted to pay Nines back for hurting Adam, she would repay him in kind for hurting Nines. Nobody got to hurt Nines except. But you're not him, he said, clearly disappointed. He turned his back on the two androids and vanished in a blossom of golden light. 2B's jaw dropped. What? She whispered. Statement: the machine life form Eve is no longer in the area, Pod 042 announced. After a few seconds to overcome her shock, 2B trudged over to Nines and knelt at his side, laying a hand softly on his neck. She could see the fingertip-shaped bruises, black and blue, already blossoming on either side of his neck. He weakly turned his head in 2B's direction at her touch. 2B felt warm relief blossom in her chassis. Nines groaned, coughed, and hacked, spittle flying from his mouth as his chest convulsed. He sucked in lungfuls of air and expelled them as if he feared he would never breathe again. What the hell was that? He gasped. ADSIXS was having a bad day. In fact, he was having a day so bad that he would definitely never have one as bad again. Once, he'd had a life. Once, he'd had dreams. Now, he was just the guy who'd tried to steal those witches' panties. And that was what he'd be forever. He'd never, ever live it down. There wasn't even anything perverse about what he'd done. Stealing their panties was incidental to the plan. And their clothes had to be stolen in the first place so he could start a fight and win the over-under bet. The rest of the guys had laughed at him for picking such an early date and for putting so much money on it, but his plan had been foolproof if only he'd managed to slip away to the garbage incinerator to dispose of the evidence in time. Of course, that tall, silver-haired man, that 15V, was that even his real name, or was he just some crazy asshole, had to butt in and play White Knight, and then on top of that, that lunatic wild woman had socked him in the nose. His face had been as ruined as his pride. And then the rest of the guys in the camp had started taunting him. They were the worst, because at least all the women were doing was turning their noses up at him. You steal two women's clothes, and everyone ignores the shirts and pants and goes right for the panties, even though you didn't care about the panties, but the more you said you didn't care, the more they all thought you did. laughing at an elite Yoarha soldier, that was beyond the pale. Yoarha was the vanguard of the Council of Humanity. He'd never been so ashamed in his life. So, of course, he'd done what he always did when he was stressed out, he went fishing. The coast was near here, a large section of the city ruins had fallen into the ocean a long time ago, the crumbling buildings and isolated segments of highway forming little islets. He'd simply executed a few perfect leaps from island to island until the city ruins were to his back and the inky black water stretched out in front of him. And he'd sat down on the rooftop, fishing rod and flashlight in hand, his tactical support pod was in the shop, and waited for something to tug on the line. Some people said fishing was boring. Some people said it was lame. Those people were stupid. Nothing felt better than the absolute peace that came from waiting for something to take the bait. It was the ultimate in relaxation, and boy, did ADSIXS need it. Is it true that I can no longer eat garlic, master? I do quite enjoy it in my culinary experiments. Oh, of course not. That is a common misconception, one of many. But why do you ask? I was under the impression that you did not need to eat. That, too, is a common misconception, Lord Dracula. ADSIXS glanced over his shoulder, sweeping the flashlight in a wide arc. Hello? Someone there? The beam of light fell on two silver-haired men in black cloaks standing on the island directly behind him. Men just like 15V. Were they the same above top-secret Yoarha model as him? One of the men gracefully leaped onto 86SS Island. He did it so effortlessly that it was as though he'd simply taken a single step. This one had shoulder-length hair and his cloak had a furred collar. His companion, who held back, had waist-length hair and wore strange panels of glass over his eyes. Good afternoon, young man. You seem troubled. ADSIXS laughed. Boy, you don't know the half of it. Your buddy 15V ruined my day. The man with the furred collar cocked his head. 15V. That was a fake name he gave me, wasn't it? ADSIXS groaned. Of course it was fake. He thought back to when he'd been laying on the ground half-conscious after the wild woman had punched him. She'd called that man something else, something like. You probably know him as Alucard, ADSIXS said. Oh. The man with the furred collar smiled, showing ivory teeth. On either side of his mouth were pointed fangs. Alucard had fangs like those, too, didn't he? Indeed. Is Alucard still alive and kicking? I guess. He's been troubling you, hasn't he? The man laid a pale hand on 86SS' shoulder. His hand was ice cold. It was so cold, he could feel it through his coat, and even through the sweater he wore under it. It was like this strange man's body didn't produce any heat at all. What if I told you that I could help you get your revenge on him? ADSIXS sighed. Forget it. I'm done with him and that woman. His nose still throbbed whenever he thought about doing anything to get even with those two. Whatever he tried, they'd probably gang up on him together and give him a thrashing he'd never forget. I'll just keep my head down and... Wait a minute. That wild woman. She'd said something else while ADSIXS was down for the count. She'd told Alucard to call her A2. A2. The A2. The fugitive Yoarha soldier. The wanted fugitive Yoarha soldier. That A2. Vengeance suddenly looked a whole lot more possible. A team of Yoarha executioners could definitely take her down, and if she hung out with Alucard, he'd be in hot water, too. The arc of justice was long, but it bent toward annihilating the assholes that made you look like a pervert in front of all your friends. With a smile, ADSIXS changed his tune. You know, thanks, and all, but I've already got a plan to take them down. The fur-collared man's smile didn't shrink. Well, then, my friend, we'd like to be part of it. Vengeance is sweeter when you share it, isn't it? He glanced at his companion. And you could help my friend here, too. He's doing research. Research. 86SS ears perked up. I like research. What's he studying? Ancient human folklore. And as it happens, said the strange man, you are just the test subject he's been looking for. The other man vanished. A split second later, Adsix felt a pair of ice-cold hands grab him from behind, frigid fingers like talons digging into his midsection. He squirmed in a futile effort to free himself, took a deep breath, and prepared to scream, but then his eyes met those of the first strange man. That withering glare quelled his struggles and sucked every morsel of air out of his mouth. Adsix found himself utterly helpless as something cold dug into the side of his neck, something warm started to seep out, dampening his collar and spilling down his coat. Every part of his body went limp, he ragdolled, his legs crumpling under his weight, his body propped up only by the icy grip holding him in place. His eyes rolled back as a strange, almost warm blossom of ice spread through his chest, driving all thought, even fear, from his mind in a wave of bliss he could not even begin to describe, let alone understand. Chapter 3, Minuet of Moonlight Eye. Alucard's sword ran through a gap in the reptilian beast knight's rusty breastplate and between its ribs. With a deft flick of his wrist, the blade severed its spine, and another graceful slice slid the blade through flesh, scales, armor, and all. Both halves of the scaly beast fell to the ground. The upper half pulled itself with its arms across the rooftop, its severed spinal column and exposed entrails dragging behind it like the tail it had once had a few seconds ago and its long, thin tongue flicking out of its bloodied snout. Not one to leave a job half done, Alucard planted his boot squarely on the beast's head and crushed its skull, shards of bone piercing its flesh from the inside out. Revenge, a four-legged machine growled, bounding at Alucard. It was nearly upon him by the time he whirled around to deal with it, his sword digging into its forelegs as its scorpion-like tail curled up and lashed out at him. Revenge. Silver Herard Muyu. A shot rang out the loud, full-throated bark of a shotgun and a hail of bullets peppered the beastly machine's metal hide. While barely damaged, it flinched, and diverted its attention to the source of the blast. Popola was wrist-deep in one of the machine's guts, taking control of the gun turret affixed to its torso. Alucard took welcome advantage of the distraction to overpower the machine, sever its forearms, and cleave its head in twain. The metal beast collapsed, twitching, and sparking in its death throes. Devola yanked her sword free of the machine chassis it had become embedded in, panting with exertion. Both machines and monsters littered the cracked and moss-streaked rooftop, sparks flying from exposed and severed wires. Popola rummaged through the innards of the machine she'd felled and placed whatever undamaged components she pulled out into a knapsack hanging from her side. "Mark these ones on the map," he said to Devola and Popola, motioning to the smoldering piles of ash that had once been Dracula's hellish minions and wiping his sword clean on the hem of his coat. Ichor from the several other monsters he'd slain, mingled with oil from the machines, stained the coat and left behind stubborn streaks on the blade. "Do you see a pattern yet?" Devola pulled up a portable computer. It looked remarkably like one of those smartphones humans had all carried around back in the 21st century. Tapped on it a few times, and shook her head. "We haven't checked enough places. We haven't even looked in the amusement park yet." Alucard nodded, only half paying attention as he tended to his sword, which he'd bartered for with the Kemp's weapons merchant the other day. It wasn't up to par with his mother's sword, not by a long shot, but it was sharp and seemed to hold together well for an artless hunk of metal that had come off an assembly line. "Well, then, that should be the next place on our I beg your pardon, did you say, amusement park?" "Yeah," Devola said. "As in roller coasters and teacup rides and such?" "Yeah." "Well, why wait?" Popola asked. "The amusement park isn't dangerous. Most of the machines there just ignore everyone. We could go there right now." Popola's and Devola's errands took them all across the city ruins and surrounding regions. By accompanying them, Alucard not only lightened their burdens, but also became more acquainted with the area, aiding him on his quest to pin down Dracula's location. Unfortunately, after a few quote-unquote days of sticking virtual pins on a digital map whenever the three of them ran afoul of these hellish creatures, Alucard felt no more knowledgeable about the spread and concentration of Dracula's forces than he had when he'd started. He was starting to lose track of time. He wondered, was Dracula intentionally obfuscating his location to toy with him and wear him down? How does one hide an entire castle, he wondered, and where? Dracula's castle, like Dracula himself, was a creature of chaos or, rather, chaos. The very embodiment of entropy and the darkness at the end of eternity was the origin of both Dracula's dark powers and of his home. The castle shaped itself, growing and changing to suit the whims of its master. The castle could be anywhere. Or anything. Depending on how long ago Dracula had awakened, it may be more of a seed waiting to sprout than a flower ready to blossom. Or perhaps it was a fungus, with its extensive root network hidden from sight. It's getting late, Devola said. Alucard looked up at the black sky, featureless save for the twinkling stars spread from horizon to horizon. In this world of endless darkness, the passage of time was almost impossible to gauge. The only thing that distinguished night from day was that the moon would pass overhead, making daytime feel utterly interminable. He did not look forward to the oncoming new moon and felt a twinge of despair seeing the waning moon diminish night by night. "How do you know?" he asked. "Because," Devola said, rolling her eyes, "we're androids. Our systems keep time perfectly." "I don't suppose anybody has a watch I could borrow," said Alucard. No one seemed to have a use for one save for him. A dark shadow blotted out the waning moon. Feeling a chill run through the back of his mind, Alucard raised his sword defensively as a massive flying machine swooped down. The compound machine seemed to be comprised of 5 smaller flying machines, 4 arranged like spokes around a central hub with blades jutting out from their sides. "Brother!" The flying machine turned itself sideways and spun like a giant saw blade, its blade spokes grinding against Alucard's blade and pushing him to the edge of the rooftop. He dug in his heels, but soon enough found his heels digging into thin air as they slipped off the edge. Before he could be pushed off the edge, he transformed himself into a bat and slipped away, allowing the machine's momentum to fling itself through the air. Alucard returned to his human form as the machine slowed itself down, turned itself around, and righted itself. "Brother! Brother! 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 Are you all right, Alucard?" Popola asked. Alucard fingered a small, stinging slit in his sleeve that hadn't been there before. "Nothing to be concerned with. But if this machine..." The machine attacked again, sparks flying as Alucard parried its whirling blades once more. This time, he barely managed to divert the heavy machine's course and send it flying off at an angle, avoiding him by a hair's breadth. "Treats someone it calls its brother like this." The machine soared in an arc around the rooftop like a buzzard circling a corpse and let loose a salvo of crackling spheres of energy. Alucard found them easy enough to avoid. They moved slowly enough, but Devola and Popola scattered less readily. Alucard batted one of the energy pulses out of the air before it could hit either of them. "I'd hate to see what it could do." The flying machine spun on its axis and charged again, retaining its horizontal orientation. Alucard turned around, wrapped his arms around the twins, and leaped off the rooftop. The machine passed overhead as he touched down on the broad surface of a branch jutting from the tree curling around the crumbling skyscraper. Without wasting a second, he threw his sword straight up, blade first, to its enemies. The blade slipped through the central hub of the spinning machine, impaling it. The machine rocked and wavered, lost altitude, and careened into the sinkhole in the center of the city ruins, exploding against the rock walls. "I think they like you," Devola told Alucard. She turned to Popola. "You've salvaged everything we needed, right?" Popola hefted the laden rucksack hanging from her shoulder. "Should be enough. I think." A gust of wind blew through the city. She shuddered and shivered, clutching reflexively at her arms. Almost by pure instinct alone, Alucard hastily removed his coat and laid it over her shoulders. She smiled at him. "Ever the gentleman, aren't you?" Devola asked him. "Are you cold, too?" Alucard asked, half-jokingly lifting the hem of his shirt. "Keep your shirt on," Devola said. "We should head back to camp." With a hand over her mouth, she tried in vain to suppress a yawn. "I'm sure no one's gonna bite our heads off if we're a few sprockets short." Androids were curious creatures. They were strong, they lived forever, they didn't need to eat, they kept time better than the most well-crafted watch could, yet they still grew tired and shivered in the cold. Alucard often had to remind himself that the twins had been birthed from a factory, from crucibles and molds and assembly lines, not from a mother's womb. Then again, were they really that different from him? He, too, only looked human. "Alucard, wouldn't it be easier if it wasn't just the 3 of us?" Popola asked, jolting Alucard out of his musings as the 3 of them headed back. "We could enlist help from anyone in the area to search for Dracula's castle. One scanner could probably cover as much ground in a day as we could in a week." We can't just drag people away from their assigned posts to go monster hunting, Devola countered. We ask 2B and 9s to go off and do stuff for us all the time, said Popula. You ask 2B and 9s to go off and do stuff for us all the time. Besides, do you really want to go to Anemone hollering about a 10,000-year-old evil monster named Dracula? Everyone already thinks we're nuts. Most humans didn't believe in Dracula, either, Alucard said. You can thank one Bram Stoker for that. In his heart, Alucard knew that 3 people on their own would struggle to find Dracula if he did not wish to be found. He might not have any choice but to appeal to a higher authority for extra manpower. And the android army had its hands full with those deceptively adorable machines infesting the Earth. It was hard to believe they'd have many resources to spare for an insane-sounding crusade against humanity's old myths and superstitions, if they took him at his word at all. Alucard was still mulling over how he could broach this subject when he reached Anemone's tent. To his surprise, though, he'd grown quite accustomed to the natural rhythm of the camp already. After only a few days, it was empty. Anemone clutched her cloak tighter around her as a cold wind blew through the outpost on the edge of the forest zone. The temperature always dropped precipitously around nightfall, but even after 200 years, it still caught her off guard when that first bitter gust rustled the leaves and howled down the decrepit alleys. The buildings gave way to gargantuan trees here, cracked and upended foundations poking out from underneath gnarled roots. This was where A2 had been living these past 3 years. No wonder she'd looked and smelled so awful when Alucard had carried her to the camp. Number 2, she called out, her voice vanishing into the depths of the forest. She raised her rifle, just in case whoever or whatever answered her call wasn't who she was expecting, keeping her finger a safe distance from the trigger but ready to pull it at the first sign of danger. Was it foolish to come here by herself? Was it foolish to come here at all? Of course it was. But... Number 2. Anemone called out. I need to talk to you. I know you have every reason to be upset with me, but... No one answered her but the chirping of crickets, the faint rustling of leaves in the distance, and the faraway sound of rushing water. Anemone didn't serve on the front lines anymore. Not since Pearl Harbor. Now, she occupied more of an administrative role than anything. But she kept her hands steady and her eyes sharp. And sweeping the flashlight mounted on her rifle over the ground, she spied telltale footprints depressing the thick grass and mossy carpeting blanketing the ground. A few snapped twigs here and there. The footprints were humanoid in both size and shape. Nothing like the flat, broad, flipper-like feet the smaller machines walked on. Anemone. The voice of one of her lieutenants, fuzzy and crackling with static, lit up her headset. You're needed back at the camp. I won't be long, Anemone said. I'll be heading back soon. What are you looking for out there, anyway? An old friend. And you can't just delegate it. I'm the only one she'd talk to. Anemone doubted her own words. A2 probably wouldn't want to talk to her, either. You don't have to worry about me. I've been at this for a long time. That's why I'm worried, ma'am, just put up a distress signal if things get too hairy. Will do. Anemone followed the trail deeper into the forest and switched off her headset. After all, if A2 would even deign to speak to her, she couldn't have anyone listening in. She heard the soft sound of light feet touching down on the ground a second too late. By the time she'd whirled around and brought her rifle up to bear, her finger ready to curl around the trigger, there was already a sword leveled squarely at her throat. The long, voluminous cape wrapped around A2's body lent her an amorphous silhouette. She nearly blended in perfectly with the deep shadows engulfing the forest save for her uncovered face and long white hair, which all but glimmered in the light of Anemone's flashlight. Her core still burning, Anemone slipped her finger away from the trigger and lowered her rifle. What do you want? A2 snarled. Anemone backed away and let go of her rifle, letting it dangle from the strap slung over her shoulder, and laid her knapsack on the ground. I wanted to make things up to you. She unbuttoned the pack and pulled out a rolled-up set of clothes, a portable self-repair kit, and a canteen of distilled water. Not much, but plenty enough for a show of good faith. A2 eyed the offerings with a melange of suspicion and disdain. Clothes, Anemone explained, so you won't be cold. A self-repair kit in case you get hurt again. And pure water for... A2 drew closer, setting aside her sword. She picked up the canteen, popped it open, sniffed it, and upturned it, emptying its contents onto the ground. The water poured out and splattered on the ground, turning a patch of the soil to mud. When the flow slowed to a trickle, she threw the canteen against the trunk of a tree with enough force to rattle the tree's branches. Anemone watched on in dismay as A2 did likewise with the repair kit, dumping tools, sutures, splints, and rolls of gauze into the mud before throwing the box into the forest. The rolled-up clothes she unraveled and stomped into the mud. All the while, she never broke eye contact with Anemone, who shifted uncomfortably as she bore witness to A2's petty display of property destruction. "Goodbye, Anemone," A2 said, walking past her into the forest. Anemone sighed and reached into her knapsack again, withdrawing a half-filled glass bottle. "I have something else," she called out before A2 could vanish into the shadowy underbrush. "Shove it up your ass." "Actually," Anemone said, "I was hoping we could share it mince whiskey." A2 stopped in her tracks, her cape swirling around her as though it was trying to go on without her. "You remember, right?" Anemone brandished the bottle, letting the clear liquid within swirl around. "The day before the attack, she poured half of it out for all of us to share. We were going to split up the other half among whoever made it out the next day." A2's voice dropped low, hushed, and hoarse. "But the next day never came." "Let's finish it," Anemone said. "Just the two of us." "I'm surprised you held onto it." "What was I supposed to do?" Anemone caressed the bottle. She could remember that day like it had been just yesterday. The combined Yoarha and Resistance strike teams huddled together, passing around the bottle for each to drink from it. Nobody got more than a sip, though, and there were more than a few jesting remarks from both factions that it would be in anybody's best interest to make sure as few people survived as possible. 24 hours later, the gallows humor of those jokes had worn off completely. "Let's go back to the camp, number 2. And finish it like she wanted. Fuck off and drink it yourself. Or pour it into the ocean. I don't care." "I think you do." A2 fell silent. "You haven't changed. You can pretend all you like, but what you did for the twins the other day shows it." Anemone knew that A2 was wearing being a petty bitch like an ill-fitting suit. "You're still a good person, a kind person, and you deserve more than," she gestured to the forest. "This." A2 stayed silent. "Please. Your pity is gonna get you killed," A2 said. "Yoarha wants my head, and if you stand between me and them, you'll lose yours, too." Anemone smiled faintly. "I knew you still cared." A2 let out a groan. Anemone could tell, even though her back was turned, that she was rolling her eyes. "If you come here again," she said, vanishing into the underbrush, "I'll kill you." A2 vanished. Anemone clenched her fists, letting out a frustrated snarl. "Fine," she shouted after A2. "Be like that. But if you ever need help again, you won't get it from me. And it'll be your fault, you idiot." No response. With a heavy heart and leaden limbs, Anemone turned and set off in the opposite direction. She'd known that it had been a fool's errand to come here. She'd known that she and A2 were no longer sisters in arms. She'd known how much A2 resented her, how broken and bitter she'd become in her lonely exile. But she'd tried to make herself ignorant. It had been the only way for her to believe that A2 might have longed just as much as her not to be the lone, lonely survivor of that doomed mission. Anemone looked up through the forest canopy at the starry sky as moonlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage. The bunker hung in geosynchronous orbit over this part of the Earth. It was one of the stars staring coldly down at her. Had the Yoarha commander really put out an order for A2's execution? Was that any way to treat a survivor of Yoarha's first mission? It just didn't make sense. It didn't seem right. Anemone wasn't supposed to question it, but she couldn't help but be rankled by the injustice. Would A2 be more willing to come back with her if she didn't fear for her life? Perhaps if she spoke with the commander, Anemone could have that execution order rescinded. Yoarha and the Resistance were not part of the same hierarchy, and Anemone had no rank she could pull on Commander White, but all the same, if they talked, from one leader to another. No. Anemone shook her head. It was just wishful thinking, just as the impetus for her journey here to the forest had been. It was time to toss aside such childish optimism and rejoin reality. Sighing heavily, she reached up to turn her headset back on. but her arm froze halfway there as the underbrush to her side rustled and shuddered. She reached for her rifle and brought it to bear, her flashlight cutting a beam through the darkness. With any luck, it would only be a wild boar or elk, dangerous, but not malevolent, and unlikely to pay any heed to her. Luck was not with Anemone tonight. A snarling wolf twice her size tore through the underbrush, scarlet eyes glittering from within a long, thick pelt of matted, mottled fur. Its fangs were long, sharp, and yellowed, ropey strands of saliva dripped from its slavering maw. Anemone squeezed the trigger and fired at the beast as it pounced on her, the recoil from the gunfire and the butt of the rifle digging into her shoulder barely registering compared to the pain of hitting the ground under the beast's crushing weight. She jammed the muzzle of her rifle into the wolf's hairy belly and kept firing until the rifle ran empty. A few seconds of deafening noise that felt like an hour. The wolf reared back on its hind legs, letting out a loud and anguished howl as it raised its head to the moon. Freed, Anemone scrambled to her feet, fumbling with a fresh magazine for her rifle while keeping her distance from the anguished beast. Every single soldier knew the danger of megafauna. An angry boar could be just as deadly as any machine in the right, or, rather, wrong, circumstances. But this wasn't an angry boar. It was something else. Anemone could feel it emanating from this creature, and it wasn't just the stench of carrion clinging to its fur and hanging in its hot breath. It was a sense of wrongness. The wolf remained standing on its hind legs as it lowered its head, taking a few halting steps forward. Its forepaws curled and twisted before cracking and curling, lengthening into wicked talons. Anemone slammed a fresh magazine into her rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger, keeping a tight and steady grip on the rifle as it struggled to escape her grasp. Resounding vibrations ran up her arms, nearly numbing them. Absorbing the bullets like a sponge, the wolf grabbed the rifle's barrel with its bare claw, bent it almost 90 degrees, and yanked it forward, pulling Anemone off her feet. She felt her insides lurch and churn as she was flung through the air head over heels. Before she'd fully processed being pulled off the ground, she found herself reacquainted with it. Intimately reacquainted with it. She ate dirt, scraping her cheek against an exposed root. The heavy body of her rifle pinned her arm against the ground and twisted it uncomfortably. The servos beneath her artificial skin whined and moaned in protest as her nervous circuits lit up. Not satisfied, the wolf picked her up by the leg, lifted her upside down, and threw her into the nearest tree. Reams of static filled Anemone's sight as her head pounded and throbbed from the impact. Wild animals don't attack unless you provoke them, Anemone thought as she hit the ground yet again. What did I do to provoke this creature? Her hood fell over her eyes. She tried to bring up her right arm to pull the cowl back, but gasped and winced as a jolt of pain ran through her elbow. The servo was broken, probably twisted, hopefully just a minor sprain. The giant wolf lowered its head, bringing its cold, wet nose so close to Anemone's face that it nearly brushed against her cheek, and exhaled through its nostrils. Its breath was so hot it was nearly scorching and rank with the stench of decay. Still dizzy and reeling, Anemone reached down to her waist, pulled an emergency knife from its sheath at her hip, and drove it up through the bottom of the monstrous wolf's mouth. The beast screeched as she wrenched the blade downward, cutting a swath of ragged, torn, and bloodied flesh down its gullet all the way to its collarbone. Blood gushed from the gaping wound in a spewing torrent. At the same time, the wolf's long talons tore into Anemone's side and ripped through her chassis, leaving ragged fissures in her flesh and deep scores in the metal endoskeleton underneath. The spreading flood of warmth flowed out from the lacerations like a numbing wave, pulsing and throbbing as her own blood cascaded down her leg. The wolf reeled backward, sliding itself off the blade and clutching at the wound in its neck. Anemone pulled herself up to her feet as best she could, hunched over as her head pounded and ached, unwilling to risk standing taller with the way her head was spinning and pounding. She reached up and turned on her headset. "This is Anemone," she gasped, panting for breath. "I've run into A squawk of white noise and ear-splitting frequencies answered her, hammering itself into her ears. Grimacing and gritting her teeth, she turned the headset back off. It must have been damaged in the fight. The beast lunged at her again. Anemone readied her blade. Was this how she would end up after 200 years of service and struggle, 200 years of scrabbling and scavenging for every tiny advantage against the machines? Not even killed by her enemy, but by some random cryptozoological specimen. A flurry of black and silver planted itself between Anemone and the monstrous wolf, With a single sweep of a shimmering blade, the wolf's head fell from its neck, the body slumped over and collapsed. Number 2. Anemone's legs buckled and she collapsed, only for A2 to catch her and keep her propped up. Damn it! Why do you have to go and make me do this? A2 hissed, dragging her along through the woods. With the adrenaline from combat fading, Anemone began to feel the throbbing, pulsing aura of pain enveloping her arm, head, and waist. She could feel her own blood-slicked chassis beneath her lacerated flesh as she prodded absent-mindedly, almost in disbelief, at the furrows torn through her skin from navel to hip. "Take me back to camp," she gasped, feeling warmer and warmer as more of her coolant drained from her body. It wouldn't take long before her core burned itself out in this condition. "We're going. You won't make it to camp like this." A2 dragged her back to the clearing where they'd met and laid her down on the grass. "Hang on. God damn it, you asshole, I can't believe you." Anemone weakly turned her head as A2 pulled away from her, spying the fugitive gathering the tools from the repair kit she'd thrown away and frantically cleaning them up on her cloak. She lost track of time as A2 clumsily worked with the tools, sending intermittent jolts through her nervous circuits, grumbling all the while. The fugitive android's hands shook and fingers trembled, the tools slipping from her hands more than once. Anemone drifted in and out of consciousness as her systems rebooted again and again. At last, after what felt like an eternity, she felt most of the pain recede and the feeling return to her arm and legs. She felt the lip of a glass bottle press itself against her lips, a trickle of burning liquid dripped into her mouth. She coughed and sputtered as A2 tilted the bottle and pulled it away. Hey, this was your idea." Anemone swallowed. It burned on the way down. My. She reached out and laid her hand on the bottle. "Oh. Right. The whiskey." A2 held the bottle to her lips again. "Drink up. It'll help." Anemone drank her fill, then gently nudged the bottle away. "You remember how good it tasted, huh?" "Shut up. I hate you." "No, you don't." A2's mouth curled in a wry, self-deprecating grin. "Guess I don't." Anemone smiled back. There was another shadow of the old number 2 bleeding through this bitter husk. "Thank you," she said. Her throat burned, but her head felt lighter and the remnants of the pain from her wounds had dulled considerably. A2 took a swig of whiskey herself, more like a mouthful, downing it as if it were water, and doubled over and nearly spat it out, her eyes bulging. "Stronger than you remember, huh?" Anemone asked. With great difficulty, A2 forced down the mouthful. "Humans drink this stuff," she gasped. "Yeah." A2 capped the bottle and slipped it back into Anemone's knapsack. "Thanks," she said, "for the gifts. Sorry I threw them all away. I owe you one." Anemone struggled to sit up, her head spinning. "Anything you want, too. I'll even call up the commander and go to bat for you." "What are you, crazy?" "Maybe," Anemone said, "all that head trauma scrambled all my logic circuits." "Yeah, sounds like it." A2 helped her up, supporting her weight like a living crutch. "I'll walk you over to the camp, but that's it, okay? I'm not gonna hang out with you, you're not gonna do something stupid like tell Yorha not to keep trying to kill me. Got it?" Anemone wearily nodded. "Good." A2 pulled her along through the woods. A forest full of red eyes flickered on in the shadow-wreathed underbrush. One by one, more monstrous wolves emerged from the depths of the forest, circling the 2 androids. "Wolves hunt in packs," Anemone muttered. "All right." A2 wrapped her arm around Anemone's waist to keep her steady. 2. "Don't engage, just force an opening and run. Not so fast. I've got a lot of steam to blow off tonight." She brandished her sword. "I've had a bad day," she called out to the throng of monstrous wolves. "Anyone here wanna try and make it worse?" Androids weren't supposed to dream, but that didn't stop 2B. She'd long since cast aside her waking dreams, her aspirations, her hidden longings, but in rest mode, she couldn't control what a few lingering sparks running through her circuitry chose to piece together from her memory banks. She was in the desert with Nines, walking into the dilapidated remains of an ancient temple hewn from sandstone and half consumed by a sand dune as the wind made it crawl across the desert at a glacial pace. There were no machines near here, but 2B's nerves were screaming at her that danger was drawing nearer with every passing second. Oblivious, Nines ambled through the ruins, passing through bands of light and shadow as sunlight streamed through holes in the temple's high ceiling. He muttered and mumbled to himself in fascination, lost in his own little world. 2B saw him wipe a thick layer of sand off a carving on the wall, inspect the sand coating his fingertips, and press one fingertip against his tongue, as if by tasting the sand he could divine some knowledge of this place's purpose. 2B ran her hand aimlessly across the wall as she followed him. Her finger grazed the rough stone and sank into a little hole hidden by the dust and sand. She withdrew her hand and wiped the sand away, revealing coin-sized boreholes riddling the wall, and felt her black box burn inside her chest. The edges of the holes were deformed and covered with a sheen of dirty glass where the impact from a tactical support pod's bullets had melted the sand. She knew what this place was. It was one of 9's many graves. And he was wandering right into it. She was powerless to do anything but follow Nines as he headed deeper and deeper into the temple. As though the ruins were bigger on the inside than the outside, the labyrinthine corridors stretched on for what felt like miles and miles, the walls growing closer and closer together, the ceiling growing lower and lower. Nines said something to her. His voice was nothing but muted gibberish, strings of random syllables spoken with random tones and inflections. 2B clenched her jaw as a sharp ache ran from one of her teeth up to her sinuses. She said something to Nines and he responded with more gibberish. Whatever he said, it frustrated 2B, and she stomped over to him, closing the distance between the two of them, and grabbed his shoulder with her hand. Her heavy, metal hand, its surface rusty and pitted and scored, its fingers thick and simply articulated claws. At the sight of the inelegant machine hand in place of her own, 2B recoiled in shock, the machine hand's fingers creaking and groaning as the exposed servos in each joint protested. With her other hand, she clutched at her wrist and found an exposed metal joint, and exploring down her forearm she could feel and see sand-clogged hydraulics, exposed wiring crawling on her skin like ivy, round rivets drilled into the metal. She couldn't look away or shut her eyes as the changes leaped from one hand to the other, flesh roiling and fabric tearing as her left arm reshaped itself in kind with her right. But she could fall to her knees. She could scream. She could double over, moaning in agony as a seam split her face down the middle, running from her forehead to her chin, and peeled away her skin, blood and oil dripping from the exposed mechanisms underneath and pooling on the floor, where the hungry sand greedily lapped it up. Something tore itself from her shoulder blades, shredding the back of her uniform. They curled around her, metal arms with long, spine-tipped phalanges and taut netting stretched between each long fingertip. She screamed until her voice went hoarse and a harsh, electronic tinge seeped into it, and all the while, Nines stared at her, his soft and kind face twisting in horror and disgust. 2B pulled herself to her feet, her legs buckling, and reached out to him, her thick and ungainly machine hand taking a fistful of his collar and yanking him off his feet. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, that exposed an oh-so-tantalizing curve of soft, smooth, unblemished skin that ran from the collar of his coat up to his jawline. The warm and intoxicating aroma of his skin filled her nostrils as she buried her fangs in his skin. Flesh parted easily, blood filled her mouth, oily and coppery and thick and unctuous as it flowed down her gullet and cascaded down her chin. His blood, sweet ambrosia, nectar of the gods, more delicious than the purest and freshest water, its taste, an overpowering odor irresistible. He didn't fight back, he never fought back. He even had a blissful smile on his face as 2B drained his body of every last drop of blood, leaving him a withered, ashen husk that hung limp in her monstrous embrace. She drank until her thirst was quenched and her hunger sated and her skin boiled and bubbled and sloughed away like a chrysalis to reveal the monstrous chassis underneath. 2B opened her eyes and found herself staring at the ceiling of her quarters on board the bunker, Yorha's orbital base of operations. The room was dimly lit. Faint moonlight from the porthole provided just enough light that 2B could just barely discern detail from shadow. Of course it was a dream, she thought as her black box cooled and her pulse normalized. Of course it was a dream. Just like last night. And the night before that. Just a dream. Pod 042 was by her side in an instant, of course. Good evening. The time is 2304 hours. Unit 2B requires 5.9 hours of rest mode to operate at peak efficiency. 2B sat up. Her body felt heavy, her mind sluggish, her eyelids leaden. She had to probe her right arm, gingerly pressing her fingertips against the smooth, pristine flesh to make sure it was there. No wires. No rough, rusting metal. No rivets, no exposed servos. 2B sighed, laid back down, and sank into bed. The fatigued fog blanketing her brain and clogging her circuits didn't dissipate, but beneath that fog, her mind was still crawling from thought to thought, distracting her from re-entering rest mode. The same dream, minor variations aside, 2 nights in a row now. It all came back to her battle with Flamel. That harrowing encounter with the unknown. The mesmerizing light of its crimson eyes that had left her feeling so vulnerable, so exposed. The way its metal body had molded and reshaped itself like soft clay, twisting and warping. No machine had ever inspired such lasting terror in her. But that thing had been no machine. And it wasn't just that machine that frightened her, but what it could have done. What it could have done to her. What it might have left in her body. 3 days and 1 replacement chassis later, and 2B couldn't shake that fear that she'd been too slow to remove her arm. She tossed and turned fruitlessly, her mind unable to shut itself down. After what felt like an eternity, she pulled herself out of bed and leaned against the wall, resting her arm against the rim of the porthole. Beyond the thick glass, the surface of the moon was clearly visible, every pockmark and scar on its grayscale surface standing out starkly. In a few hours, as the bunker spun on its axis, this window would show the night side of the Earth instead. Usually, watching the moon's surface calmed her. There, somewhere among those dark seas of hardened magma and soaring white mountain ranges, was the human refugee colony Yoarha protected. There, on the moon, that cold satellite, was 2B's entire purpose. The reason she had for everything she did, good and evil alike. Tonight, though, the lunar surface brought her little comfort. Proposal: Unit 2B should return to rest mode, Pod 042 said. Unit 2B can request this support unit to forcibly initiate rest mode. 2B knew that. It was probably the right thing to do. A soldier needed their sleep, but her nagging, lingering anxiety told her differently. I'm going out for a diagnostic, she said, hastily slipping her blouse on over her singlet, tying her skirt around her waist, and slipping into her boots. Advisory: Unit 2B has requested diagnostics 3 times already. 0 abnormalities have been found. Further diagnostics are a waste of resources. I know, 2B said. The door to the hallway outside slid up as she approached it. She stepped over the threshold and into the corridor. Pod 042 had no choice but to follow her. As she strode down the hallway, passing a few other androids milling around who were either assigned to the opposite side of the Earth or just as insomniac as she was, 2B felt a harsh chill run up her spine like ice melting onto the back of her neck. Panic flaring up in her mind, she quickly glanced in all directions to find its cause, but could see nothing but a few stargazing operators and a couple scanners conversing casually with each other. She headed to the maintenance clinic, passed through the decontamination chamber, felt a hot and prickly tingling run through every inch of her skin as the chamber's cleaning systems bombarded her with high-energy photons to sterilize her body, and walked up to the maintenance android on duty. The pristine, antiseptic maintenance clinic was far from the most inviting locale on the bunker. 2B hated being here. Typically, it was Nines who performed maintenance on her and ran diagnostics, but she'd not wanted to disturb him in the middle of his own rest mode. Yoarha soldiers only got so many hours allotted for rest and leisure per month. I'm here for a high-level maintenance checkup, she told 12H, the lone Type H android manning the front desk for the night shift. Do you have an appointment? No. Walk in, huh? 12H suppressed a yawn. Good for you, this place is pretty dead right now. Take a seat over here. I'll get you hooked up. 2B stepped behind the desk and sat down in an uncomfortable chair she was finding herself all too familiar with as 12H pulled aside a few patches of skin on her forehead and the nape of her neck. She ran a bundle of wires from a handheld interface to the exposed ports on the back of her neck and each temple and got to work. As the wait dragged on in silence, 2B began to wish she were back in bed. Seemingly bored out of her mind as well, 12H absent-mindedly mussed her curly white hair and sighed. 2B stared up at the ceiling lights until her eyes hurt. 12H mumbled, looking at the results of 2B's diagnostic. Tisk, Tisk, tisk. Yep. We've got a big problem here. 2B stiffened and snapped to attention. What is it? I'm not sure how to say this. 12H tapped on her chin. Oh, dear, I do hate to be the bearer of bad news. What is it? 2B repeated, her fingers digging into the armrests of her chair. You're sleep deprived. Rest mode is very important for androids, 12H lectured her. It's the only way to clear your cache and flush out your RAM. Going without at least 6 hours in rest mode per 24 hours will result in massive decreases in cognitive capability and reaction time, dramatically limiting combat effectiveness. Essentially, your software and hardware desyncs. You should be blocking out 8 hours in your schedule and using as much of them as possible to make up for the rest you haven't been getting these past few days. Remember, your pod can force rest mode if you're having trouble. Yes, 2B said. Her tense muscles relaxed, her mind eased by the reassurance that the vampire machine hadn't passed its nightmarish disease on to her. She hoped that this time, that reassurance would stick. As Pod 042 had said, all these useless diagnostics were wasting your HA's resources. If you're sleep deprived, you can't just upload yourself to another chassis like you would if you were injured or had defective hardware, 12H chided her, pulling out the wires from 2B's head and neck, closing the open data ports, and readjusting the flaps of skin that covered them. There's no cure but sleep. So remember, 6 is for kicks, but 8 is great. 2B got up, thanked 12H for taking the time to look at her, and made her way back to her quarters. The corridor was empty now, save for one of the scanners she'd passed by on her way to get her diagnostic. He stood in front of one of the large floor-to-ceiling windows that showed the moon, hands clasped behind his back. By the time 2B got back to her quarters, the anxiety that had propelled her mind to resist her fatigue had mostly disappeared, and she'd scarcely managed to undress herself before retreating to the alcove containing her cot and collapsing onto the mattress. Pod, she murmured, forcibly engage, rest mode. She didn't need the pod's help, she was asleep before her eyes even closed. Popula still remembered the good old days. The days when she and Devola had still had beds to sleep in. Before everything came crashing down, long before the aliens invaded, when there had still been some semblance of civilization on the planet. For the resistance cells scattered across the Earth, luxuries like beds and blankets were unimaginable. For Popula, though, the memory of a comfortable mattress sometimes made it hard to sleep rough. It was for that reason that she woke up in the middle of the night, groggy and weary yet at the same time restless. Devola clung to her, arms wrapped around her waist, head nestled on her shoulder. Unlike Popula, she slept like a log, nothing could disturb her. When she entered rest mode, she remained in that state for a solid 8 hours to the minute. She was the kind of person Popula could set her watch to, if she had one. Alucard sat curled up in the corner of the tent, knees tucked into his chest and head bowed, mumbling something faint under his breath. The tent scarcely had room for 3 people to rest in, but Popula and Devola simply couldn't deny one of their old masters a place to lay their head, even if Devola was a little more begrudging about it. At any rate, he was an exceedingly polite and unimposing guest, even if he did occasionally talk in his sleep. Alucard. Popula sat up, slithering free of her sister's grasp. Are you awake? A little portable lamp cast a dim and weak light in the tent, illuminating things just enough so that no one would have to fumble blindly in the dark. The lights of the camp outside, dimmed for the evening to recreate at least somewhat the old day/night cycle, bled faintly through the canvas walls of the tent. It cast just enough light on Alucard's face to contrast the shadows as his lips moved silently. At last, a small sound came out. A word that sounded like Soma. One that carried a soft, fragile trickle of rue and regret in those 2 faint, weakly mumbled syllables. It wasn't a word Popula recognized, but she could guess that Alucard was still in distress from the shock he'd had upon reawakening. After all, it had taken thousands of years before she and Devola hadn't gone to sleep weeping over their loss and their failure every night. He'd only had 3 days to accept that he was the last remaining person in the world with even a little bit of human blood in his veins. And unlike Popula and her sister, who'd always had each other to soothe their mutual pain, Alucard had nobody. It was no wonder he was so adamant about accompanying the 2 of them on all their errands. Popola's eyes fell to the coiled leather whip hanging from his belt. The vampire killer, the same one passed down the Belmont family tree through the generations. The magic embedded in its coiled leather was so strong that nobody outside of that bloodline could wield it without putting their very lives at risk. Alucard had admitted that for a creature like him, laying so much as a bare hand alone on the whip could kill him on the spot. Before his long sleep, he had decided to keep it on his person, nonetheless, in the hopes that when the human race had been restored, he could entrust it to that clan once more. Now, though, it hung at his side with no use other than to serve as a reminder of what had been lost. That, and I suppose, if nothing else, it would make a fine noose, Alucard had said with a bleak, sardonic bark of laughter when Devola had questioned him about it the other day. Popola padded toward him on her hands and knees, which didn't take long, considering how small the tent was, and reached out to brush away a stray lock of his long silver hair. She froze, though, when her finger met the smooth skin of his cheek, and recoiled as though she'd been shocked. Alucard wasn't entirely human, true, but he was half, and Popola instantly wondered if she was crossing a boundary the likes of her were not supposed to cross by being so open and affectionate to him. Or perhaps the only reason she had been acting like that in the first place was because she'd been programmed to love and long for humans. It had been so long since the fall of Project Gestalt that Popola honestly didn't remember what it meant to love and long for humans. Was she supposed to show them deference and respect them as she would a god, or was it appropriate to love them in an earthier way? If only there was a human around who could tell her. Her hand trembling, she tried again, tracing underneath his eye with her fingertip. Emboldened, she cupped her hand against his cheek. His pale skin was soft and cool to the touch, warmer than a corpse but not by much, yet it was still unmistakably human. In the flesh? After more than 9,000 years. She was laying her hand on the skin of a real, living person. She hadn't felt so warm, so effervescent, in thousands of years. Popola. Popola nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound of Devola's voice, hastily jerking her hand away. Ah! D-Dev, she yelped. WH. You're awake? What time is it? She could feel her cheeks reddening. Of all the things her sister could catch her doing. Devola rubbed her eyes. About 5:30. Wanted to get an early start to the day. Were you, what were you doing? And nothing. 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 Devola looked like she didn't believe her at all. All right. Let's get started. We were gonna do some work around the camp this morning, right? Popola glanced back at Alucard. We could do a little more field work. Nah, we can get to that in the afternoon. Let the poor guy sleep. I'm sure he's had enough of you fawning over him. What? Popola stammered, her cheeks growing hotter. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Devola said, shrugging. Nothing. Nothing. Hey, you. Twins. A 2's voice rang through the sleepy camp like the cry of a rooster heralding the dawn. At the sound of it, Popola and Devola hurried out of the tent and saw her stumble into the camp with Anemone at her side. The two of them could barely stand. Anemone's right arm stuck out at an odd angle and blood darkened her cloak, a 2's long white hair was stained red, a bloody gash running across her forehead. The cape she'd taken from Alucard was torn and ragged, revealing an exposed chassis that appeared to have been vigorously chewed by something with a lot of very large, very sharp teeth. Deep scoring and ragged scratches marred the black armored endodermis beneath her thin layer of skin, so deep in places that they revealed the mechanisms within. The longer the two of them stood, or rather leaned, the larger the pool of blood formed by a 2's open and dripping wounds grew. Anemone's kinda hurt, a 2 said, swaying like a punch-drunk boxer before she fell flat on her face. 2B's sleep, this time, was dreamless, and she awoke to the sound of a soft knocking on her door. She sat up and slipped out of bed, feeling much lighter and more limber already. Unit 9's is at the door, Pod 042 announced. 2B stretched, yawned, and started getting dressed. Morning already? Affirmative. The time is 0557 hours. After wrapping her combat visor around her eyes and tightening her boots, 2B made for the door and opened it. Nines was waiting on the other side, rocking on the balls of his feet, proverbially bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Hey, 2B. You sleep well tonight. Mostly, 2B said, stepping out into the corridor. She decided not to inform him that she'd gone in for another diagnostic. He'd probably feel hurt she hadn't gone to him for it. What's on the agenda today? The commander wants to see us. In private. Looks like she finally got around to reading our report on that vampire machine. It's about time, he grumbled. In private? As in her quarters? 2B asked. Hope so, Nines said. I want to see for myself if the rumors are true. It was a well-traveled rumor throughout Yoarha that despite Commander White being a prim, proper, no-nonsense boss, she was an utter slob in private. They said she never had maintenance done on her chassis until it began to interfere with her motor systems, rarely showered, and left her clothes strewn all about her quarters in crumpled heaps. 2B had been in Commander White's quarters. The rumors had a kernel of truth, albeit highly exaggerated. It was true that she only got 2 new PS once a month, and it was true that she didn't make a habit of picking up after herself, but she did not wallow in her own filth as amusing as that mental image may have been. Yoarha Commander White requests Unit 2B and 9SS presence in her office, said Pod 153. 9SS face fell. Oh, well. Maybe another day. The two of them, their pods in tow, made their way to Commander White's office on the bunker's lower deck. White's office maintained her neat and tidy facade. There was nothing out of place and not even a speck of dust. She was sitting at her desk, scrolling through a holographic readout projected in front of her, when 2B and 9 stepped in. Her ash-blonde hair was elegantly styled and tied back, her white dress spotless. The tall, thin strips of mirror on the walls that stretched from floor to ceiling created two doppelgangers that flanked her, both with the same stern scowl on their faces. If 2B turned her head to either the left or the right, the two mirrors reflected each other. As Nines had once said, it was perhaps the sole part of the bunker's architecture with any artistic merit. You wanted to see us, ma'am? Nines asked. Yes. White looked at them through the hologram, then dispersed it. 9S, I read through your report on the machine you encountered in the forest zone 2B, did you sign off on this report? 2B nodded. I trust Nines to be accurate to a fault in his reporting, ma'am. Every word is true. White frowned. That's what I was afraid you'd say. She snapped her fingers. Nines stepped forward. I'm glad you recognize the urgency of the... A black gauntleted hand belonging to an armored soldier clamped down on his shoulder and drew him back. 2B glanced over her shoulder and saw another armored Yoarha soldier standing behind her. The two of them stood on either side of the door. Their presence wasn't unusual, of course. White had guards in her office. But 2B hadn't expected them to intervene. Nines squirmed as the armored guard reeled him in and placed a sword against his throat. Hey! What's going on? He cried out, but when the sharp metal brushed against his throat, he fell silent and ceased his struggles. 2B nearly drew her sword. Commander, what's the meaning of this? She asked before she, too, was detained. She had the good sense to go all but limp as soon as the guard got hold of her. Her captor's blade grazed her throat with just enough pressure to remind her that it was sharp. You can't expect me to believe this drivel. If you stand by this report, then it's clear that your judgment can no longer be trusted, White said, standing up to her full height and towering over the two androids. Do you expect me to believe that such things are even possible? It's what we saw, Nines countered. I was the one who fought Flamel, 2B said. I know what I saw, and Nines does, too. It was undead. It drank blood. It couldn't be killed except by sunlight. And it transformed into some sort of gargoyle. White finished, raising an eyebrow skeptically. Our pods can corroborate. They were there. Nines turned to his pod. Pod 153, you must have video recorded of Flamel. Show her. Statement, unfortunately, reviewing footage taken of the incident, the machine lifeform identified as Flamel does not appear, Pod 153 said, wringing its claws. Pod 042 projected a holographic panel showing video footage of 2B's fight against the vampire machine into the air. True to Pod 153's word, there was no machine in the footage, merely 2B swinging her sword wildly against empty air. What? 2B gasped. Her jaw dropped. It couldn't be possible. How could she have hallucinated that entire incident? And Nines and Pascal, too. What was going on here? How is that possible? Nines asked. I suppose it's as possible, White said, as a machine putting up such a fight without even so much as a power source. It's obvious that you two are compromised, your pods as well. Nines struggled against his captor. What? We aren't infected. I've undergone 3 diagnostics since then, 2B said, and nothing has come up. We're clean. Logic virus or not, it's clear you've become afflicted with something, White said. Perhaps a new machine logic weapon, one we can't yet detect. We'll have to quarantine and study you two and your pods. And all the while, Nines hissed through gritted teeth, machines like Flamel will be feeding on others and growing their ranks exponentially. If we don't act on this yesterday, you can forget about winning the war. 9S, calm down, 2B told him, hiding her own worry and confusion behind an impassive mask. Deep down, she was already beginning to doubt herself. Perhaps that machine had only been as real as her subsequent dreams. Perhaps the commander was right, maybe the machines had developed a new, undetectable logic virus that caused mass hallucinations. It was more believable than living dead machines that drank blood and turned into monsters. Calm down. Calm down. Nines tried to tear himself free of his captor. The armored soldier pinned his arms behind his back. Damn it, Commander, this is serious. We're serious. Please, you have to believe us. 9S, I understand that this is serious, White said. These hallucinations and this hysteria could cripple us if we don't take every opportunity to understand what's causing it and how to cure it. Guards, take these two and their pods to quarantine. 2B winced as the guard holding her back pinned her arms roughly behind her back and dragged her away. Knowing her resistance was futile, she allowed the guard to frog march her out of the office, catching a pity-filled glance from Commander White on her way out. She wanted to keep protesting, but deep down, she wasn't sure herself what the truth was. She knew what she'd seen, but did that mean what she'd seen couldn't have been a lie? After all, when she'd stared down Flamel and looked it in its fiery red eyes, hadn't she felt her strength falter and her resolve weaken? Hadn't that machine's gaze affected her mind? Could that have been a smokescreen for something else altering her perception? You're making a huge mistake, Commander. Nines cried out as the guard holding him down dragged him back. 9S, quiet down, 2B told him. You aren't helping by making a scene. He dug in his heels fruitlessly, his boots skidding and squeaking against the smooth floor. You have to believe us, you have to trust us. He was crying out so loudly that his voice cracked. If you sit on this, we'll all be dead by dawn. The door slid shut behind him. 2B kept her head bowed and tried to tune out 9SS protests as best she could as the two of them were led through the corridor to the quarantine bay. Commander White already felt exhausted as she traced her well-worn path to the bunker's main deck and took her position on the floor of ops. It was going to be a long day. She couldn't help but feel sorry for 2B and 9S, especially Nines. He above all had truly believed the delusion he'd been afflicted with, and thus his distress made perfect sense. White knew full well that one possible outcome of quarantine, should their affliction prove incurable, was disposal of the unit and deletion of its backups, a fate Nines had suffered so many times already. 2B and Nines were good soldiers. 2B was loyal to a fault and followed every order she got to the letter, no matter what. Nines, though a bit scatterbrained and easily distracted from his duties at times, was skilled enough to warrant being kept around even after 47 reset-inducing infractions. For them to end up like this was enough to break one's heart. The morning dragged on in its typical monotony. White stood in the center of ops, surrounded on all sides by operators sitting at their terminals and advising their assigned field units as she kept her eyes glued to the massive 2-story view screen stretching from floor to ceiling that displayed the status of all units active on the surface. Reports poured in from every corner of the Earth, constantly pulling her attention in one direction or another. Occasionally, an operator rushed over to her with breaking new information from the surface. It was a struggle to stay focused, but one that White, over her years in the bunker, had grown quite accustomed to. A scanner approached her from across the floor, gently nudging himself past the armored guards flanking White. "Excuse me, Commander," he asked. He had a thin, pale face and sandy blonde hair that White guessed was meant to be stylishly disheveled rather than a rat's nest. "There's something I'd like to speak to you about." White's eyes narrowed. "Ah. ADSIXS, was it?" she asked. This scanner she was familiar with, mainly for his disciplinary record nearly long enough to stretch from the Earth all the way to the bunker. She was considering retiring his personality model should he continue to cause trouble. And according to what she'd heard from his assigned operator, it seemed he was. What a coincidence. "I need to talk to you as well. I hear you were in an altercation at Anemone's camp the other day." "Well, don't pass judgment until you hear both sides of the story," ADSIXS said with a rakish smile. "You'll be interested in knowing who punched me in the face. Why don't we talk in private?" "We can talk in private later. I think you need to hear this now," ADSIXS said. White crossed her arms. "And why," she asked, "do you think that?" "It has to do with a certain, Number 2. Number 2. Now that was a name to pique her interest. The lone, accidental survivor of what had been intended to be a suicide mission. The surprisingly tenacious obsolete model that had become Yorha's second dirtiest secret. White left her post at Ops with the scanner in tow, retracing her steps back to her office. She didn't speak until she'd closed and locked the door behind her. "So," she said, "do tell. How was A2 involved in the altercation at the camp?" "She came out of nowhere and assaulted me," ADSIXS said, sniffling. "Anemone let her into the camp. I warned her that she was a dangerous fugitive, but... You know, Commander, I'm beginning to suspect that maybe Anemone's been harboring her all along." "That's a serious accusation," said White. "And troublesome. This would, if it were true, strain relations between Yorha and the Resistance. And with the machines growing more and more aggressive as of late, they'd recently started profiling Yorha soldiers based on hair color, which White couldn't even begin to understand. Disunity was the last thing she wanted. "I can't act on it without proof, of course," White admitted, "and besides, we haven't detected a 2S black box signal in months." "You've got to believe me, Commander. How many other dirty, stinky, old prototype Yorha models are running around in the woods punching innocent people like me in the face?" Black box signals were tricky things. Sometimes they blared their locations for all the world to see, or at least all of the bunker's sensors. But anything from location to air temperature to cloud coverage could muffle or block the signal. Not detecting a signal was not proof the signal wasn't there. But... White glanced at the mirror spanning the wall of her office. The way it reflected its counterpart on the opposite wall, catching her both ways and duplicating her ad infinitum, was often calming to her, but something seemed off about it today. She barely paid it any mind, though, as she refocused her gaze on ADSIXS. "I'll talk to Anemone myself later today," she said. "86S, go back to your..." Feeling a strange sensation like a splinter in her mind, White glanced back at the mirror and saw herself. Herself, repeated 1,000 times over before her infinitely repeated reflection grew too indistinct to see. But among those infinite commanders, not even once did she see the scanner standing in front of her. She turned to face ADSIXS, just as shocked to see him standing right there as she would have been to see that he had suddenly vanished. ADSIXS smiled widely, ivory fangs poking out of either side of his mouth and brushing against his bottom lip. A puff of cold, frozen air formed a faint and short-lived cloud in front of his face. "From the look in your eyes," ADSIXS said, eyeing his lack of reflection in the mirrors flanking him, "you've heard all about my predecessor from 2B and 9S. White's synthetic heart skipped a beat. "So, you, ADSIXS, are..." ADSIXS bowed in a mockery of good manners. "A vampire." White used the distraction to draw her riding crop from her side, strike ADSIXS across the face, and make a mad dash for the door. 86SS's hand clamped around her wrist with a frigid grip so tight that White felt her chassis creak and groan in protest. She halted in her tracks. Somehow, this scanner was at least twice as strong as a typical model of his type. If she tried to pull herself free, she'd sooner rip her arm free of its socket than his hand. ADSIXS wagged his finger at her. The bloody welt running across his cheek faded away, leaving pristine skin behind. "You're not going anywhere, Commander. White realized that she was seeing the same thing 2B and Nines had seen. Had they been right all along, or was she under the same hallucinogenic spell? And no, ADSIXS said, as if he could read her thoughts, you aren't seeing things. You aren't having a nightmare. I'm as real as the nose on your face. What do you want, ADSIXS? Ah, what I want is simple. ADSIXS walked in a slow arc and placed himself in front of the door, only letting go of White when he'd blocked off the room's only exit. Vampires have a hierarchy, you see. I obey the one who turned me, and he obeys the one who turned him in return. But me, he stripped off his gloves and pulled his combat visor away from his eyes. His eyes were bright red. Not red the way a logic virus would turn eyes red, not a pinprick of searing crimson light shining behind the pupils, but red as though it was the natural color of his eyes. Blood-colored irises ringed inky black pupils. And they were bright, too, shining as though they gave off their own light. When White stared into them, she felt her muscles lock into place, rooting her to the spot. Her mouth went dry, her throat closed up, a chill ran all the way up her back, she couldn't help but shudder. Was this how 2B had felt facing down that monstrous machine? White knew that she'd had every reason to scoff at the two androids' testimony at first, but she had to admit, now the evidence was mounting in their favor. ADSIXS gave her a rough shove. In her dazed and mesmerized state, White put up no defense and staggered backward, falling head over heels over her desk. I don't want to be at the bottom rung of this hierarchy, he said. I'd like some subordinates of my own, you see, and I can't think of anyone else I'd rather start with than you. White picked herself up, smoothing out her dress. Freed from eye contact, she felt the strength return to her limbs. She took stock of her office furtively, searching for something to help her escape. Nines had written in his report that Flamel had only died upon exposure to ultraviolet light, anything less had only slowed it down, and only just barely. Was there anything she had on hand that could produce that? There was a dagger tucked into a band circling her thigh, hidden by her flowing dress. White reached down and curled her fingers around the cold, flat handle. But the blade was short, only about 10 centimeters, and she couldn't think of much she could do with it besides stabbing him, which, according to 9SS report, wouldn't do much to deter him. How do you feel about that, White? After all the times you've reprimanded me, after all the times you've disciplined me, after all the tongue lashings you've given me, ADSIXS cackled, the look of ecstasy that twisted his face into a ghoulish mask showing quite clearly how much he was enjoying his newfound powers. I'll be the ones giving the orders. Ultraviolet light was a no-go. For once, White regretted ignoring her old friend Jackass's exhortations to install a blacklight in her office, though, of course, she could never let her know that. She had to think about how she could disable ADSIXS, even if it would only distract him for a second. With a single sweep of his arm, ADSIXS upended the desk and threw it against the wall, clearing away the meager obstacle between himself and White. If you're looking for something you can use to fight back against me, it's no use. Vampires are the pinnacle of evolution, stronger and faster than any android, and our mental faculties are beyond your very comprehension. See how my gaze alone reduces your limbs to jelly. White averted her eyes. How pathetic she must look here, cowering on the floor in front of this power-mad little man-child. You're going to be my thrall, ADSIXS drawled giddily. All I have to do is say the word, and you'll even lick my boots clean and love it. And everyone under your command will be under my command. He stroked his chin. I'll be in charge of all of Yoarha. White smirked. This was why Yoarha didn't produce male combat models anymore. All the power went straight to their heads. Enjoying yourself, ADSIXS? Keeping a brave face, I see. ADSIXS crouched down in front of her and took her by the chin, his icy fingers digging into her cheeks as he forced her to raise her head. White looked away, focusing on a little statuette that had fallen in the corner of the office. Let's see how long you keep that up, Commander, once you're turned. I think I'll order you to cower in front of me, just as you're doing now, and beg me to spare your life. Only you'll do it right in ops, in full view of all the operators on duty. Struggling to avoid meeting his gaze, White squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her jaw and trying to will the fear out of her mind as he yanked down her collar and exposed her neck, his fingertips dancing lightly against her skin. Oh, don't be afraid, Commander, ADSIXS whispered in her ear, brushing aside a lock of her hair. It doesn't hurt. In fact, it feels good, better than anything you've ever felt before. White gritted her teeth. You always were quite dull for a scanner, she said. ADSIXS had opened his mouth wide, baring his fangs, but upon hearing White's words, he drew back, his mouth hanging just a little less agape. Excuse me? I'll make you apologize for that soon enough. White laughed, catching him even further off guard. His grip on her chin and cheeks loosened. Mental faculties beyond our comprehension, you said, she asked. I suppose that makes you almost as smart as the second dullest scanner. ADSIXS smacked her, his backhand slamming her against the floor, her lip split open against her teeth, her blood speckling the pristine white floor. Her cheek throbbed. Watch your tongue, he snarled. If I were you, White coughed and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. I'd have enthralled as many people as I could before I went after me. I'd have turned the army to my side before challenging its leader. But then again, if I were you, I'd be an idiot. WWHH, how do you know I haven't already done that? ADSIXS stammered. Because, White said, rising to her feet, you incompetent layabout reprobate, you told me that. HH, how do you know I wasn't lying? White looked him right in the eyes. Unsurprisingly, with his confidence shattered, 86SS's eyes no longer had such a mesmerizing effect on her. However, he cowered under her stern glare. You couldn't lie your way out of a paper bag, 86S. She took her riding crop and struck him across the face over and over again, paying him back tenfold for what he'd done to her. Bloody welts healed as quickly as they were made as ADSIXS reeled back under the onslaught. Soon enough, his body no longer stood between White and the door, at last giving her an avenue for escape. However, White continued to lash out at him. This is the pinnacle of evolution? Imbecile. The entire point of evolution is that there is no pinnacle. Call yourself a superior life form all you want, the only thing you're superior at is making an utter fool out of yourself. ADSIXS lashed out and grabbed her by the wrist, crushing her chassis like tinfoil. You bitch, he howled. White wasted no time for chatter. She withdrew the dagger from her side, brought it up in one forceful sweep, and severed her hand just below the wrist. Freed, she rushed for the door, closed it behind her, and locked it with her personal access code, her remaining hand flying across the terminal as she held the bleeding stump of her wrist to her chest, ruining her dress. The cleanly severed edge of her chassis dug into her chest, red blossoms blooming against her breast. As soon as her office had been locked down, she could hear muffled pounding from within as ADSIXS struggled with the door. She staggered down the corridor, leaving a trail of blood in her wake, little crimson splatters dotting the white floor like tiny footprints. This would certainly be one for the rumor mill, she thought, as she passed a few androids who gawked at her, too intimidated to offer any assistance. How long would the door deter ADSIXS? She couldn't say. Who knew what these vampires were fully capable of? Perhaps he had enough strength to simply tear through the door as though it were made of tinfoil. Commander! Finally, someone came to her aid. And of course, it was Operator 60. The blonde, pig-tailed girl was far from the most competent operator on the bunker, but she was without a doubt the nicest by an order of magnitude. 60 got a firm grip on White's sides and helped her stay upright. Commander, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine, White insisted. Why aren't you in ops? I took a break to stretch my legs. I don't remember authorizing that. Why you were gone, 60 stammered. And I are really needed to. Fine, White said. I'll let you off for now. 60 blanched, her face turning ashen. It was obvious she was wondering what kind of dire situation White must have been in if she couldn't bring herself to reprimand her for shirking her duties. What's going on? I can't explain. White gingerly rubbed the bleeding stump of her wrist, then summoned her single-use security credentials from virtual storage, amber sparks flying around her hand and forming into a translucent card. She thrust it into 60's hand. 60, I need to go. While I'm gone, I want you to use this and initiate a lockdown. Shut down the access terminals and seal off the hangar bay. Have every single android here, everyone, retreat to their quarters and lock their doors until I come back to override the lockdown in person. Is that clear? Everyone? But everyone, 60. Do you need help getting down to the... Now, 60. Why yes, ma'am. 60 squeaked, scurrying away. White hurried into the deeper levels of the bunker. She had to go to 2B and 9s and release them from quarantine. The three of them together could surely put their heads together and find a way to kill ADSIXS. 2B and 9s were the only ones on the bunker perhaps in the entire world with more experience with vampires than she had. Chapter 4, Minuet of Moonlight 2. Chapter text. Alucard stumbled down the corridor, fighting against his weary and leaden body with every step he took. His legs threatened to crumple under his own weight. He was so unsteady on his feet that he swayed and wavered like a drunkard who'd just been thrown out of a bar. Leaning against the wall for support and ignoring the pressure on his burned, bloodied, and limp right arm, he pushed himself along. His left hand left bloody handprints on the wall like Hansel and Gretel's breadcrumbs. The hall felt like it went on for miles and miles. The elevator he'd taken down to this underground compound felt like it was miles behind him, but he knew that if he were to glance over his shoulder, he would only see it a mere few feet away. As the sound of his own raspy, shallow breathing filled his ears, his vision blurred and doubled. The domed lights lining the ceiling split and swirled, orbiting around each other. He hit the floor, his cheek pressed against the cold linoleum. He'd fought long enough, and now it was all finished. No one left to fight. Nothing left to fight for. No. There was still work he could do. He picked himself up off the floor, wheezing and groaning with exertion, and fell again before he could even get off his hands and knees. For the first time in his life, he felt old, at least in a physical sense, as he wallowed on the floor. Once more, he pulled himself up to his feet. He stayed upright this time. With each painful step, the door at the end of the hallway drew closer, beckoning him with taunting promises of safety. He reached the door and all but fell against it. There were two muted voices on the other side. His trembling fingers reaching out for the biometric keypad affixed to the wall, an access code, fingerprint scan, and retina scan later, the lock's word and clicked. Alucard curled his fingers around the doorknob and turned it. The door swung inward, none too gently depositing Alucard on the floor. What the Alucard? One of the two voices, or rather its owner, rushed over to him. You could have rung the doorbell or something. Devola chastised him, hoisting him up. With his head resting on her shoulder, Alucard could hear the android's steady, throbbing pulse as synthetic blood pumped through synthetic veins, the resonant humming within her vaguely called to mind the purring of a cat. The android's sister, Popula, tended to a strange beast at the opposite side of the room in front of a pair of doors leading to a larger chamber of the facility. It was a gestalt, a human soul severed from its body, roughly humanoid in its shape. It seemed to be composed of loosely connected shards of shadow and light. She was patting its cheek, for lack of a better word, as a mother might do to console a distressed child. Whispering some parting words to the creature, Popula hurried over to join her sister at Alucard's side. Forgive me. I didn't wish to interrupt your work. Alucard slumped over, resting his good arm on the table and his forehead on his forearm. Are you okay? Popula asked. Does he look okay? Devola asked her, rapping her knuckles gently on her forehead. Alucard nearly laughed at the sight. These automatons truly were sisters. Humans had made incredible strides in artificial intelligence in spite of the plague that had laid waste to the species for these past 30 years, the fruits of their labor were truly admirable. Alucard spared a glance at the limp and ragged remains of his right arm. Beneath the tattered sleeve of his suit was skin so badly burned that it smelled almost like a slab of roast beef, and looked somewhat like one as well. Below that, clipped to his belt, was the reason for the horrific burns. There on his hip hung the vampire killer, coiled like a snake waiting to strike, its oiled leather hide glistening. The vampire killer exacted a heavy toll in the hands of an unworthy wielder. A human with no relation to the Belmont clan would find their life drained quite benignly as they held it. But a half-breed like him, on the other hand, the whip had set his body aflame. If the fight with Soma Dracula had worn on any longer, Alucard was certain the whip would have claimed much more than an arm. If only its proper owner had put off gestaltization for just a few more months. I'll be fine, he said. Eventually. Dompier's healed quickly, after all, even these grievous wounds would patch themselves together soon enough. I need the coffin. I'll get it, Devola said. She hurried off and slipped through the doors, giving the Gestalt waiting in the corner a pat on its head on her way out. Popola gently took hold of Alucard's burned arm and lifted it up, pulling out a small pair of stubby trauma shears to cut away what was left of his sleeve. Oh, please no, no, I'm fine, this is a good suit, Alucard weakly protested, even though his suit was far beyond ruined anyway, feeling oddly vulnerable as the android cut away his sleeve. Standard medical procedure, sir, Popola said, cutting away the rest of his tattered jacket, shirt, tie, and waistcoat to reveal a tapestry of scars and blossoming bruises on the canvas of his pale skin. The cool air of the facility wreathed his body and sent a chill up his spine. That was an eldritch knot, Alucard muttered as his bisected tie slipped from his neck and draped itself over his knee. It took forever to get it right. This will all heal, right? Popola asked, her eyes darting from scar to scar as she analyzed each wound. Yes. I merely have to sleep it off. Good, it'll be nice to have you around. She smiled. And? Dracula's gone, right? Alucard swallowed hard. Yes. Once more, and hopefully, forever. Soma Cruz, once unwitting, once unwilling reincarnation of Dracula, that fey young man, scarcely more than a boy when he'd discovered his heritage. For so long, those dark eyes framed by snowy white hair had belied such a kind, innocent heart. Now he was dead. Dead and damned, the second chance his soul had been given was lost. And it was all Alucard's fault. It had felt strange at first, being around that boy, being his mentor, a father to his own father, but soon enough it had felt right. Having Soma had felt like having a family again. Yet Alucard, in his foolishness and carelessness, had let it all slip through his fingers. What more could he have said or done? Where had he gone wrong? What hidden darkness, what unsaid hatred or unspoken anguish, had brought that poor boy to this fate, and what more could Alucard have done to see and hear it? By whichever means the darkness had sprouted and blossomed in Soma's heart, Alucard had taken on his well-being as his personal responsibility. The failure was his and his alone. He could have been saved, his fist clenched, his fingers curling inward and scraping against the tabletop. He was shaking, trembling like the last leaf on a tree's branches, barely able to choke out his confession to the promise he'd failed to keep. The light, in his dark soul, it was my duty to keep it shining. There. Popola laid a hand on his shoulder. It must be so hard, having to do that to your own father. Not that I would know anything about that, but, you have my sympathies. As she tended to his arm with some sort of quick-drying salve, she began to talk about the bright future of Project Gestalt, obviously hoping her enthusiasm would rub off on him and soothe his heartache. Her bedside manner could use some work, but Alucard figured it was very good for an android, and it did start to make him feel a little better. It was strange, after 30 years of watching civilization crumble like a pillar of salt, to hear somebody speaking of hope. Soon enough, Devola returned, hefting a large black coffin over one shoulder as if it weighed nothing. She set it on the floor at Alucard's side and opened it. So are you just going to get in? Alucard stood up on unsteady legs and pulled a change of clothes out from the coffin, draping his old coat and cape over his shoulders. Yes, he answered, gingerly lowering himself into the coffin as he would into a hot bath. The interior of the coffin was scarlet velvet padding and a smattering of soil from his homeland. The latter would give his slumber greater restorative properties. I'll be as good as new when I awaken. And when will that be? Popola asked. It will be when I've returned to my full strength. Shouldn't be more than a century, Alucard answered. But you're more than welcome to wake me up sooner if you have need of me. He laid back, resting his head against the soft and familiar cushioning of his coffin, and let his leaden eyelids fall over his eyes. I look forward to helping you steward Project Gestalt. Take care and good night. The lid of the coffin swung shut, enclosing him in a blissful darkness that soon pressed all thoughts from his mind. He fell into a dreamless sleep. A dreamless, timeless sleep, one which went on far too long, a free fall into a thoughtless abyss where centuries ran by like seconds, until eventually he woke up. Alucard typically woke up on his own without any need for alarm clocks or tolling church bells or the like. Typically, the natural rising and setting of the sun would suffice to guide his circadian rhythms. After all, he still remembered vividly the old days of candles and lamplight and bells ringing in the hour, unlike modern-day human who'd barely even known what sleep was at all, let alone what night truly meant. But there was no sunrise in this world, not for a long, long time, at least. In the absence of the sun to guide his waking, he found himself jolted out of his sleep instead by the sound of gunfire, a great deal of it ringing out from many directions throughout the camp. As the deafening roars assaulted his ears, Alucard gritted his teeth and clenched his jaw to will away the sounds, picked up his sword, and swiftly exited the twins' tent. Amid the cacophony, he heard a smattering of panicked voices. "Can't you get a signal to the bunker?" I am trying, but they're refusing all signals." "Damn. The machines are jamming us." "No. I think something's gone wrong with Yoarha. Try to get a signal out to earthbound units. There have to be some in the area." He didn't need to ask around to learn what was going on. Machines had overrun the camp, climbing over and tearing through its barricades. Bullets pinged off the stubby, bullet-shaped toy soldiers' stained and discolored metal hulls as they advanced. Without hesitation, Alucard leaped into the fray, cutting through the machine's ranks with the grace and strength afforded to him by his dark powers. Sparks flew as steel cleaved steel, and gurgling electronic death rattles filled the air. Once alerted to his presence, the machines, Alucard noticed, seemed interested particularly in him. They gravitated toward him, almost ignoring the androids shooting at them. Just like the machines the other night, the ones who had screamed of revenge and brotherhood. They were targeting him. Armed with this knowledge, Alucard pushed through to the outskirts of the camp, and the machines followed. After what felt like an eternity, the machine forces began to lessen as their dead crowded the oil-stained ground. At last, silence fell over the resistance camp. Now that he could hear himself think, Alucard took stock of the situation. Anemone was nowhere in sight. He couldn't even hear her shouting out orders, which seemed odd to him, considering she was the leader of this cell of the resistance. Neither were Popola and Devola anywhere to be found, although he took no small amount of comfort to know that he hadn't tripped over their corpses. Tension still blanketed the camp. No one knew whether to expect another attack. From what Alucard could glean from overhearing the androids pick through the detritus, it had been years since machines had openly attacked the camp like this. No one else seemed to have picked up on the fact that the machines had singled out Alucard. Perhaps they had even come here in the first place because he was here. Alucard was beginning to wonder if it was prudent for him to remain here, or if it would be better for this camp's denizens if he were to take up residence in the wilderness of the ruins engulfing the camp instead. Wishing to inquire about Popola and Devola, he approached one of the android soldiers picking through the fallen machines in a search for spare parts and tapped him on the shoulder. At that exact moment, though, the twins emerged from one of the dilapidated buildings enclosing the camp as if on cue. Their clothes and skin were smeared with black grease and oily synthetic blood. Alucard smiled, relieved to see them unharmed despite the blood. It looked like they had simply been occupied with some triage work, which had mercifully kept them out of danger. "You're responsible for this, aren't you?" Devola asked, eyeing the carnage and kicking at the torn-open hull of a stubby machine. "Guilty as charged," Alucard answered, the quip leaving an acerbic residue on his tongue. "Devola and I need to head over to Pascal to pick up some parts for a fuel filter," Popola said. "Would you like to come with us?" "I'm sure they'd rather have Alucard here in case there's another attack," Devola said, chastising her twin. Alucard raised his hands. No, I'm certain this camp can look after itself. I'd be glad to accompany you." Before Alucard and the twins could set off, a shout rang out through the camp. "You!" Alucard glanced over his shoulder in the direction the outcry had come from. A fountain of golden light, bright as sunlight, blossomed from a pile of machine carcasses. It faded away to reveal a young man with short, close-cropped silver hair standing atop the mound of debris. He was clad in nothing but a pair of pants lined with razor-sharp scales. His bare skin showed off-toned, well-defined muscles, giving him the look of an ancient Greek statue brought to life. A black tattoo of twisting geometric shapes enveloped his left arm. One of his hands was covered by a black glove with thick red claws capping each finger. He stared at Alucard with hatred in his crimson eyes, and Alucard realized that just like the machines, this strange young man had come here for him. One of the android soldiers still standing brought his rifle to bear. In an instant, the bare-chested man stood in front of him, placing a single finger against the barrel of the rifle at the exact moment the soldier squeezed the trigger. The rifle exploded, shrapnel spraying as its wielder staggered backward and fell to the ground. No one else was foolish enough to point their guns at the intruder after that display of strength. The strange, silver-haired young man refocused on Alucard. The silver-haired man in black, he snarled, taking a step toward him. His voice was caustic enough to strip paint. "Are you the one I've been looking for?" Silver hair in a black coat. The rallying cry of every machine that had attacked Alucard these past few days. This man, it seemed, was their leader. To say the quarantine bay was boring was an understatement. It was, in fact, so mind-numbing in its utter blandness that it could drive one mad. The walls were white and featureless. So was the ceiling. So was the floor. There were 2 doors on opposite sides of the vast white room and nothing else save for 9 seconds, his pod, 2B, and her pod. Shimmering curtains of translucent light stretching from floor to ceiling wrapped around all 4 of them, cutting them off from each other. Nines sat cross-legged in his little cylindrical cell, tapping absent-mindedly on the wall of light and watching ripples spread where his fingertip met the hard light surface. 2B simply stood in her little bespoke cell as still as a statue, her back turned to him. He'd tried shouting at her to attract her attention, but the sound hadn't carried. He kept shouting for a little bit more, though, just to blow off some steam. Usually, Nines inwardly marveled at how cool, calm, and collected 2B could be, but considering their circumstances here, it just frustrated him. It made him feel as though she of all people didn't understand the gravity of the situation, a whole continent full of nigh invincible vampire machines within a week. She should have been yelling and screaming her head off, too. After all, she was the one who had fought with that monstrous machine. She hadn't fallen for the commander's gaslighting, had she? Nines tried to take his mind off of, well, everything, by making a game out of tapping on the wall. First, he tried to see how many times in a row his fingertip could land in exactly the same spot. Then he started experimenting with different rhythms. He ran his hand up and down the shimmering curtain in ascending and descending patterns, imagining his tapping corresponding to different tones. He played a few little ditties and then got too restless to concentrate. He sighed and looked over at Pod 153, which floated in its own, much thinner tube, completely inert. He wondered how long it would take before anyone came down here to do research on the 4 of them, and what would be done to them when the researchers couldn't find anything wrong. Would he and 2B have an opportunity to free themselves then, or would they both be wiped clean and rebooted, ignorant of the danger brewing back on Earth? If they did manage to run away, they'd be fugitives from Yoarha. Marked for death. Just like that one android, A2, that he and 2B had encountered not too long ago. Reflecting on that filthy, disheveled, half-skinned mess of an android, Nines was loath to think about fighting to survive not only against machines, but against his fellow androids, vampires notwithstanding. He didn't want to end up looking or smelling like her. It was hopeless. Nines bowed his head and leaned forward, resting his head against the barrier. It was warm, hard, and sent a prickling sensation through his skin. This was the end, then. The dawn of the age of vampires. He chuckled. Well, at least until the sun rose and burned them all to ashes. But by then, there probably wouldn't be anything else left, either. The door slid open, much to 9SS's surprise. Commander White strolled into the quarantine bay, again much to 9SS's surprise, and much to his surprise, she did not look well. She held one hand close to her chest against a blossoming flower of blood on her elegant white dress. No, not a hand, but a severed wrist stump. Her eyes were wide, her breath was ragged and labored, as though she'd run 100 kilometers to get here. Nines stood up, his shoulders brushing against the force field holding him at bay. Commander. 2B was stirring, too. Nines could see her resting her hand on the force field and moving her mouth, although no sound came out. Taking a moment to catch her breath and brush an unusually out-of-place lock of pale hair from her brow, White tapped on 2B's force field and disengaged it, then did the same for 9S. Reconsidering locking us up, huh? Nines asked as the shimmering curtain surrounding him flickered and faded away. He couldn't help but sound a little smug. "Commander, are you okay?" 2B asked. "I'm fine," White said. She turned to Nines, wearing a stern scowl on her weary face. "Unit 9s, I have reconsidered the contents of your report and have concluded that you and 2B are not delusional." Nines figured that White wasn't used to eating crow and felt oddly triumphant to have been proven right, although he was certain whatever proof had swayed her mind was something he wouldn't want to hear. Nevertheless, despite that worry festering in the back of his mind, he crossed his arms and basked in his correctness. "Oh, so now you take us seriously. Watch your tongue. It sounds like you're eager to clean every window on this station from the outside," she said, glaring coldly at him. "I made the best decision I could given the information at my disposal," she added, sounding, oddly enough, proud rather than defensive or apologetic, "and changed my mind when confronted with new information, as any rational person would." "Apology accepted, Commander. I can put you back in quarantine any time I like." "I'm sorry, ma'am." White nodded. "That's better. Now, you two, I need your expertise. There's a vampire locked in my office." With a flick of her remaining wrist, she disengaged the force fields holding the pods in stasis. "You need to help me kill him." Nines supposed he'd gotten as much of an apology as he could ever get from his commanding officer. The three of them, followed by the two pods, hurried out of the quarantine bay and into the ring-shaped corridor spanning the lower decks. On the way, Nines had an idea. Pascal had recounted to him a great deal of lore about vampires from the old books on human folk tales and mythology he'd collected in his little library, some of which were things so outlandish that Nines had omitted them from his report so he wouldn't sound like he was nuts. In hindsight, though, it probably wouldn't have done him any further harm. "Commander," he said as White led him and 2B through the eerily empty and silent corridors, "I have an idea. We need to stop by R&D." "Is that really necessary, 9S?" White asked. "Trust me," Nines said. "Who's the vampire expert here?" Nines held a glass jar full to the brim of millimeter-scale bolts close to his chest as he and 2B left R&D and followed White to her office. "I put the entire bunker on lockdown," White explained. "The hangar bay is sealed off. The access points are shut down. We've even blocked communications between the station and Earth. Every single android here should be locked safely in their quarters." Nines had never seen White so rattled. This was the third time she'd told them that as the three of them had hurried across the bunker's empty and silent decks, as if she were trying to convince herself that her decisions were sound through repetition. "You're sure," she asked Nines, "that vampires cannot enter a room without permission?" "That's what Pascal said. They can't enter somebody's home unless they're allowed in." White's tone soured. "Why did you put that in your report and not?" She shook her jar of bolts. "This." Nines shrugged. It sounded a lot crazier than the others." "Do not omit anything from your reports next time," she snapped. "Like you'd have believed me, anyway," Nines muttered under his breath. The three of them reached White's office. Its door was savagely bent and crumpled like tinfoil, demonstrating 86SS unnatural strength. Nines wondered how much stronger a vampire android must be than a vampire machine. It, like everything else about these horrifying undead creatures, defied belief. Within the office, Nines saw the exact kind of mess all the rumors about White's hygiene, or lack thereof, spoke of. If he hadn't seen for himself how neat and tidy the office had been just earlier this morning, he'd have believed everything people had said about how slovenly she was. White digitized the jar in her hand and tucked it away in virtual storage. It vanished in a flurry of amber sparks. "I didn't expect him to stay cooped up in there, really," she sighed. "Looks like we'll have to go looking for him," 2B said. "Pod," she asked, "you can't track his black box signal, can you?" "Negative," Pod 042 answered. "Vampires do not produce any ambient heat or give off any electromagnetic radiation. They are untraceable. We'll have to hunt for him the old-fashioned way," White said. "Ops is closest. We'll check there first." She turned around and led 2B and 9s back down the way they'd came. "Analysis, 4 black box signals detected on the operations deck," said Pod 153. "What?" Nines felt the bottom drop out from his stomach. "I thought you said you put the bunker on lockdown," he said to White. "I did," she replied. Sharing a growing sense of unease, the three of them wasted no time storming into Ops, barely even waiting for the door to slide all the way up before barging into the room. Nines tucked his jar of bolts under his armpit and drew his sword. 2B did the same. White held back behind the two of them, following at a close distance and using the two of them as living shields. Nines looked around Ops. The terrace lining the inside wall of the chamber opposite the floor-to-ceiling view screen, while mostly empty, still had half a dozen operators tapping away at their terminals as though nothing was wrong. On closer inspection, though, of the 6 operators still here on duty, only half of them were doing any work. For each one whose fingers were flying over her keyboard, there was one sitting next to her and watching her like a hawk. They're hostages. And that means Commander White. A fair-haired scanner stepped onto the center of the floor, dragging another one of the operators on duty along with him. 2B clenched her fists so tight that Nines could hear the leather creaking. It was her assigned operator. 609S could recognize those braided pigtails anywhere. Her movements were sluggish and stiff. "I always was quite dull for a scanner," ADSIXS called out. "Wasn't I, Commander? Isn't that what you said?" White stepped in front of 2B and Nines, standing on the edge of the elevator platform leading to the floor but stopping just short of walking onto it. 86S. "Let her go." ADSIXS laughed. "If I were you, I'd have enthralled as many people as I could before I went after me. Do you remember saying that to me, Commander? Well, it gave me a great idea." "No," White whispered. With a snap of 86SS fingers, half of the operators shot up to their feet, dragging their captives up with them, and laid the fangs beneath the veils on their necks. They were all perfectly in sync, their movements choreographed like ballet dancers. "I'll release this one," ADSIXS said, giving 60 a rough nudge, "and all the others, but you have to come down here, White, alone, and submit to me." "Don't do it, Commander!" Nines shouted out, reaching out and grabbing her by the arm. "You can't." His voice fell silent as his eyes flitted to the side and he caught sight of one of the 3 captives on the terrace below. 210, his assigned operator, stood in the clutches of the vampire which had once been one of her co-workers. Their eyes met. 210 didn't look so stern and stoic as she usually did. Her expression was blank, her emerald eyes foggy and glazed over. She barely seemed to acknowledge 9SS presence at all. "Is that what this is about?" White asked. "Did you really abandon our cause because of an inferiority complex?" White snarled. 30, 80, 50, what about you? "Our cause is our master's cause," the 3 vampire operators answered in unison. "And my cause," ADSIXS said, "is to deliver the finest of banquets to my masters." He shrugged. "I won't lie and say I don't have any personal motivations. But they couldn't care less about my grudge. What they want is the location of the human refugee colony, and our goals just happen to align so neatly. So go ahead, give in, and..." "What will you do if I refuse to become your loyal servant?" White asked. "I'll turn everyone else here into vampires," ADSIXS answered matter-of-factly, "and then one of us will make you one of us. Either way, I win. Unless you can cut down and kill each and every android in this room. Do you think I'd abandon my commitment to humanity to spare my subordinates' lives? If the last vestiges of humanity are wiped out," White said, "then there's no point in any of us surviving at all. I won't give myself up, and I'll die before I'm turned." As if on cue, Pod 153 fired on the vampire holding 210 captive, its bullets riddling the vampire's torso. Pod 042 did the same to the 2 vampires stationed on the other side of the terrace. The 3 vampire operators held on fast to their captives, soaking up the bullets like a sponge even though the gunfire reduced their uniforms to tatters and tore through their flesh. Their faces contorted in pain, blood pooling at their feet, and yet they clung with a death grip to their hostages. ADSIXS held up his hand and both pods were thrown against the ceiling with enough force to leave 2 spiderwebs of cracks in the featureless white surface. They both fell to the floor with a loud clang and picked themselves up, hovering slowly and unsteadily. "And yet you criticize me for poor judgment, White," ADSIXS shouted out, baring 60's neck and licking his lips in anticipation as he prepared to feast on his hostage's blood. "Wait!" White cried out, rushing onto the elevator platform. "Stop!" Stopping in his tracks, ADSIXS drew back, cocked his head, and smiled as the platform descended and brought his prey closer to him. "Ah! I knew you cared about your little harem here. Welcome to the family." White stepped off the platform, summoned the glass jar to her hand, and smashed it against the floor before 86's feet. Desperately hoping Pascal's stories hadn't been just stories, Nines raised his jar above his head as well, poised to throw it down at the feet of the vampire who'd taken 21-0 captive. And then his eyes met the vampire's. Down on the floor, 86's eyes widened, his mouth hanging agape. His grip on 60 loosened and his hands fell away from her as he fell to his knees. 60 stumbled and swayed on her feet once the vampire had lost his hold on her. White reached out and grabbed her by the arm and roughly pulled her back onto the elevator platform just as it began to ascend and carry the two of them back to safety. All Nines had to do was throw down his own jar to distract the other vampires. But his body wouldn't obey his mind. Every muscle and servo in his body froze as the burning red eyes of the vampire holding onto 21-0 locked with his. His blood ran cold, he felt his black box stop in his chest. Had 2B felt the same pressure pinning her down when she'd fought Flamel? The fear gripping her, digging icy talons into her mind, paralyzing her limbs, driving brave thoughts of resistance from her head? Was she feeling it right now, staring down two more vampires after so narrowly defeating just one? At his side, 2B tossed a jar of her own at the other two vampires on the terrace. The peals of shattering glass and clatter of hundreds of tiny metal pieces against the floor rang out and echoed through the cavernous room. Had she felt that same indescribable terror Nines was stricken with now, and had she overcome it through sheer force of will? But Nines still couldn't move. All he could do was watch helplessly, just as frozen as 21-0, unable to do so much as choke out a frightened gasp as the vampire plunged her fangs into her immobilized prey. 21-0 went limp, collapsing like a ragdoll and falling into her captor's arms, her head lolling back and eyes rolling up as her skin blanched and turned as pale as milk. While Nines looked on, paralyzed, at the horrific sight, 2B grabbed him roughly by the collar and yanked him off his feet, smashing the jar he'd been holding on the floor. "Let's go," she shouted, dragging him along as White ran past her with 60 and the two other captive operators in tow. Seemingly no longer interested in the world around him, ADSIXS crouched down in front of the pile of glass and metal littering the floor and pecked at each piece with his fingers, setting them aside one at a time. "Damn it! Damn you, White! When I'm done counting these," he snarled through gritted teeth, "you're all going to die screaming." The door slid shut, closing off the den of vampires from the rest of the bunker. For good measure, White keyed in her access code to lock the door just as she'd locked her office door. While it wouldn't keep ADSIXS and his thralls at bay forever, it would at least buy some time. They rushed down the corridor, passing by locked door after locked door until they reached 60's. White opened the door and ushered 60 into her quarters with the other two operators. "Stay here. Keep the door locked. Don't open it for anyone except for me," White told them as the door slid shut. As the danger response programming that kept him on high alert ran down, Nines fell to his knees, gasping for breath as the full magnitude and intensity of the encounter he'd had with those vampires bore down on him. "With all due respect to Pascal," 2B said, gingerly rubbing her forehead, "I can't believe that worked. How long will the mess back there keep those vampires occupied? A scanner and 3 operators? They'll have the whole mess counted in a matter of minutes," White said. "But, it did buy us some time, nonetheless." 4 operators, Nines found himself muttering. The sight of the vampire taking 21-0 and draining her blood was seared indelibly into his memory. That split second was still playing on a loop in his head, the split second when his body and his wits had both failed him. He'd been utterly powerless to do so much as lift a finger. 9S, what other weaknesses of these things can we exploit? White asked. And this time, don't leave anything out because you think it might sound ridiculous. Nines racked his brain and tried to focus, but nothing came up. Nothing except 21-0 staring at him with blank, glassy eyes while he stood there with all of the means to save her and none of the willpower. The same image blocked every other train of thought he tried to follow, standing as an impassable barrier wherever he turned. I see can't. I couldn't. The words he tried to say vanished off the tip of his tongue before he could say them as he choked out what little he could manage to speak between short, shallow, ragged breaths. I just. She. 9's White crouched down and clamped her hand down on his shoulder, giving him a rough shake. Focus. You need to tell us everything you know. 9's bowed his head and averted his eyes, feeling hot tears soak into his visor. He shuddered and shivered, wrapping his arms over his chest and shrinking away. He'd failed. White and 2B had kept their wits and remained strong, but he alone had fallen short. He, a scanner, a model of android designed to have sharp wits and a strong mind, had found himself bereft of both when he'd needed them when 210 had needed them. He'd failed himself and her. 9s. White smacked him across the face in an attempt to jolt him out of the feedback loop his mind had fallen into. You're a high-performance model. Act like it. Her hand left a stinging red mark on his cheek. In spite of that, though, 9s couldn't help himself. He'd failed. He'd failed. He'd failed. He'd failed. He'd failed. Commander, let me try. 2B knelt beside White and raised her hand to 9's cheek, resting her palm softly over the same spot that still smarted and stung from the slap. 9s, look at me. Her voice cut through the noise. 9s turned his head as 2B pulled up her visor, revealing her pale blue eyes. Look at me, 9s. Breathe. Slowly. 9s tried to breathe, and as he focused on 2B's face and let that familiar, comforting image replace the waking nightmare filling his head, it began to come easier to him. Her gaze, like that of the vampires, was potent, but in an entirely different way. The force it exerted on his mind lifted him up instead of weighing him down. Looking into those eyes, he felt safe. He felt calm. Her eyes. They still seemed so familiar. 9s wondered if he'd ever seen them before. No, that wasn't possible. 2B never would have taken off her visor while on duty. She, like 210, was a stickler for rules and regulations. Like 210. No. No. No, it was all rushing back, he. 9s, she whispered, her voice low enough that only he could hear her. The white noise filling his head faded away. 9s felt 2B's thumb run over his cheek in a slow, soft circle, her fingertip brushing against the contours of his ear. It wasn't the kind of gesture he'd ever have expected from her. She was being so gentle, so kind, almost nurturing. 2B, 9s coughed and took a deep breath, and then another. He still felt hollow inside, but he could breathe now, and he could think again. 2B, 2B withdrew her hand, lowered her visor, and stood up. Emotions are prohibited, she brusquely told him. It seemed she was reminding herself just as much as she was reminding him, castigating herself for exposing the side of herself the rules demanded she kept hidden. 9s slowly nodded. Right, he mumbled, and he stood up and followed White, 2B, and the others as they set off down the corridor. You seem to have an idea who I am, Alucard said, flourishing his sword as he stared down the shirtless man who'd emerged from the machine wreckage. But I cannot say the same about you. You know who I am. The shirtless man clenched his fists, a golden light blooming around his forearms, and charged at him. My brother told you before you killed him. Alucard narrowly sidestepped the man's first strike, feeling his knuckles and the golden aura engulfing his fists just barely graze his nose. There wasn't much grace or elegance behind that punch. Fury, yes, but finesse, no. Nevertheless, he was thankful he'd dodged the blow. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. The man let out a frustrated growl and tried to knee Alucard in the stomach, golden energy wreathing his leg. Alucard staggered backward, well out of range, the distance between him and his foe rapidly closed. Fortunately, the man's lack of finesse made him an easy foe to steer clear of. Every punch he tried to throw came with a clear wind-up that made predicting his moves child's play. I can't say I recall killing anyone these past few days, your little toy soldiers aside. Weaving around the shirtless man's next few jabs, Alucard probed his defenses with his sword. Least of all, your brother. Before Alucard's sword could even nick his foe's bare skin, A golden barrier sprang up between flesh and steel, the blade bounced harmlessly off it. Nonetheless, the shirtless man snarled and screamed as though he'd been struck, lashing out and driving his shin into Alucard's midsection. This hit connected. Alucard was knocked off his feet and lifted into the air, his breath down to the last gasp ripped from his lungs. He hit the ground and barely managed to remain upright, teetering on his feet as he stumbled backward. To say he'd regretted taunting this man was an understatement. He could already feel his ribs bruising. Another kick like that could rearrange his ribcage. "My name," the man said, glaring daggers at Alucard, "is Eve. You're going to remember it as long as you live, monster. Okay. Listen to me, Eve." Alucard hurriedly backed away from Eve's furious flurries of punches and kicks. "You may have mistaken me for someone else. Perhaps we should bury the hatchet." "Shut up." Eve threw another wild punch. Alucard deftly danced past his swinging fist and slipped behind him, drawing a dagger from his hip and readying himself to bury it in Eve's bare and unprotected back. Eve spun around, kicked the knife from Alucard's hand, and vanished in a blossom of golden light. A spark ran through Alucard's mind, a jolt of alertness spurred by his honed and sharpened instincts. He whirled around just in time to see Eve's gloved fist headed straight for his face. Alucard caught it, his fingertips scraping and sliding on the leather as he struggled to hold back the force of the blow. Eve threw another punch with his right hand, which Alucard managed to catch as well. The two of them grappled fruitlessly against each other, neither willing to give an inch. Eve's crimson eyes narrowed. "You can't fool me, you even smell like him." "I've never been told I smelled like someone before," Alucard said, gritting his teeth as he struggled to push Eve back. The man's raw strength continued to surprise him. Heaven forbid somebody actually teach him how to fight. He'd be utterly unstoppable if he knew how to apply all that power properly. Should I take that as a compliment or an insult? It was a strange thing for Eve to say to him, though. What scent could be so distinctive that Alucard could share it with one and only one other person? What person on this war-torn post-apocalyptic planet could he possibly have a scent in common with? That single lapse of concentration was all Eve needed to gain the upper hand, push Alucard back, and deliver two crushing blows to his jaw and his ribs. As the pain washed over him, the ripples building on each other where they crossed paths, Alucard saw stars. In fact, he saw entire galaxies swirling before him like a time-lapse video of the universe. Those two mighty punches were followed by a flurry of blows which Alucard hardly even felt, overwhelmed as he was by the first two already. He stumbled backward, windmilling his arms to keep his balance, as Eve vanished in a flash of golden light. Eve reappeared behind him and drove his knee into the small of his back, knocking Alucard into a pile of dismembered machines. Alucard flopped over onto his back, if only to prevent a poorly placed elbow from digging into his already tender ribs. "Don't push me into changing into a bat or mist," Alucard thought, glancing at the ragged soldiers looking on from the sidelines at his sparring match. "I'm not prepared to answer the questions that would raise." Eve cracked his knuckles, then his neck. "Get up. I'm not done with you." "The man who killed your brother," Alucard said, wincing as the pain from the bombardment he'd endured began to catch up to him. "Was his name Dracula?" "I'm not interested in your name. Just in how much it'll hurt when I kill you." Eve wrenched a ragged spear from the claws of a dismembered machine, twirling it like a baton. "I'm not him. And trust me, I want him dead just as much as you do." Eve threw the spear like a javelin, narrowly grazing Alucard's ear as the spearhead buried itself in the mound of mangled machines. Alucard pulled himself to his feet as Eve rushed at him yet again, kicking up a shattered half of one machine's spherical face. Eve snapped his fingers and a bolt of amber light shot out from his hand and blew the metal hemisphere to pieces. Alucard hooked his ankle around Eve's, tripping him, and drove his elbow into the small of his back, knocking him to the ground. Eve hit the ground, lashed upward with his leg, and nearly caught Alucard on the chin, the heel of his boot scraping his cheek. Eve righted himself, completely undeterred, and charged again, letting out an enraged war cry. Scattered machine parts lifted off the ground and hovered close to him as though magnetically attracted to his body. Alucard backed away and pulled free a rusty, wickedly shaped sword made from scrap metal from the mechanical hands of its former wielder, batting the orbiting machine parts out of the air as Eve threw them at him. "First you poison my brother against me," Eve snarled, "then you kill him in front of me. And now you change your hair to make yourself look just him, all to mock me? I'll kill you. It didn't take long for Eve to close the gap between himself and Alucard, try as Alucard might to keep his distance. The fight was dragging on, and the hits he had endured were beginning to take their toll. Alucard's head was spinning, the world swirling around him. He was starting to struggle to keep his footing, stumbling across the shrapnel-littered ground as he weaved unsteadily and drunkenly through Eve's blistering offense. He managed to get a few hits in here and there, but every blow he tried to land glanced harmlessly off of the golden barriers that sprung up close to Eve's body. Alucard brought his sword down on Eve, a pane of amber light shimmered into existence just in front of his chest and bore the brunt of the strike. While the shield was occupied, he took his knife and shoved it between Eve's unprotected ribs, giving it a savage twist. Eve howled and fell back, clutching at his side as oily blood gushed from the wound. He wrenched the dagger free and crushed its hilt in his gloved hand, letting it fall to the ground in pieces. Useless, he growled, heaving a mostly intact machine body over his head, useless, 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 useless. The inert machine sailed through the air. Alucard cut it in two and used it as cover to transform briefly, for less than a single second, into a cloud of mist and slip past Eve's flank. But Eve noticed him out of the corner of his eye as soon as he had solidified and brought up a bare, tattooed forearm to block his sword. He planted his boot squarely on Alucard's chest and kicked him into the air, vanishing in a flash of light. The shadowy ground and pitch-black sky spun around Alucard as Eve reappeared behind him to drive his foot into his back, then reappeared in front of him to kick him in the chest again, repeating the pattern in a dizzying zigzag motion. Alucard pinballed through the air under Eve's onslaught, slamming into the wall of a teetering skyscraper. The concrete crumbled under his weight and the force of the impact. He slid off the cracked concrete and hit the ground, his ears ringing from the force of the impact. "You're not him," Eve spat, taking slow and heavy steps toward Alucard. "It's so clear now. I don't feel that pressure around you, and your eyes, I don't feel so scared looking at them." Alucard was too busy catching his breath to make any sort of requip or observation as he struggled back up, yanking a long spear from the grip of a disemboweled machine and planting it in the ground like a cane to prop himself up. "So I'll just kill you," Eve said, raising his arm and levitating a cluster of mangled machines into the air, "for wasting my time." A slow clap rang out through the air. "Bravo, Eve. Good show. But don't you think your efforts are a little, misdirected?" A chill ran up Alucard's spine at the sound of that voice. Dracula, still wearing the young body of Soma Cruz like a bespoke suit, stood at the very periphery of the resistance camp, the toes of his boots a hair's breadth away from the edge of the soft glow of lamplight that marked the boundary of the camp. Alucard's heart pounded against his sore and aching ribs, drumming a furious, nervous beat. Dracula had at last revealed himself. Why here? Why now? Was Alucard strong enough to confront him again? Was he ready? "It's me you've been looking for, isn't it?" Dracula asked, grinning wickedly as Eve slowly turned around to face him. "Leave the whelp over there to rot. I'm the one you want." 2B pulled off her boots, untied her dress, and pulled her blouse up over her head. The cool air of the armory prickled against her skin. The black suit of heavy armor she slipped into was even colder. She suppressed the urge to shiver as she strapped herself into it. It would warm up once its systems came online, but until then, it was like wearing a suit made of ice. She was in too much of a hurry, though, to bother with the bodysuit meant to go underneath the armor, or any of the parts meant to protect her arms or legs save for boots and gauntlets. Nor did she have time to grab a helmet. It would have to do. Nines poked at one of the full suits of armor mounted on the walls. "None of this stuff fits me," he pointed out. "It's not supposed to," White said. "Heavy armor is for combat units." The armor didn't fit her, either. She was a full head taller than the tallest combat model, but she had at least managed to find a breastplate to put on over her dress that kept her neck guarded from anyone who'd want to sink their fangs into it. "If you were converted to a Type B, you'd have no problem filling one out," 2B told Nines. Nines set down a black helmet. "I'm not sure I want to wear one of these things that much." With at least some modicum of protection equipped, the three of them hurried out of the armory. The trouble with hiding, of course, was that now none of them had any ideas about the positions of their foes. Perhaps the vampires in Ops were still indulging in their compulsions, or perhaps they'd spread out throughout the bunker. Holy weapons, a stake of ashwood through the heart, and ultraviolet light, White said, repeating 9's earlier report. Those are the only things that can kill a vampire. Nines nodded. Why yes, ma'am. 2B could tell from his subdued behavior that he was still struggling with what had happened to 21-0, and she couldn't blame him. She'd have been just as out of sorts if 6-0 had met that fate as well, though she'd have done a better job bottling up her feelings and keeping her composure. On top of that, this had been his first face-to-face encounter with a vampire. The fear 2B had felt staring down those other two vampire operators and looking them in their mesmerizing red eyes had been strong enough to freeze the breath in her throat, but she hadn't felt quite as overwhelmed as she had during her encounter with Flamel. To some degree, she'd been inoculated by her first encounter. The unknown was always infinitely more terrifying the first time. Ridiculous, White scoffed. 2B, what if we simply destroyed their bodies? Vaporize the head or the torso? Your pod should be up to the task. Statement: the vampire machine designated Flamel continued to function despite severe damage to its chassis and internal mechanisms, Pod 042 explained. This support pod lacks sufficient data to assess the efficacy of your suggestion. White laid her hand on her forehead, deep in thought. Ashwood. I don't think even you, 2B, have the strength to puncture an android's chassis with that. Not that we have much wood to spare up here, ash or otherwise. 2B tapped on the glass of one of the bay windows lining the corridor. If there was a way to position the bunker so the windows faced the sun, the outpouring of natural sunlight would turn the station's hallways into a death trap for vampires. Could we? We're on the night side of the Earth. Even if we shift out of geosynchronous orbit, White said, as though she could read 2B's mind, and reposition the bunker, we're still hours away from the Terminator line. Besides, the glass is polarized. There has to be something here that produces ultraviolet light, Nines said. Maybe a tanning salon? What about the maintenance clinic? White snapped her fingers. That might work, she said, tempering that initial moment of excitement. We'll have to lure the vampires to maintenance, though, and if they figure out they're headed there, they might get suspicious. They'll go wherever you go, 2B said. They need your authority to access records on the colony. Lead them to hell and they'll follow. White gave her a wry smile. Are you suggesting I act as bait? 2B opened her mouth, but wasn't sure what to say. Fortunately for you, I can't think of a better plan. White looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Very well. We'll wait for them to give chase, then burn them alive. Have you decided not to run away? Or are you all paralyzed with fear? ADSIXS walked down the hallway, his footsteps echoing with each step. Flanking him on each side were two of his vampire operators 30 and 80. The red light in their eyes could be seen from across the hall. Either way, ADSIXS said, you're just prolonging the inevitable. We vampires are simply a higher class of being. Is that why you guys just spent 10 minutes sorting through a bunch of spare parts? Nines asked. ADSIXS briefly lost his composure. 30, 80, darlings, kill those two. Leave White to me. The two operators removed their veiled headsets and hissed, baring their ivory fangs. The virtuous contract materialized in 2B's hand, her fingers gripping the cloth-wrapped hilt firmly. The sword's curved, single-edged white blade caught the light from the ceiling and gleamed. 9S, draw your weapon. Nines nodded and hastily summoned a katana of his own, one with a black hilt and bronze blade. The two operators barreled down the corridor, so graceful and light-footed they all but flew. 30 caught 2B's blade with her hands, nearly twisting it out of her hands, and kicked her in the chin, knocking her off her feet. The floor and ceiling rapidly exchanged places with each other, then her back slammed against the floor. 2B rolled out of the way as 30 lashed out with her hand, the vampires curled, talon-like fingers embedded themselves in the floor, puncturing the metal and ceramic paneling. White took hold of Pod 042. Pod, fire a laser at 86S. Negative. Probability of hull breaches. Commander override. Do it. Pod 042 unfolded its silvery hull to reveal its laser cannon and fired, aiming straight for 86 seconds. ADSIXS easily sidestepped the blast, which kept traveling and hit one of the large bay windows lining the outside wall of the corridor. The glass was reinforced, but not enough to stand up to such an energetic blast from the inside. Some of it melted, some of it shattered, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. The air in the bunker began to blow into space, tearing ADSIXS off the floor and flinging him into the void. He screamed and flung out his hand, a blossom of light unfolding around his palm as he tried desperately to hack something that could save him to no avail. He clung to the lip of the window, shattered glass digging into his hands, as bulkhead doors slid shut around him to seal off the breach. 2B felt her armor seize up, sparks flying from the seams as electricity surged through its circuitry. Fighting the suit, she drove her armored boot into 3O's gut, knocking her back, and lobbed her sword at 8O just as the vampire's fingers tightened around 9S's neck. The sword pierced her neck with a spurt of blood so dark it was nearly black. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Nines thrust his blade into her neck at an angle to 2B's blade, grabbed both swords by the hilt, and twisted, severing her head at the neck. He pulled away from 8O as she slumped over, her fingernails leaving livid, shallow parallel scratched on the side of his neck. When 3O reeled backward, a chunk of floor paneling came with her, remaining anchored to her hand. She used it as a bludgeoning weapon, the ragged chunk of ceramic and metal shattering against the side of 2B's head. Warm blood matted her hair and trickled down her cheek as 2B struggled to remain upright, static, and bursts of muted color playing across her vision from the force of the impact. 2B summoned the virtuous contract back to her hand and slashed across 3O's chest, cutting through her sleek, form-fitting dress and the sheer bodysuit beneath it and leaving an oozing gash. 3O grabbed her roughly by the arm, twisting her wrist just so and breaking the grip she had on her sword, and hurled 2B over her shoulder. 2B hit the floor face first, her nose crunching against the floor from the force of the impact. She wished she'd taken a helmet from the armory, but she'd been in too much of a hurry to suit up properly. For vampirism to make an operator stronger than an executioner by such a degree, they were truly a terrifying enemy, perhaps worse than any machine. 3O drew back her hand, which was still embedded in the now blood-stained chunk of floor paneling, and grabbed 2B by the back of her collar just as Nines attacked her, embedding his sword in the top of her head. He pulled the blade free with a shower of blood. 2B took the opportunity to right herself and lop 3O's arm off at the shoulder. 2B stood up, blood streaming from her nose and running down her chin, as the now disarmed 3O backed away, clutching at her bloodied shoulder. "Ow," the operator moaned, "that really hurt." "Suck it up, 3O," 8O's severed head spat out as her headless body staggered to its feet, fumbled blindly for her head, and picked it up. 9S's jaw dropped as 8O planted her severed head back on her neck, leaving a bloody seam that faded away within seconds. "You guys are mean," 3O whined. She picked up her arm and reattached it the same way her counterpart had reattached her head. "Being a vampire is great. Just let us drink your blood." 2B and Nines backed away and ran past White before the two vampire operators could give chase again. "Commander! This way." White glanced at the vampires and took off after the two. She cleared her throat. "Typically, in a game of chess, you put your rook between the king and the enemy, not the other way around." "Our apologies, ma'am," 2B said. "It's just that you'll draw them along better bringing up the rear." "I suppose I will," White grumbled. "Good thinking, 2B." The three of them skidded to a halt in front of the elevator leading to the other decks of the station and piled in. White nervously jammed her thumb on the button for the habitation deck. The doors slid closed and the elevator began its descent just as 3O and 8O caught up. The vampire operators stared out in dismay before the door hid them from sight. White sighed, slumping her shoulders, something 2B had never seen her do and couldn't imagine her doing. "So, how," she asked, catching her breath, "are they going to follow us now? Haven't they lost our trail? You want us to follow you?" The three of them all looked up at once in the direction of the voice and saw the third of 86SS vampire operators, 5O, clinging to the ceiling of the elevator cab like a spider. Her head had rotated 180 degrees. "I don't get it," she said. "You aren't trying to lead us into a trap or something, are you?" Nines gasped. "Oh, sh." 5O dropped to the floor, her head spinning on her neck to right itself, and pinned White against the wall. "People like you who never cut loose piss me off. Come on, White, pull that stick out of your butt and join us." It's a party, and you're all invited. 2B tried to wedge her sword between White and 50, but at such close quarters it was hard to do much of anything without endangering White's safety. Damn it. She gritted her teeth. Had ADSIXS really planned ahead and sent 50 to lie in wait in the elevator, knowing his prey would try to make it off the command deck? By all rights, he was supposed to be an idiot, at least according to White. Perhaps vampirism had made him smarter, or perhaps whoever his master was had a direct link to his mind. Nines dug his sword into 50's arms and severed them both at the elbow, the tip of his blade nicking 2B's armor. As 50 gasped and reeled back, 2B pushed her against the far wall of the elevator cab, putting as much distance between her and White as possible in this cramped chamber, and buried her blade up to the hilt in her stomach. The blade pierced both the wall of the elevator car and the elevator shaft. The ear-splitting squeal of metal on metal mingled with 50's screeching howls of pain as the elevator cab jerked, rattled, and lurched. The elevator cab came to a shuddering halt and the squealing stopped. 50's hoarse screams, which grew quieter by the second, and a subtle hissing noise were the only sounds filling the air. "I think," White said, "this is our ST." She gagged. 2B glanced away from the captive vampire and saw 50's severed hands crawling over her as though they had a life of their own. They'd undone the clasps on the collar of her armor and now had their fingers wrapped around her throat, squeezing the life out of her. "It's gonna be so boring, turning you while you're unconscious," 50 laughed, squirming as she tried to shimmy her way off the sword pinning her to the wall. "You've just got to feel that bliss, that pleasure, that power, that ooh flowing through you. Oh, you're gonna miss out, White." 2B and Nines both grabbed onto the cold hands, trying to pry them away from White's neck. Androids didn't need to breathe, but they did need to regulate body heat, and there was only so much their coolant could do. Their most efficient heat sinks were their lungs, and with her windpipe blocked, the heat building up in White's chassis had nowhere to go. One hand came free, popping off in 9's grip and scuttling up his arm like a giant spider. Before he could throw it off, it grabbed him by the throat. 50 laughed louder. 9's. 2B shouted out, still struggling with the other hand strangling White. She wanted to rush over to him and free him, but one look at White's hazy and unfocused green eyes bulging in their sockets rooted her to the spot. She couldn't leave her commanding officer behind, not even. Nines gave her a weak thumbs up, took his sword, and laid the blade at the base of his neck, his chest heaving fruitlessly as he tried in vain to expel the air growing hot and stale in his lungs. The sharp steel nicked his skin, drawing blood just underneath the black choker that encircled his neck. 50's howling, shrieking laughter grew even louder as the three androids all struggled against the disembodied hands, assaulting 2B's ears. 2B forced herself to look away from 9's peril, trying harder to pull the disembodied hand away from White's neck. Her skin was growing hotter by the second, it wouldn't be long until she overheated and shut down. She tried to worm her fingers between White's neck and the cold, dead flesh of 50's disembodied hand. Nestling his sword between his own neck and the hand wrapped around it, Nines yanked the blade upward, severing the hand's fingers. The blade cut into his jaw, skinned the flesh from his cheek, and severed his ear, but the hand, now devoid of all its fingers, flopped to the floor. Free to breathe once more, the first thing Nines did was scream. 2B summoned her sword back, removing it from 50's gut, and tried to do the same, wedging the blade under the hand's clammy, dead fingers. She struggled to gain enough leverage. The blade was too long and there wasn't enough space to maneuver it. The blade was too long and the hilt too far away to be an effective fulcrum for delicate, subtle, surgical movements. White's eyes rolled back as her lips turned blue. "I'm sorry, Commander," 2B whispered, doing exactly what Nines had done and leaving the left side of White's face a bloody mess. Freed, White collapsed to her knees, coughing as she inhaled as much fresh air as she could. 50 stopped laughing. 2B then realized that there was nothing pinning 50 in place. She whirled around, readying her blade. And found 50 right where she'd left her. The vampire operator was still pinned to the wall and had a look of faint confusion and moderate discomfort on her face, replacing the mirth she'd displayed just a few seconds earlier. What's going on? She squirmed and wriggled in place, but didn't move. I can't. Analysis, hull breach detected, Pod 153 announced. Due to Unit 2B's actions, the elevator shaft is exposed to vacuum, as is the elevator cab. Nines coughed. The pressure differential, he gasped. 50's red eyes widened. Oh, no, she doubled over and lurched, gasping and sputtering as the void of space outside began to pull her, bit by agonizing bit, through the pinhole opened by 2B's sword. The more her chassis diminished, the more it crumpled, her flesh ripping and tearing just as easily as her tattered uniform, and the louder she screamed. White pressed the button to open the elevator doors. I don't want to see the end of this, she told 2B and Nines, her voice raspy and hoarse. Let's get out of here. The three of them wearily exited, all struggling to catch their breaths and regain their composure, and let the doors to the elevator cab slide shut behind them, leaving 50 to her grim fate. Pod 153 began to apply staunching gel to the wound on 9's face, smearing it over the raw layer of synthetic flesh on his cheek. Nines winced and sucked air through his gritted teeth as the pod administered to him. Pod 042 was similarly occupied with White, stemming the flow of blood from the cut on her neck and smothering her raw and exposed nerve circuits. 2B leaned against the wall, shivering. If Nines hadn't been able to free himself on his own, what would she have done? Would she have come up with a way to free White? Or would both of them have died while she stood by helplessly and watched? She steeled herself, clenching her gauntleted fists. Now was not the time to show weakness. Not around these two. Emotions were prohibited. Ah. There you are. 30 and 80 jogged down the hall. You sure gave us the runaround. 30 called out. We thought you were headed for the hangar bay. But you can't fool us, 80 added. So, Commander White, ADSIXS said, emerging from the opposite end of the corridor, looking none the worse for the wear despite his trip through the vacuum. Where, pray tell, are you going to lead us next? 86S. White gasped. How did you? I opened another window, ADSIXS said, picking a few shards of glass out of his palm and letting them fall to the floor. You've got to stop underestimating us vampires, White. I suppose you'll stop once you know what it's like. 2B backed up against White and Nines as the distance between the three of them and the vampires grew shorter. She could feel all three sets of burning red eyes boring into her, filling her mind with fog, leadening her limbs. They had to run while they still could. The closer the vampires came, the harder it would be to slip past them. Commander, she whispered to White, you have to run. I know, White said, remaining rooted to the spot. Really, it's not so bad, ADSIXS said, grinning rakishly as he drew closer to the three of them. Vampires are great. We're stronger and faster, as you've seen, and when you're turned, and when you turn others, it just feels so good. Imagine the greatest pleasure you've ever felt, and imagine it times 100. It's better than that. We're the masters of the universe. And you pathetic little worms, you can join us. No. Nines thrust out his arm, a black cube materializing in his hand with striated lines running across its faces lighting up amber. His black box, the core of his chassis, his central power source and processor. Don't take another step, his hand was shaking, a noticeable tremolo in his voice. Or 2B and I, we'll set off our black boxes. 2B nodded and summoned her own black box, holding it out in front of her as its faces lit up. We'll blow this station to kingdom come if that's what it takes to get rid of you. Nice bluff. 80 crossed her arms. But after all the trouble you went through to guard your precious White, are you really just gonna atomize her like that? Morons. Oh, they'll do it, White said. Like I said, I'd rather die than be turned. But what about everyone else? 30 asked. All the people huddling in their quarters right now with no idea what's going on. And if you blow up the whole bunker, ADSIXS said, that'll be it for Yoarha. Commander White, do you really want to sacrifice their lives? Their lives don't matter, White said, so blunt and brusque in her cold-blooded proclamation that 2B felt a chill run up her spine. ADSIXS winced. Oof. I may be a vampire, but you, White? You're a monster. 2B, did you hear that? What about you, Nines? White doesn't care about either of you. You're just mere pawns to her. If you join us, you can serve under a master who cares, who wants you to feel the greatest of bliss. Pods. White shouted. Shut this fool up. Both Pod 042 and Pod 153 unfolded their hulls and fired on ADSIXS, their laser blasts converging on 86SS head and vaporizing it utterly, leaving nothing behind but a charred stump and a wisp of steam. The blast had left a hole through several decks, but failed to breach the bunker's hull. The hole's glowing edges formed concentric halos around the empty space where 86SS head had been. "Master," Ado shouted out, lunging at the three androids. 2B met her, bringing her sword to bear. Ado grabbed it by the blade and ripped it out of her hands, then tackled 2B. She pried her hands into 2B's breastplate and pulled the armor apart, splitting it in half and tearing it away, throwing both halves aside. The redness of her eyes had grown stronger in intensity. Now her eyes were like floodlights, burning floodlights, bright enough to be blinding, overwhelming. Squeezing her eyes shut but still seeing the blood-red light burn through her eyelids, 2B kicked at Ado and forced the vampire off her, scrabbling to her feet and grabbing her sword as Pod 042 fired a salvo of bullets into Ado's body. 3O grabbed 2B from behind, her arms tightening around her chest, tight enough to crack her chassis as they squeezed, and 2B felt a cold breath on her exposed neck as two fangs pressed against her skin. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, hundreds of thoughts racing through 2B's mind before 3O could puncture her skin and feast on her blood. She couldn't let herself become one of those things. She couldn't. What would she do to Nines if she became a brainwashed thrall of 86SS Nebulous Masters? She couldn't let herself hurt him. But there was nothing she could do. She was powerless. Mere androids truly were inferior, vastly so, to vampires. A blade slid between warm flesh and cold flesh, slicing through 3O's head at the jawline. 3O staggered backward, arms flailing, a fountain of blood spurting from her bisected head. Nines kicked the flailing body of 3O to the floor and wiped his blade clean on his coat, helping 2B back on her feet. "It's gonna be okay, 2B, he told her. "I got you, Urk." Ado ripped him away with a feral screech, grabbing him by the head and dragging his face against the wall. Nines screamed in anguish, leaving a bloody smear on the pristine wall as his raw, skinless cheek ground and scraped against it. A newfound strength welling up inside her, 2B roared and lunged at Ado, chopping her to pieces with a flurry of strikes. Blood reddened her hair, splattered against her skin, stained the thin white singlet she'd had under her torn-apart armor. She didn't stop until there was nothing left of Ado that was large enough to harm anybody, not until she'd gouged out both of those demonic red eyes with her sword. 3O fixed her head back together. "Ugh. Ado," she let out a horrified gasp when she saw what 2B had done, the pile of mincemeat 2B had reduced her fellow vampire to. "WH. What did you do to her?" "The same thing," 2B snarled, leveling her sword at 3O, "I'm about to do to you." 86SS headless body grabbed 3O from behind before she could stand up, laying his pale, bloody hands underneath her jaw, and with one smooth, fluid motion tore her head from her body and placed it onto his own charred stump of a neck. The look of shock and surprise on 3O's face vanished, and ADSIXS, now with a new and much different head, smiled. "This," he said in 3O's voice, playing with a lock of her auburn hair as the color leached out of it and turned a pale platinum blonde, "is interesting." He plunged his fangs into the exposed skin of 3O's body, sapping every last drop of blood and leaving her a withered husk. Her body crumbled away, and a flurry of orange sparks escaped from it and sank into 86SS arms. The mass of bloody synthetic flesh and metal that had once been Ado quivered as ADSIXS approached it, struggling to rebuild itself into a suitable body. Now, he said, "you must serve your master, mustn't you?" He did what he'd done to 3O's body to it, reducing it to dust and absorbing some sort of vital essence from it. 2B, Nines, and White all looked on in horror as a pair of pitch-black bat wings burst free from 86SS back, shredding his frock coat. A pair of long, curled horns grew from his forehead as his fingernails lengthened into long, wicked claws. Black scales sprouted on his skin, growing in misshapen and irregular patches. "Oh," ADSIXS observed his new body, furling and unfurling his wings. "And I thought it felt great before," he laughed, pirouetting on one heel. "This is a level beyond vampire. This is a super vampire." 86's eyes met 2B's. He licked his lips. And now to indulge, he said, in a much quieter voice, in dessert. White grabbed 2B by the shoulder. Run. They ran. 86 kept up easily, his wings flapping lazily to catch the air and glide, their tips brushing against either side of the corridor. The maintenance clinic wasn't too far away. 2B just had to pray that the three of them would make it inside. And that the Deccan process would still work. After all, Pascal hadn't told her or Nines anything about a super vampire. The three of them piled into the decontamination chamber leading into the maintenance clinic, huddling inside. Nines pounded on the door to the clinic. Oh, no. It won't open. We're stuck. Can't you hack it? White asked, breathless, her voice drenched with desperation. No. I can't spoof the authorization codes. We're. 86 caught up to them, grinning as he stepped over the threshold. He had to wrap his wings around his chest like a cloak to fit through the door. What's this? Sounds like you three have nowhere else to go. Oh, God, we're all gonna die. Nines bawled, pounding his fists on the door. I don't wanna die. Take me, White told 86, stepping forward as the harsh white light engulfing the decontamination chamber flickered, and spare these two. I'm the only one you need. Oh. 86 cocked his head. A change of heart, huh? I'm surprised you even have one to change. 2B hung back and laid her hand on 9's shoulder. Great acting, 9's, she whispered to him. Who's acting? He whispered back. The maintenance clinic's on a closed system and I can't get in. I can't trigger Deccan either. Well, 86 put his hands on White's cheeks. I promise not to lay a finger on either of your stooges, White. Of course, once you've turned, you'll have instincts of your own, hunger of your own. He forced her to her knees. White made no attempt to resist him. I can't guarantee that you won't drain those two dry of your own free will. What do we do? 2B hissed at Nines. Nothing. We're doomed. 2B's blood ran cold. Nines couldn't give up this easily. He was stronger than this, more resilient, more perseverant. How could he falter here? Had the vampires broken his will? Was the pain from his wounds so great that he couldn't concentrate on hacking? With a gentle touch, 86 ran his hand up and down White's neck. It doesn't feel right not hearing one last bit of defiance from proud, indomitable Commander White of Yoarha. Well? How about it? One last stand. White mumbled something. 86 cupped a hand around his ear. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Speak up. 2B couldn't watch any more of this. She couldn't stand by. Even if it was hopeless, she had to keep going. Because she knew how to keep going when it was hopeless. It was simple. Forget about hope. Just do. She drove her sword into 86's chest. Go to H. 86 slammed the back of his hand into her stomach with enough force to crack her armored Type E chassis beneath her skin, lift her up her feet, and throw her against the wall hard enough to leave behind a sizable dent and a crack running through the ceramic composite. I said, White said, looking up at 86 and glaring, I hope you are wearing sunscreen. The harsh white lights overhead flared, filling the tiny decontamination chamber with a fleeting pulse of warmth. 86 screamed and recoiled, trying to cover himself with his leathery wings as holes began to burn themselves through the thin skin. White stood up. Again, she said. The look of contempt she had in her eyes was peerless. 2B could believe that no one else in the past or the future was capable of so much raw, unbridled hatred. At the corner of the chamber, Nines nodded, shifting to reveal a panel he'd removed from the wall and a mass of cables trailing into his wrist. His helplessness had been an act all this time. He'd been covering up that he was hardwired into the system so 86 wouldn't notice. The lights pulsed again. 86's skin burned, the holes in his wings widening. Again. 86 screamed and clawed at his face as the upper levels of his skin burned off, skin sloughing beneath his bloodied claws. Again. 86's hair turned pure white, brittle, and dry, and began to fall from his scalp, catching alight. He kept screaming and wailing, tears running down his cheeks, cheeks running down his flesh running down his skull, revealing the bleached, bone-like surface of his ceramic composite chassis. Again. Falling to the floor, he curled into a ball, trying desperately to cover himself with the tattered remains of his coat. But there wasn't enough to cover everything. The flesh sloughed off his legs, his arms, liquefying and pooling out of his boots, staining his coat and his shorts. Again. What little remained of 86SS flesh burst into flames. The fire fed on the liquefied, oily remnants clinging to 86SS chassis until the oil had been devoured to the last drop. At last, his skeletal chassis crumbled into a fine grayish powder. Sensing the fire, the sprinkler system overhead went off, drenching 2B9s, and white with cool, soft rain. With a hoarse roar, Eve flung himself at Dracula, who easily sidestepped the enraged machine man's furious lunges. "Keep trying," he said, almost absent-mindedly weaving around Eve's attacks. "You're doing much better than last time, boy." Gritting his teeth, Alucard ripped the spear free of its mooring and pushed himself into battle once more. That bare-chested buffoon wasn't going to accomplish anything fighting like that. A grin split Dracula's face, his eyes lighting up. Dodging Eve's reckless attacks was so easy for him that he could focus all of his attention on Alucard. "Ah, my darling prodigal son. Thank heavens." Things were getting boring. "Step aside, oaf," Alucard shouted to Eve, jostling him out of the way as he lunged forward with the spear. The shaft of the spear was somewhat flexible, and thus with a simple twist of his hand he could trace a circle in the air with the spearhead. Dracula's eyes met his. Alucard felt his chest tighten as icy tendrils wormed their way through his mind. Long ago, Alucard had set aside any feelings for his father that might have stayed his hand in their battles. Dracula's face held no sway over him. But Soma. He could still see Soma in those eyes. Eyes, ears, nose, lips, hair, all of it, it was all him. There wasn't a single trace of Alucard's father there, and yet. If the world needs a Dark Lord, it will emerge, Alucard had consoled Soma once long ago. Even if it's not you. The words drifted ruefully through his head now. He hadn't had to choose this. He'd never wanted to choose this. What made him change his mind? Clamping his hand down on the spear shaft, Dracula quashed the spearhead's erratic and unpredictable movement before it could connect with his body. At the same time, Eve aimed a gratuitously telegraphed spinning kick at his head. With a wicked cackle, Dracula snapped the spear in half and jammed the jagged end of the truncated shaft all the way through Eve's calf. Taking advantage of the distraction, likely the only one he'd get, Alucard plunged his sword into Dracula's side. With a wordless, angered snarl, Dracula leaped backward, pulling himself free of the blade and leaving an arcing trail of spilled blood through the air. A pair of fiery black orbs materialized in his hands, his fingers clutching them like talons. He lobbed the two of them at his two foes with all the speed, force, and grace of a world-class pitcher. The first flaming orb collided with the remains of Alucard's spear and flew off into the sky. The second Alucard caught with his bare hand and whipped back at Dracula, who dismissed the orb with a snap of his fingers. "Good, good," Dracula shouted out. "That looked like a home run to me." Alucard struggled to remain upright, hit with a sudden wave of nausea and vertigo as his injuries throbbed and burned. He glanced over at Eve, who was preoccupied with trying to pull the other half of the spear out of his leg. The two of them were utterly unprepared to handle Dracula in his prime. Nobody had told Eve that, though, and with a ragged shout, he ripped the spear free and charged yet again at Dracula. Eve's fist collided with Dracula's cheek. Dracula did not budge an inch. "Ah, yes," he drawled, "because that worked so well last time." He grabbed Eve by the throat, lifting him off his feet, and drove his fist so deep into his gut that it tore through his flesh and burst out of Eve's back in a shower of blood. Eve's legs spasmed, kicked, and went limp. "Your brother told me to spare you," Dracula told Eve, who sputtered and choked angrily in response. "But I can't keep acquiescing to his wishes. So for your sake and his, don't try this again." Dracula ripped his hand free of Eve's midsection, then threw him into the shadowy labyrinth of the city ruins, letting the darkness swallow him whole like a treat tossed to a hungry dog. "Unfortunately for me, and fortunately for you," Dracula said to Alucard, absent-mindedly glancing at his wrist and pantomiming checking an imaginary watch, I have business to attend to elsewhere. Ta-ta for now, sonny boy. But before I go. He vanished, engulfed for a split second in a column of blinding white light. I have a few more parting gifts for you, he hissed in Alucard's ear. Alucard spun on his heel, his sword at the ready, looking into Dracula's stolen eyes and stolen face, both twisted in a grotesque mask of sadistic glee. And felt Dracula's icy hand grip his wrist, clamping down on it like a vice. Dracula raised his other hand and brought it down with a vicious chop, a sickening crunch and wet ripping noise heralding the splitting of flesh and bone. The side of his hand was blunt, chewing through flesh and sinew and bone rather than slicing through them, sending a paroxysm of agony through Alucard's body as he severed his arm at the elbow. Alucard screamed. Think of this, Dracula said, kicking him aside and grasping the severed forearm with both hands, as some long-overdue parental discipline. He gave the arm a savage twist, wringing it as one would wring the water out from a sodden towel, splattering blood on the ground as the pale flesh twisted and tore open. And with a parting smile, Dracula vanished, taking the form of a great bat as white as a dove and taking to the air, leaving Alucard alone. Though not for long. With ADSIXS and his trio of vampire operators vanquished, Nines followed 2B and White back to Ops. He felt his breath grow short, the skin of his palms cold and clammy underneath his gloves, as he ruminated over what might await him in there. The other two were similarly on high alert. They knew that there was likely one more vampire left to destroy in this station. How long did it take for a vampire's victim to turn? Would Nines find 21-0 in that chamber, sprawled on the floor like a corpse? Or had she awoken as one of those things and run off to some other part of the station? The door to Ops slid open. 9SS black box whined and burned, his chest growing tight around it as cold sweat dripped down his brow. He was the last to step into the room, barely able to will his legs to move. 21-0 was lying there where the vampires had left her, next to a neatly sorted pile of bolts, screws, and shards of broken glass. Her short blonde hair fanned out in a halo around her head, the translucent veil hiding her mouth askew. Nines found himself standing over her body, his hands shaking, his black box whirring madly as his pulse pounded. She was still unconscious, looking for all the world like she was only sleeping if not for the ashen hue of her skin and the two bloody holes on the side of her neck. 2B and White consulted in hushed tones behind his back. When the two of them were finished, 2B stepped out in front of Nines, her sword in her hand. Black box signal detected, Pod 153 announced. She's still alive, Nines mumbled, feeling his spirits lift. Maybe she wasn't bitten long enough, maybe they didn't infect her. Without a word, though, 2B plunged her blade into 21-0's chest, splitting her black box in two with a clean, straight stroke. What? 2B, Nines stumbled backward, shocked, desperately averting his eyes to spare himself the sight of the white blade protruding from his operator's heart. Why did you? Dead or not, she was still bitten, White said coldly. She still might turn 2B, take her body and burn it like the others. 2B nodded, wrenched out her sword, and picked 21-0 up, flinging the limp corpse over her shoulder. Wait. Nines grabbed her by the wrist before she could walk away. 2B, wait. You can't just. 2B wrenched her arm free of his grip, but said nothing to him. 9S, step back and stand down, White ordered, glaring daggers at him. Your behavior is inexcusable. We'll simply reload 21-0's personality data into a new chassis and reassign her as your operator. But her memories, operators didn't back up their data the way field agents like battler and scanner units did. Since they lived lives of safety here on the bunker, it was seen as an unnecessary waste of storage space. So when 2B burned that body, there would be nothing left of the 21-0 had known. You're getting rid of everything that makes her her. Nines protested. You can't do that. It's like you're killing her. 2B flinched. 2B, please, Nines said, grabbing at her again, she's my operator. A sharp crack rang through the air as Commander White's riding crop lashed against his chest, cutting a ragged gash through the front of his coat and knocking the wind out of him. He fell to the floor, the air stinging, the bloody welt running across his chest, coughing and panting. Just give me a chance, he wheezed, to pull whatever data I can off her before. 9S White loomed over him like the idol of a malevolent god. I've had enough of your insubordination. Return to your quarters, you're relieved of duty until further notice. Commander. Her green eyes burned with a fury the likes of which Nines had never seen before. Now, Nines. Or will I have to drag you to your quarters myself? No, he muttered, thankful his visor was hiding the tears welling up in his eyes. I'll go. He and 2B went their separate ways. As he lay curled up on the ground, clutching what remained of his right arm as blood oozed between his fingers, Alucard saw out of the corner of his eye a skeletal hand rise out of the puddle of blood Dracula had wrung out from the severed forearm. Its knobly carpals and long phalanges were as red as the blood it had bathed in and glistened sickly in the half-moonlight as the hand grasped at the edge of the puddle and dug into the dirt. As though rising from the depths of a deep pool, a crimson skeleton emerged, hauling itself up from the shallow puddle and standing upright as blood dripped from its sodden bones onto the ground. Another followed it, and another, and another. Somebody called out Alucard's name. Hardly able to think through the foggy haze of pain washing through what was left of his body, Alucard sat up as the blood-red skeletons loomed over him, his single remaining hand shaking as it came closer to the forbidden weapon holstered on his belt. The only other weapon he had at his disposal. The vampire killer. Used by a human with none of the Belmont clan's blood, it would drain the life from their body. Used by him, though. As his vision blurred, the 4 skeletons split and became 8, their phantom images shimmering as the world swirled around him. His thumb brushed against the smooth leather coil, his heart pounding like a jackhammer in his chest. There was a red blur in front of him, something tore the whip from his belt before he could take it. The long length of coiled leather unraveled with a thunderous, supersonic crack, its tip streaking through the air and tearing through the crimson skeletons' glistening bodies, reducing their rib cages to shards and powder. The whip continued onward in a wide arc, whistling shrilly through the air before losing its momentum and falling limply to the ground. The remains of the skeletons crumbled into dust before they could hit the ground. Popola collapsed on top of Alucard, the vampire killer dropped from her hand and fell to the ground, lying there like a venomous serpent in waiting. Without saying a word, she lifted her head and looked up at him with her pale aquamarine eyes. Her eyelids fluttered, her eyes rolled back, and she went limp, pinning him to the ground like 300 pounds of dead weight. A week passed by, between the time he'd had to spend cooped up in his quarters with nothing to keep him company, not even Pod 153, and the degrading menial chores he'd been assigned to while away the days, Nines was more than ready to return to active duty. The first thing he wanted to do was stretch his legs and take a stroll down the hall, if only just to clear his head. After that incident, he hadn't been able to think of much else, and in solitary confinement, he'd had no distractions. 2B hadn't even visited him, not once. White had probably forbidden her, it was meant to be punishment, after all. Neither had anyone else stopped by to see him, not even any of his fellow scanners, although 801s had managed to sneakily slip a data chip with some ancient human videos into his pocket while he'd been cleaning the training halls. As he walked down the ring-shaped corridor that formed the backbone of the habitation deck, Nines spied a phantom out of the corner of his eye. He looked again. No, it wasn't a phantom. It was 21-0, he asked. Struggling to contain his excitement, he all but ran up to her. It really was her, that stern, stoic operator, staring through the bay window at the surface of the moon with one hand resting on the glass and the other absent-mindedly wriggling through a lock of her short blonde hair. She blinked and looked at him when he called out her name. Oh, you must be Unit 9S. Nines skidded to a halt and looked down, his words drying up in his throat. Yeah, he croaked. I'm Unit 9S. For some reason, though he should have expected it, the way she'd looked at him and said his name as though she'd never met him before, because she hadn't, after all, had hit him harder than he'd expected. 21-0 crossed her arms. I hear you've been under disciplinary review this past week. I hope I won't have to put up with any irregular behavior from you. She'd always been cold, but Nines couldn't remember her ever being this cold. If she'd had a stick up her ass before, and Nines meant that in the nicest possible way, now it was more like a titanium rod. Was this the same personality template the old 21-0 had started out with, or had White made some adjustments to her programming to spite him? Well, I mean, irregular behavior's about all you can expect from a scanner, isn't it? Nines asked, anxiously rocking back and forth on his heels and trying to moisten his mouth. But, don't worry. I'll be good. Within reason, anyway. 210 turned her attention back to the window. That'll have to do. Nice to meet you, 9S. I'll find plenty of data for you to analyze, Nines said, recalling one of 210's hobbies. Putting a couple terabytes of files gleaned from old human computer systems in front of her was like giving catnip to a cat. You'll, never have to worry about being bored with me here. He thought he saw her eyes brighten, and could see the barest hint of a wry smile beneath her veil as well. And, one more thing, he added. People who know me well, they call me Nines. 210 looked his way, then took off down the hallway. Well, Nines, maybe when we know each other better, I'll call you that. Thanks, he said, his voice coming out a bit squeakier and mousier than he'd intended. Appreciate it. On the inside, though, he felt as though his black box had been ripped from his chest, crushed into shrapnel, and shoved back into him. Meeting her had been the final nail in the old 210's coffin. As much as he'd wanted to stretch his legs and revel in his freedom before, now he only wanted to return to his quarters and sink into his bed and stay there forever. He didn't want to go back on duty. He didn't want to have an operator again. He didn't want to see her again. His throat and chest aching, Nines trudged back to his quarters, only to find 2B standing in front of his door with Pod 042 hovering at her side. She was as cool and collected as ever, looking just as she always did. Impassive. Unemotional. Unsympathetic. She turned her head as he approached. Oh, 9S. She held out her hand and conjured a couple of data chips in her palm. 60 asked me to give these to you. Oh. Nines took the chips. Tell her I said thanks, I guess. You're back on active duty, right? Don't tell me, we have a mission already. Nines groaned. How like the commander. No, we aren't scheduled to return to Earth until tomorrow morning. It's just that my last few assignments have been boring, 2B said. She walked past him. See you tomorrow, 9S. Okay, Nines said, making an about face as 2B passed him by. Actually. 2B walked away, her heels clacking against the smooth white floor of the hallway. Wait, 2B. She stopped in her tracks and glanced over her shoulder. Can you, Nines kneaded his hands and stared at the floor, falling silent as the words caught in his throat. Yes. He took a deep breath, so deep he nearly choked on it. Call me Nines again. Please. Nines. He wanted to hear her say it again. He wanted to feel something good today, anything, and knew that if she'd just call him that the way she had a week ago, his heart wouldn't hurt so much. He wanted her to treat him with the kindness and softness he knew she was capable of just one more time. One more time. He'd never ask for it again. Instead, she walked away without a word, her pod trailing behind her. She didn't even bother to say goodbye. Nothing broke the silence that had fallen when he'd meekly squeaked out the word please save for the sound of her footsteps. Nines sniffled, suppressing a whimper as hot tears welled up in his eyes and dampened his visor. 2B, make up your damn mind, he shouted out, his hoarse cry carrying a frustration and venom within it he had neither intended nor expected. He stormed into his quarters and curled up on his bed, wrapping his thin, rough sheets tightly around himself, and smothered his anguished sobs in his pillow. Chapter 5, Twilight Intermezzo. So you've decided to join us. Did you have a pleasant nap? Soma Cruz stirred and blearily cracked open his eyes, rising from his slumber hesitantly and reluctantly. His silvery white hair was a disheveled mess, his white trench coat was already dirty from the grime clinging to the overgrown cobblestones lining the ground. Alucard watched him intently as he sat up. There was something intensely familiar about this young man, though he couldn't put his finger on it, a sense of déjà vu that clung to him like an aura. Dracula's castle loomed before the three of them. This was Alucard's ancient childhood home, albeit warped and twisted beyond all recognition, its spiny, irregular, and nigh impossible architecture, wreathed with heavy black clouds and tendrils of mist, called to mind a ragged sea urchin with spines of metal and masonry. Soma looked around until his gaze focused on the red-haired girl kneeling at his side. The girl was Mina Hakuba, caretaker to be of the shrine in a small town in the Nagano prefecture in Japan. A few minutes ago, that was where the three of them had been. Now they were all gathered here, in the courtyard of Dracula's castle, though Alucard doubted either she or Soma were aware of that. The shrine's link to this castle was a closely guarded secret. He rubbed his head. "Hey, Mina. What happened?" "You'd better ask Mr. Arikado," Mina said, gesturing to Alucard. "What?" Soma looked where Mina was pointing, his eyes meeting Alucard's. Again, Alucard felt that strange sense of déjà vu. He blinked and jolted, fully awake at the sight of him. "Huh? Who are you?" Alucard bowed curtly. "Arikado Jinya, Japanese secret intelligence. But I'd rather not waste time introducing myself." "Why have you come here?" Soma shrugged. "Dunno. Last thing I remember, we were watching the eclipse." Wait, where is here, exactly?" "Dracula's castle." "Oh." Soma nodded along, then gave the courtyard a cursory glance. "I see. We're in Dracula's castle." "Yes." "Dracula's castle?" "Yes." As in, Soma crudely pantomimed Bela Lugosi, raising his coat over his face. "Bleh. Yes. How'd we get to Europe?" Soma focused on the roiling black clouds filling the sky from horizon to horizon. The clouds moved and twisted, contorting into swirling shapes as though dragged and pushed by impossibly strong winds, yet here in the courtyard, the air was still. There wasn't even the slightest hint of a breeze. "Huh. Must be England. Weird place for Casa de Dracula." "We aren't in Europe," Mina said. "We're inside the solar eclipse." Soma laughed and patted her on the shoulder. "Mina, I think you must have hit your head or something. Maybe you should lie down." "No, it's true," Alucard said. He was surprised for a moment that Mina knew, but it made sense that her parents would have told her when she'd come of age. It was simply that the fact that she'd come of age was proving hard for him to grasp. Alucard had been visiting the shrine every spring for the past 10 years to check up on the seal binding Dracula's castle to the eclipse. A part of him still couldn't think of her as much more than 8 years old. Soma looked from Mina to Alucard. "That's insane. You guys sound insane. You know that, right?" "Insane as it is, it's the truth," Mina insisted. "Soma, I'll explain everything. You see, 35 years ago." "You see," Alucard said at the exact same time, 35 oh, no, sorry. You go ahead." No, you should tell it, Arikado. I'm sure you know more than me." "Very well. 35 years ago, there was a..." Alucard stopped short, alarms blaring in his head as every muscle in his body tensed. "Arikado?" "It's okay," Mina said, "you're not stealing my thunder." Unbeknownst to Soma and Mina, a trio of winged skeletons armed with shields and long javelins were gliding down from the castle's crumbling, vine-choked ramparts in lazy, vulture-like circling arcs, seeking easy prey in what seemed like 3 normal, defenseless humans gathered in the courtyard below. Alucard reached for his sidearm, drawing it from within his black suit. "Both of you. Get down." He wasn't at home with a gun, but in his current guise as a secret agent, he couldn't very well carry a sword around. Nonetheless, his quick reflexes and supernaturally keen eye made him more than an excellent marksman. He squeezed off 3 shots in rapid succession, nailing each winged skeleton between the eye sockets. 2 crumpled to the ground, and Alucard called on his dark powers to siphon the vital essence from their bodies, absorbing the dark forces that bound their bodies together into himself. They collapsed into heaps of bleached bones. 1 skeleton, though, remained in flight and dive-bombed the 3 of them, swooping down on its skeletal wings and drawing back its javelin. This one was faster and stronger than the others. Alucard managed to shoot it in the shoulder and pulverize its joint, severing its arm, but the skeleton still drew nearer. Mina screamed. Soma did too, but rather than allow himself to be paralyzed by fear, he pulled out a pocket knife in a futile display of defiance against the creature. "Go back where you came from," he shouted out at it, waving the knife wildly at it. Alucard aimed for the monstrous skeleton's angular, goat-like skull, wrapped his finger around the trigger. The skeleton clashed with Soma as a bullet tore through one of its curled horns, and much to Alucard's surprise, the pitiful pocket knife in Soma's hand sliced through its ribcage as if those bones were nothing more than soft butter. The skeleton flew apart, its bones clattering on the cracked and overgrown flagstones, and a glittering orb of light flew out from it and arced through the air before sinking into Soma's chest. His eyes wide and breath short, Soma staggered and stumbled backward, patting himself down frantically. WH. What was that? Did that thing? That thing just went inside me. What the? In shock, Alucard slowly lowered his pistol. He couldn't believe his eyes. This young man, hardly even a boy, had just absorbed the soul of that dark fiend. Arikado, what was that? Soma asked. You've stolen the soul of that creature. Alucard worked hard to cover up the nervous tremolo in his voice. At last, he understood. Soma had been called here for a reason. He was the vessel of Dracula's wandering soul. This boy was the reincarnation of Alucard's father and inheritor of all of his dark powers. Death will most certainly find those who stay here too long. Soma had gone off into Dracula's castle. Alucard had told him that reaching the throne room was the only way to return the three of them to Earth, although he obviously hadn't told the boy why. While Alucard had business of his own in the castle, he remained behind, at least for now, to keep Mina company. For what seemed like hours, he watched the castle's convoluted, labyrinthine mess of towers and crenellations with a gut-churning mix of hope and trepidation. Soma would discover the truth himself when the time was right, but would he be strong enough to face his dark heritage without falling victim to it? Soma emerged from the castle, his white coat streaked with blood and a rainbow of other bodily fluids. Don't worry, he preemptively told Mina as she gasped in horror. Only some of it's mine. Arikado, you didn't tell me you had friends in this castle. Oh, you mean Miss Belnades? Yoko Belnades, his cohort, had taken off into Dracula's castle in pursuit of the leader of a little-known vampire-worshipping cult, who had been sighted in the town of Hakubacho in the days leading up to the eclipse. Alucard wished her the best of luck. His priority was now Soma's fate. Tell her I said hi. Will do. Mina, you okay? Yes, I'm fine, Mina answered as Soma knelt beside her. Arikado's looking after me, so I feel safe enough. Alucard stepped back a few paces and turned around to give the two of them some privacy as they caught up with each other, but his sensitive ears picked up their conversation well enough. He tried to no avail to hum a little tune to block them out. Speaking of, who is that guy? National Intelligence, right? That's right. But for a spy, he's a little strange. Strange. How so? Well, for starters, normally, people's faces change as they get older, right? Yeah. That's how time works, Mina. Are you sure you didn't bump your head on something? Mina let out a weak laugh. Arikado's been visiting the shrine since I was little, but he hasn't changed at all. Are you sure it's not just your imagination? Maybe, but his face is, well, it's perfect. Too perfect. You think so too, right, Soma? So you're saying he's your type? Alucard hummed louder. What are you talking about? Soma. He's not my type. My type is. And never mind. That's none of your business. Not into gorgeous guys, huh? Well. That's not what I meant at all. Mina sputtered. Alucard cleared his throat and turned around. Soma, the dark miasma pervading the castle is not good for young Mina's health, he called out. I can only hold it at bay for so long. If you wish for her to see Earth again, I suggest you make your way to the throne room post-haste. Oh. All right. Soma stood up, his cheeks flushed, and let out a sheepish, nervous laugh. Sorry. He gave Mina a quick hug, then sauntered back toward the castle to face its gross queries once more. Take care of yourself. Mina called out. Soma gave her a thumbs up before vanishing into the castle's depths. Alucard drew closer to Mina and crouched down beside her. So, Mina, how long have you known Soma? He's an exchange student in my class, Mina explained. He started just after the winter break, but his family's been visiting the shrine for about 4 years now. So I'd say we know each other pretty well. Curious. I've never run into him before. They usually come for New Year's. Ah. That explains it. Alucard nodded. We've just missed each other. Mina reached into her shrine maiden's robes and produced her phone, pulling up an album of photos and swiping through them. Alucard watched as progressively older images of her and Soma scrolled by. He's very nice, Arikado, although he gets in trouble sometimes, she said. Nothing major. Sometimes he gets into fights. He doesn't start them. I don't think he's ever done anything illegal. I beg your pardon. Well, I mean, you're a secret agent, Mina said, cringing, and you seem interested in Soma, so I just want to put it out there that he shouldn't be under investigation or anything like that. Alucard chuckled. Very well. I believe you. I'll close the case I've opened on the two of you. He had given up on his father long before their final confrontation. He'd seen the last spark of Dracula's decency and morality extinguished. With each time he was resurrected, he'd grown further and further from the anguish that had prompted his descent into cruelty until he had simply become evil for evil's sake. But this Soma, he had a pristine mind and heart, it seemed, not yet racked by love and loss and dark thoughts of vengeance. Alucard could believe that he was Dracula's second chance. As the endless night engulfing Dracula's castle dragged on, Mina sat by Alucard's side. Occasionally, she scrolled through her messages and pulled up social media, irrationally hoping that a signal could reach her phone here in this nether world within the solar eclipse. Unfortunately, Dracula's castle did not have Wi-Fi. Arikado, how exactly are you connected to what happened 35 years ago, she asked. Not at all, Alucard lied. How old do you think I am? I'd have to be in my 50s now, at least, to have played a role back then. Maybe you are in your 50s. I hear plastic surgery can do amazing things, Mina teased him, smiling for the first time since Soma had left. Or maybe you're, her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. An android. Is that what you think? A couple years ago, when the government announced Project Gestalt, they said they were making androids to oversee it, right? Mina shrugged. Maybe androids were actually invented a long time ago. I'm not an android. You're in a desert walking along in the sand when all of a sudden you look down and you see a tortoise. It's crawling toward you. You reach down, you flip the tortoise over on its back. I'm not, Alucard insisted, an android. Plastic surgery can do amazing things, then, Mina said, going back to messing with her phone. It let out a bell-like chime. At the sound, she fished out a little bag from her robes and pulled out a small plastic syringe filled with a clear liquid. The syringe's contents weren't hard to identify. It was luciferase, the most ubiquitous drug in the world. Everybody took it, anyone who wanted to live, anyway, and, in some crueler parts of the world, anyone who could afford it. It was the only medication that held white chlorination syndrome at bay. Mina's hand shook. This is really embarrassing, but I'm not good with needles, she confessed. Usually, Mom or Dad helps me, or Soma, or one of my classmates. Alucard took the syringe. Allow me. He rolled up her sleeve, slipped the needle gently into the crook of her elbow. Mina closed her eyes and gritted her teeth and emptied the syringe's contents. It all took less than a second. He slipped the needle back out and placed the syringe back in her hand, dabbing away a dot of blood that welled up on her skin. All done. Thank you. Mina set the syringe back in her bag. What about you? I took my dose this morning, Alucard lied. In truth, he was one of the few people in the world with a natural immunity to the disease that had been ravaging the world for nearly 2 decades now, as a blood relative of its source. White chlorination syndrome had been Dracula's final weapon against humanity, unleashed at the instant of his destruction. For the first 17 years, it had spread slowly, then it had engulfed the world like a wildfire. Some who caught it became mindless red-eyed ghouls, almost akin to vampires themselves. Others grew sicker and sicker until their bodies dissolved into pillars of salt, like Lot's wife. Luciferase kept the degenerative symptoms at bay, but gradually decreased in effectiveness as the victim aged. Project Gestalt, which sought to separate humans' souls from their bodies, appeared to be the only way to preserve the species, putting humanity in stasis while the contaminants that spread the disease were collected and contained. But there was no cure and no vaccine. The world was drowning in salt. Alucard considered that Soma was likely immune to the disease as well. He wondered if Soma even knew. "Come out, Arikado. I know you're here." Soma's voice was hoarse and quiet, yet echoed through the gilded ruins of Dracula's den. Alucard had felt it the instant Soma reached the throne room. A pang in his heart and a cold trickle down the back of his neck, a sound like the faint tolling of a distant bell, a scent on the wind that smelled of him. He'd rushed through the castle's twisting corridors, his heart pounding and blood singing in his ears. When he'd made it to the apex of the castle, he had found Soma huddled in the throne room, knees tucked into his chest, face tucked into his knees, the furred collar of his coat drawn up to his ears. Soma barely lifted his head. "Why? Why did you force me to awaken?" Alucard kept his distance, hesitating as he put one foot over the threshold, then took another cautious step. He didn't know what to expect, nor did he know what to do or what to say. His hand slipped under his jacket and found his pistol, though he knew it wouldn't do much good. "I was just fine as I was." "That's true. You weren't supposed to come to this castle in the first place. Once you came here, though, your path would lead you here. Inevitably." I don't understand." "You'd have found out eventually. Your soul and Dracula's powers are one and the same. If not today, tomorrow. If not here, some other font of darkness in the world." Alucard swallowed a nervous lump in his throat and regained his composure. "When I saw you for what you were, I sent you on this quest so that when you awakened, I would be there." "To do what?" Soma stood up and lifted his head, revealing bright red eyes and wet cheeks. To kill me?" Alucard's voice caught in his throat as his fingers curled around the cool grip of his sidearm. "Maybe," Soma said, shivering, "you should." Alucard removed his empty hand from his jacket and let it fall to his side, his gun still snug in its holster. "Not if I don't have to. Mina tells me you're a good man. You have Dracula's strength, but not his heart." Soma took a deep, ragged breath, his chest heaving. Bowing his head again, he laid his hand over his heart. "It hurts." "I imagine it does." Alucard took a step closer. Fear and stress radiated from Soma as an aura as palpable as the thin cloud of darkness wrapping itself around him. The wispy tendrils of black mist filled the room with an oppressive pressure that made even the slightest step forward feel like wading through a sea of tar. "It's too much. I can't." Soma clenched his fist. "Damn you, Alucard." Hearing Soma use his true name, Alucard recoiled as if struck. "I can't believe what you've done to me." Soma doubled over, clawing at his chest. "Why did you bring me here? Why did you make me feel this way? Why did you fill my head with these thoughts, these memories? Why did you turn me? Why did you turn me into Count fucking Dracula?" Soma lunged at Alucard and grabbed him by the arms, his face twisted in a feral, bloodthirsty snarl, his teeth bared. Fangs protruded over his bottom lip. But just as suddenly as he'd attacked, Soma pulled himself away, clutching at his head as if in great pain and reeling backward drunkenly. Tears spilled down his cheeks. Alucard could sense the raging turmoil within him, the black tide threatening to consume him, the pain, the rage, the fear, confusion, betrayal. But in the eye of that storm was the kind-hearted young man Mina spoke so highly of. As frightened as Alucard was to see Soma become the conduit of Dracula's lingering will, and as hard-pressed as he was to think of a way to stop it, he would put his trust in her. "Soma." Emboldened, Alucard held out his hand. "After everything you've been through and how hard you've fought, you don't have to renounce your humanity. Take my hand." Soma peeked at him through a gap in his fingers. "Take it." Alucard took another slow, cautious step forward, extending his arm. "The power inside you. It doesn't make you a monster. It doesn't make you evil. As you might have figured out by now, we're the same. We're not exactly what you would call human. I'm not. You can master your powers or let them master you. You can let his voice fill your head or shut it out. You took one path here, but this is where the road forks." Alucard took another step closer, fighting against the pressure enveloping the room, the pressure which only seemed to bore down on him and him alone. "Let me help you, Soma." Soma shook his head. "Let me help you bring Mina back home." At the sound of her name, Soma let out a loud, hair-trending sob. Then, slowly pulling his hands away from his face, he laid them over Alucard's, closing his eyes and taking a deep, ragged breath as Alucard drew as much of the energy running through Soma's body into himself as he could handle. There was more than he expected. Enough that it hurt. "Dracula's will lies in every last brick of this castle," Alucard said, struggling to remain stoic as the energy coursing through his veins stung and burned. "Now that your powers are at their height, as long as you dwell within this accursed place, his influence will be inescapable." "Just like Frodo and the Ring," Soma mumbled, his voice slow and low as if he were in a trance. "Yes, exactly. Destroy this castle and you destroy Dracula's lingering will along with it. It's the only way you can be free. Just like Frodo and the Ring." Alucard pulled his hand away and took Soma by the shoulders. "You are the ring-bearer, and we are in Mordor. Travel to the heart of the castle. Find the chaos that gives this place form and destroy it." Soma looked up at him, opened his red eyes, and smiled weakly. "So, does that make you Sam? I always considered myself to be more like Gandalf." Alucard let out the tiniest hint of a wan, weary smile, then put a hand to his head as the fraction of power he'd siphoned away from Soma pounded at the inside of his skull. "You okay there, Arakado? Go. Mina and I will be with you in spirit. And trust me, Soma. I mean that quite literally." Soma picked up a discarded sword from the floor of the throne room. He held it like a baseball bat. "All right. Tell Mina I'm coming back. And if I don't? I mean, I will. But if I don't? I'll tell her you went to live on a nice farm upstate." Soma chuckled dryly. "Thanks. And if I don't see you again, come up with a better code name." A bitter undertone more than simply reminiscent of Dracula's sardonic wit crept into his voice. "Good heavens, Arakado. I'm almost ashamed to call you my son." Unnerved, Alucard glanced away. "Good luck and Godspeed, Soma Cruz." With a defiant grin, Soma gave Alucard a thumbs up and walked away to face his final challenge alone. Now alone in the throne room, Alucard pulled out his wallet and stared at the ID badge inside. "Yoko told me it was a good name," he muttered to no one in particular, snapping his wallet closed and slipping it back into his pocket. "I'm so glad that your experience didn't change you." Soma gingerly rubbed his head as he sat up. The aura emanating from him, the pressure, was gone. That was the first thing Alucard noticed. The second thing he noticed was that the boy's eyes were no longer blood red, but had returned to their natural brown hue. "But, it did change me," he told Mina, who knelt beside him on the grass. The sun, no longer eclipsed by the moon, illuminated the Hakuba shrine, its golden rays making the dew clinging to each blade sparkle and glitter. Mina cocked her head. "In what way?" Soma glanced up at Alucard, and as a devilish smile slowly spread across his worn, haggard face, he looked back at Mina. "I'm a lot cooler now." Mina clasped her hand over her mouth and suppressed an involuntary snort of laughter. "Yeah, you have changed. You're twice the dweeb you used to be." "What you mean to say is, I've finally caught up with you." Soma threw his arm rakishly around her shoulders, and the two of them giggled and laughed like schoolchildren. It was hard for Alucard to believe that this boy, no, this young man was the same person who not too long ago had been racked with such anguish within and without. A great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, though, and with the castle gone and its dark forces sealed away once more, he was sure to be just a little giddy and euphoric as the adrenaline wore off. Soma gestured at the sun. "Looks like we missed the eclipse. Sorry about that." "You owe me another one," Mina said, giving him a playful shove. Yeah. I'll get right on it." Feeling awkward intruding on the young couple, Alucard took his leave, turning away from them and setting off down the steps leading up to the shrine. For a man who made so many exits, he could never get the hang of saying goodbye. "Wait. Arakado." Alucard stopped in his tracks as Mina called out to him. He glanced over his shoulder. "Don't you want to stay for lunch?" she asked. "Let him go," Soma told her. "He's a secret agent." I'm sure he's got a drug kingpin to bust or an evil mastermind to thwart this afternoon. He waved. Bye, Alucard. Don't forget to write. Alucard smiled, held out his fist to Soma, and slowly raised his thumb. Someday, inevitably, somebody would elect to follow in Dracula's footsteps sooner or later, and with the unfolding catastrophe gripping the world, it would certainly be sooner. A new standard-bearer of darkness would rise so that good could triumph over it. But that future Dark Lord wouldn't be Soma. Alucard was sure of that now. He was sure that his father's soul was at peace in its new home. Farewell. In my mother's name, I send thanks to you. Alucard cracked open his eyes, turning his head to shield himself from the searing white light shining above him. It took him a few seconds for his head to clear and for him to get a sense of his surroundings. He had no idea where he was. With great difficulty, he sat up. He was lying on a gurney, which was far from the most comfortable bed in the world, in a room with no windows and only one door. His right arm, what was left of his right arm was swaddled in bandages. And all of his clothes save for his pants were gone. No, correction, they weren't his pants. They were too short and left his ankles bare, and they were an ugly shade of khaki and had far too many pockets for his tastes. The room swirled around him as the light pounded against his head. His mouth was arid, his shriveled tongue cleaved to the roof of his mouth. Still reeling, Alucard tried to get his bearings. The year was, when was the last time he'd fallen asleep? 2038? No, a few centuries after that. A few millennia. The year was 11,945, the human race was extinct, and Dracula had just ripped his arm off. Alucard slid his legs off the side of the gurney and sat up, bowing his head. The first time he had ever fought Dracula had been one of the most difficult things he'd ever had to do. After all, the man had been his father, and at that point, he hadn't even been that bad of a man. He had merely been grieving the loss of his wife. Emotionally, physically, it had been taxing beyond imagination. He'd barely been able to look his own father in the eyes. That last encounter with Dracula. It had felt like that all over again. Alucard spied a glass of water on the tray propped up at the gurney's side, eagerly swiped it, and gulped it down in a matter of seconds, drinking so quickly that it hurt his chest. It was tepid and had a vile chemical aftertaste, but it was sweeter and more delicious than any other glass of water he'd ever had. He set the glass down, gasped for air, and licked his cracked, dry lips. Then he noticed the slip of paper lying beneath the glass. He tried to pull it free, but then remembered when he saw his elbow wiggling haplessly in the air that he didn't have a right hand anymore. With an exasperated sigh, he pulled the paper free with his left hand. Good morning/afternoon/evening/night/etc. Alucard. Press this button when you wake up, please. Popola. Since Popola had written that note, Alucard could infer that she was okay. That was a relief. He'd had no idea what wielding the vampire killer would do to an android, considering what it could do to humans. He read the letter again. What button? Alucard examined the tray. Next to the glass he'd set down was a red button on a wire, like the kind one might find in a hospital. Of course. This was a hospital. Alucard jammed his thumb against the button and waited, gingerly rubbing his elbow as a phantom ache ran through the empty space where the rest of his arm was. It was a pity Dracula had ripped it apart so thoroughly, otherwise, it would have been a cinch for Popola and Devola, with their extensive knowledge of medical science, both for humans and androids, to reattach. How long would it take for him to regrow his arm? Another 10,000 years in his coffin? How long had he been asleep this time? Days? Months? Years? A few centuries? Another 10,000 years? Alucard shook his head. No, that was silly. It had probably just been a few days, or possibly a month at the most. Any longer and the passage of time would have shown on the paper. That, and the room would smell as dead and musty as a tomb. The muffled sound of footsteps faded in, growing louder until they stopped at the door. 3 soft knocks rang through the room. Come in, he said, his voice coming out as a hoarse rasp. The door opened and Popola poked her head into the room. Good morning, Alucard. Are you feeling okay? I think that's relative, Popola. It's good to see you. Popola stepped forward and let the door swing shut behind her. She looked tired, to say the least. Her clothes and hair were unkempt and disheveled, her skin ashen and eyes dull. I should be asking you, clearly, Alucard added. I'm fine. Does anything hurt? My ego, mostly. Alucard smiled. Was this monstrosity the best you could do? He asked, pointing at his pants. Returning his weary smile with one of her own, Popola sat next to him. Your clothes are in the wash. They were, well, filthy. The shirt is dry clean only. Yes, we read the tag. And the cravat needs to be treated very delicately. Yes, we know. And the waistcoat is silk. We know how to do laundry, Alucard. Popola chuckled. You're awfully vain for someone who's saved the world so many times. I know how it must sound, Alucard said. Would you believe me if I said those clothes were what I remember my mother by? Really? Well, they've been through so many tailors that I'm not sure how much of the original fabric is left. But yes, the originals were a birthday present. That's sweet. Popola put her hand to her chest. I've had just about every piece in here replaced at least once. I guess we're all just ships of Theseus, huh? Part of a great fleet, I'm sure. Are you certain you're okay? Popola rubbed at her eyes. Yes. I know how I look. Dev and I have just been really busy these past few days. You could take it easy every once in a while, you know. I'm sure no one would think less of you than they already do if you two gave yourselves more, me time. You time. Okay, then, little prince. I wasn't aware we were your personal servants now. Popola grinned. You know what I meant. More to the point, Alucard said, I really do want to make absolutely certain you're okay. Wielding the vampire killer shaves years off a human's lifespan. Me, it nearly burned my arm to a crisp. He put his hand on Popola's shoulder. I have no idea what effect it might have had on you. I was unconscious for about 4 days, Popola told him. And how long have I been out? About a week. Popola massaged her forehead wearily. It's only been a few days since I woke up. And they've been working you like a dog ever since. Well, that's just the way things are, Popola said with a weary sigh. Other than that, I don't feel any worse than usual. She sighed. 4 days isn't a very fair trade-off for wielding the vampire killer for a few seconds, is it? I don't think the whip has a concept of fairness. But you're safe. The levity drained from Popola's voice. That's what matters. That's all that matters. I just wish I could have come to your aid sooner, but the instant Dracula appeared, I just couldn't move. It was like I was frozen. In many ancient legends, serpents and basilisks had the power to hypnotize their prey. Vampires had the same power, though it tended to only work once before their victims began to build up an immunity. In most cases, though, the victim wouldn't escape the vampire, so it didn't really matter that it only worked once. The font of dark power Dracula drew from was the most potent in the world. It stood to reason that his very presence could immobilize people from such a distance. I'm sorry. Popola sniffled. If I'd jumped in just a few seconds earlier, Dracula would have torn you to pieces. You would have died, and then I would have died, and then Dracula. I suppose he would have thrown a victory party of some sort. Alucard, you're human. You're the last human. Devola and we have to protect you. Popola wrapped her arms around him and laid her head on his shoulder. He could feel her shaking as she struggled to keep her composure. It's the only way we can make up for what we've done, for what we've failed to do. Seeking to comfort her, Alucard combed through her silky hair, letting her scarlet tresses flow between his fingers like wine. I keep telling you and your sister, I'm only half human. That makes me only half of your responsibility. Does that help? Popola shook her head. Alucard pulled her closer. I have a story to tell you, Popola. Once upon a time, there was a boy. A kind boy, fearless and selfless. When he came of age, he was led to a dark place, where he discovered that he was descended from a great evil. He grappled with that knowledge and confronted his heritage, and through his courage and the strength of his friends, he overcame the darkness that lay dormant within him. A year passed. The boy took his first steps into adulthood. He was approached yet again by the dark forces he had rejected. Some wished to entice him into embracing the will of his predecessor, others wished to rip the power he held away from him and use it for evil. Again, through his courage and the strength of his friends, he overcame that darkness. More years passed. The boy became a young man. The world began to fall apart around him. The next time the darkness whispered to him, all he had was his courage. Alucard closed his eyes, fighting back tears. Thrice he was tempted. Thrice the darkness called to him. The third time, he listened. And I had to face the consequences of my negligence. The boy I nurtured, Alucard said, his voice barely a whisper now, who inherited the soul of my father, whom I treated as my own flesh and blood, cast aside his own will and became the man you saw take my arm. He is my cross to bear, more so even than your failures are to you and your sister. I'm sorry, Popola said, her voice small and muffled. Knowing what I've done, what I've created, Alucard sank into Popola's embrace, nestling his face in her hair. He hardly heeded the scent of motor oil that clung to her, his hand shook as it curled around the back of her neck. Her warm cheek pressed against his chest, the soft and muted purring of her internal systems resonating through his skin. Would you still have thrown yourself in front of me the way you did? I wouldn't hesitate. Somehow, that only made Alucard feel worse. Why? How are you going to fix your mistakes if you're dead? Popola asked. Alucard took a deep breath. I suppose that's a good point. He let go of her and wiped at his eyes. But should the need ever arise, I want you to heed my advice. Don't feel obligated to put yourself in danger on my behalf. Before he could help himself, before he even knew what he was doing, he brushed the bangs from Popola's forehead and planted a soft kiss on her brow. Reflecting on that moment as the day wore on, he found himself unable to explain why he'd done such a thing. Commander White really was a slave driver. On his first day back in action, Nines found himself pushed to his limits as a scanner, leaving no stone unturned as he and 2B scoured the area within 20 kilometers of Anemone's camp. The city ruins, the half-sunken skyscrapers littering the coastline, the decaying amusement park on the city's outskirts, the forest to the west, the desert to the north, the itinerary was vast enough to make his head spin. Usually, scanner units were responsible for reporting on the positions and numbers of machine forces, but that took a backseat to his current mission. Right now, priority number 1 was finding and rooting out any additional vampire machines before they could multiply into an unstoppable force. As a secondary priority, he was tasked by Anemone with reporting on the positions and numbers of the strange, hostile creatures that had been cropping up lately. 2B had been at it all week without him. And she didn't slow down on his behalf, even though he'd been out of the game for a whole 7 days and felt as rusty as the machines he and 2B had just cut to pieces. Try to keep up, 9S, 2B reprimanded him as he lagged behind her on their way to the next area to search through. Dividing the whole 1,200 square kilometers of area to cover into 1-kilometer parcels made the whole thing seem much more manageable. At the rate they were going, and with other field agents on the case, they'd be done in a few months. Nines groaned. Can't we just take a day to run some errands at the camp or something? He asked. As hale and hearty as the fresh chassis he'd uploaded himself into this morning was, his mind was having trouble adjusting to the sudden workload. He just wanted to ease back into the normal routine. You of all people should know how serious this is, 2B said. Yeah. I know. Of course, vampires were a big deal. Nines was, after all, the one who'd made the most fuss about them in the first place. But would one day to catch up be too much to ask for? Of course. This was Yoarha, not daycare. Not that Nines had any experience with daycare. Mail notification received from Access Point, Pod 153 announced. Excuse me, Tubbs. I'm gonna take a sec to check my mail, Nines announced. 2B stopped in her tracks and stretched. Make it quick. Was it just him, or was she being frostier toward him than usual? Maybe his little outburst yesterday had offended her. Nines made a slight detour to the nearest access terminal and pulled up his mail inbox. The latest unread email in there, received less than a minute ago, was from 60. He hadn't been expecting to get any sort of message from her. Operators didn't usually communicate with other field operatives than the ones assigned to them. It took him a second to remember the data chips she'd asked 2B to give him yesterday. She probably wanted to know if he'd taken a look at them yet. He hadn't. The email read, "Good morning, Nines. I know it's irregular for me to contact you out of the blue like this, but I have to thank you for everything you've done. 2B told me all about everything you did, and I think I speak for everyone when I say we owe you a huge debt of gratitude. 27013 and I are going to get together tomorrow for a little support group meeting, and you're welcome to come with us if you want. We did it last week and I feel like it really helped us process our feelings about what the vampires put us through. I already asked 2B if she wanted to join us and she said she was doing fine on her own. You know how she is. Maybe you can convince her to come, though. I'm sure she'd tag along if you came. Oh, also, the three of us are going to hang out with 210 this Wednesday and tell her about all the good times we've had with her so we can get her up to speed. Since you're her assigned unit, I figured it would only be right to invite you. I know you've got plenty of stories to tell her. 2B told me how harsh the commander was on you, so I know you've been going through a lot and haven't had anyone to lean on. So I just want you to know you can stop by and chat whenever you want. Next time you visit the bunker, I'll give you a big hug. Operator 60 has attached a red receipt to this email, Pod 153 noted. Confirmation of reception will be sent. Feeling just a little bit warmer and a little bit lighter, Nines exited out of his inbox. Well, that was an incoming transmission from Operator 60. Nines blinked. Already. A translucent holographic panel projected itself in front of him through his visor, displaying an icon of 60's face in an audio waveform. Hi, Nines. I saw you got my message, the bubbly operator chirped. Yeah, I just finished reading it. Literally. Thanks. So, what do you think? We're going to meet in my quarters tomorrow for the support group. Also, you're never gonna guess what happened. 270 and I are unbreaking up. After the vampires took us hostage, she and I did some trauma bonding, I guess, and we both felt that spark again. 60 sniffled as though she were about to cry. I'm so happy to be with her again. That's, great, 60, Nines said, trying to muster a little more enthusiasm than he actually felt. But I'm probably gonna be too busy down here on Earth to stop by tomorrow. Right, yeah, I totally get that. What about 210? Are you gonna make it to our little party for her? 9's mouth went dry. I don't know, he said, teasing out the words slowly. The idea made him feel slightly nauseous for reasons he couldn't articulate quite as well as he wanted to. He just didn't really feel comfortable around the new 210. She was like a cardboard cutout of the person he'd once known, and seeing her face and hearing her voice just reminded him that she was gone. But you know her so well. You could really help her get to know herself. She's, Nines swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. She's gone, he wanted to tell her. She died because of me. She died and I did nothing. How can I look her in the eyes again? Nines. Yeah, he said, resigning himself to his fate. In his current state, he just didn't feel up to saying no to anyone who treated him the way 60 was right now. I'll show up. Great. Nines could almost hear 60 jumping for joy back in the bunker. It's gonna be so fun. Thank you, Nines. Oh, I gotta go. Let's chat later. Why yeah, sure. Oh, and thanks for sending those data chips. What data chips? Huh. Gotta go. See ya. 60 disconnected as suddenly as she'd called. 9's brow furrowed as he pulled out the chips and held them in the palm of his hand. If 60 hadn't sent these data chips with 2B, then who had? And why had 2B lied about it? 9's. 2B called out, starting him out of his musings. Let's get going. Nines hastily squirreled the chips away. Coming. After over 16 hours of non-stop work, 2B and Nines retired to a tarp-covered lean-to erected in the resistance outpost in the outskirts of the forest for the night. It was a small tent, and save for two simple, hard cots less comfortable than the beds on board the bunker, but not by much. It was sparse and barren. Nines was the first to lie down, slipping out of his boots and curling up on the cot he'd picked out, one arm hanging over his pillow, the other dangling over the side of the cot. His fingertips brushed against the floor. He wasted no time entering rest mode, and 2B could see the rise and fall of his chest slow and diminish to something barely perceptible as his systems slipped into hibernation. Oddly enough, now that 2B had gotten here, she didn't feel so tired anymore, so she sat on her own cot and watched him sleep. She still felt her chest tighten as she reflected on how cold she'd been to him yesterday. He'd been so despondent. How hard could it have been to just call him Nines one more time? But she couldn't do it. She couldn't bring herself to let him get closer. She had to keep pushing him away, hoping he'd learn his lesson and stop trying to get so close to her, so that when his time came and she had to drop her disguise and do what had to be done, it wouldn't hurt him as much. Hurting him now to spare him the pain later. It was hard, but it was the right thing to do. Always. Forever. Nines twitched and shuddered in his sleep, a dark expression passing over his face. 2B watched him like a hawk as he rolled over, tossing and turning and tangling the cot's thin, rough sheets around himself as jumbled and barely audible words poured unconsciously from his lips. His fingers dug into the thin, hard mattress, his cheek pressing against his pillow as he curled up and shivered. 2B slipped off her cot, nudged him aside, and made a space for her to sit next to him. The anxious whirring of her black box, she felt, was loud enough to wake the dead. She held her hand over her heart as though that alone could silence it. Shaking with apprehension, she laid her hand just barely on 9's forehead, his hair brushing against and faintly tickling her palm. She wanted to touch him, to console him with the warmth of her skin, but this was as far as she could go. It was the most she felt she could get away with. It would only be for a minute. No one would have to know, least of all Nines. Nines continued to writhe, still beset by the phantasms of his trauma. 2B wondered, when he'd been cooped up in his quarters on Commander White's orders, had he slept this fitfully every night? He'd had no one to speak to and no one to comfort him. Not even her. For such a strong and admirable woman, White could be inestimably cruel. She never backed down from a decision she made, for better or for worse. No one's sentence was ever commuted. When you broke the rules, you suffered all of the consequences, no matter what. 2B took a deep breath to quell her racing pulse, hoisted Nines up, and let him lean against her, putting her arm around his waist and letting his head rest limply against her shoulder. It would only be for 5 minutes, she told herself, long enough to put his unconscious mind at ease, and he would never have to know about it. It would only be for 10 minutes. It would only be 15 minutes. It would only be 20 minutes. 2B felt a leaden weight tug at her brow, forcing her to bow her head as her heavy eyelids closed and a soft, almost numbing warmth washed over her. Priority 1 transmission received from the commander, Pod 042 announced, its smooth electronic voice jolting 2B out of the slumber she'd been about to fall into. 2B shook her head and laid Nines down, drawing the sheets up to his chin and tucking them in. Nothing could change her mood faster than a message from Commander White. Her hands were already shaking as she handled the sheets. Nines looked calm, even happy. She couldn't bear to kill him like this. Of course, if the commander told her to do it, she would. There was a chain of command and 2B knew her place in it. "Answer it," she whispered, her voice coming out hoarse and small. The commander's voice rang in her ears as her visor projected a holographic display in front of her. Unit 2B. Satellite scans have just picked up the black box signal of Unit A2, within an Anemone's resistance camp. The way White paused there filled 2B with unease. As if she were relaying a fact that was unthinkable because the consequences of that fact were beyond what she wanted to consider. "What?" 2B hissed. "We can assume that A2 is hiding within the camp, although the situation may be worse than that." White seemed unwilling to say how it could be worse, leaving 2B to fill in the blanks. "2B, you and Nines are ordered to find and terminate her before her position changes." 2B glanced at Nines, who finally seemed to be sleeping peacefully. "Commander, Nines expended an unusual amount of energy today and must remain in rest mode. I'd like permission to complete the mission myself." White sighed. "Permission granted." Do you have any further questions about your execution orders, 2E? At the sound of her real name, 2B shuddered. No, Commander. Good. Glory to mankind. 2B stepped out of the tent and looked up at the moon climbing across the horizon, its rise marking the only difference between day and night. Glory to mankind, she repeated, raising her hand to her chest. To say A2 had not been having a good week was perhaps the worst understatement in history. It had been a catastrophic, painful, utterly humiliating week that had seemed to last an agonizing eternity. And it had all started with Anemone and those damn wolves. Those overgrown mutts had blunted their fangs on A2's chassis like she was a goddamn chew toy before she'd cut them all to pieces, and on top of that, she'd had to drag Anemone all the way back to the camp, alone, while her innards threatened with every step to rip through her weakened chassis and spew all over the ground. The redheads had spent all morning piecing her and Anemone back together. In the meantime, A2 had missed one hell of a skirmish in the camp between the resistance and a battalion of machines, and while the twins poked around in her guts, she'd heard the sound of combat, muffled as it was, through the walls of the medical center the resistance had set up in one of the empty, dilapidated skyscrapers, and inwardly lamented not being able to take down any of the bastards herself. She didn't have much of a reason to live other than ripping as many of those buckets of bolts apart as possible, and each missed opportunity left her disheartened. That had been bad. Inaction, lying fallow, helpless on an operating table with her chassis cracked open like a crab's shell and her innards on full display, was embarrassing enough to be painful. What had happened next, though, had been worse. Worse than A2 could have possibly imagined. A2 cracked open her eyes. Everything was hazy and just a little out of focus, speckled with static and dead pixels, but she could make out Anemone standing in front of her. Anemone looked small and almost naked without the heavy hooded cloak she typically wore. Swaths of bandages and patches of temporary skin grafts covered the damage to her chassis. "I've got some bad news," she told A2, not quite willing to look her in the eyes. "What? Something wrong with you?" And no, I'll be fine. It'll just take a few days for us to contact the factory that makes parts for my model. But as for you," Anemone lowered her head. "The twins can't find enough parts to fix your chassis. You've been totaled. And your model type isn't in production anymore, so we can't." "Bullshit. I can't be in that bad shape." A2 tried to sit up, only for every servo in her body to start whining and screaming. She gritted her teeth and flopped back down. "Figures," she spat. "I do one good thing. Don't worry. Jackass has an idea." Anemone gestured to the hooded woman standing beside her. "That's right, I have an idea," said Jackass, the camp's resident med scientist, as she crossed her arms proudly. The disheveled, as though A2 had any room to talk, mechanic, clad in a ragged cloak and reeking of gunpowder and nitroglycerin, stood over A2 with a wicked smile on her face, showing quite clearly that the idea she had was particularly unpleasant. "Shoot. So you know about access terminals, right?" Jackass asked. She didn't bother to wait for an answer. "They dismantle and reconstruct every model of Yoarha android currently in service. It's how they fast travel between terminals. That means we can get spare parts from them whenever we want." "Yeah? Well, too bad. I'm an obsolete model," A2 reminded her, trying again to sit up. "Well, yes," Anemone said, "but the modern combat type units are based on you and the other attacker models. And you're based on template number 2, or, rather, you are template number 2, so it's just a matter of constructing a Type B chassis with the number 2 skin." A2 felt her stomach drop. "Then we just have to transplant your black box and logic circuits into the 2B model and—" "Nope." Shocked by the suddenness of A2's response, Anemone furrowed her brow. "But A2. Nope. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Don't you dare transplant me into one of those." But she looks just like you did back then. Although," Anemone admitted, "you look better with long hair." "We can just take off her scalp and put it on the 2B model," said Jackass, scratching absent-mindedly at the patch that covered one of her eyes and brushing away her lank black hair from her forehead. "Kman, A2. It's this or stay a complete wreck for the next, forever or so. I despise you, Atu told her. Yeah, Jackass said, I get that a lot. So, what'll it be? No, Atu insisted, pulling herself up and standing up at the side of the operating table through sheer strength of will. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine, she said, trudging out of the room and leaving behind a bewildered anemone and disheartened Jackass. Number 2, are you sure? Fine. Atu barked as she picked up her cloak, wrapped it around her shoulders, and stormed out of the medical center into the open-air camp. The air outside was cooler, the camp nearly dead as the majority of its denizens began to pack up and retreat to their beds save for a skeleton crew that formed the night shift. Stepping lightly across the piles of dead machines littering the ground, Atu picked up a broken spear to use as a walking stick and set out alone. However, Atu didn't end up being fine that night, but not for the reasons she'd expected. She'd barely managed to leave the camp by the time the moon had begun to rise over the black horizon. A tiny sliver had been shaved off of the silvery disk, rendering it a little lopsided. Atu looked at the moon, thought about the human refugee colony stationed there that gave Yoarha all their orders, and shook her fist angrily at it. She felt queasy as she did so, as if something was churning and writing inside her, and she wondered if she had been programmed to feel bad about resenting her masters. She probably had been. And then a wave of nausea that couldn't possibly have been caused by that swept over her. No, not nausea. Worse. A cocktail of sensations running all the way through every inch of her battered and weary body, from the surface of what little skin she had left to the depths of her Bidamar-criddled chassis. Prickling, aching, cramps, blistering cold, unbearable heat. All of these sensations bled together, all contributing to a mind-numbing blend of utter agony. It was the worst pain she'd felt in years, and more than that, it was the most afraid she'd ever been since the first time she'd seen the sunset, adrift in the middle of the ocean all those years ago. Atu dropped her makeshift walking stick and collapsed, racked by spasms that twisted every aching servo in her body. She pulled herself up on all fours, gasping for air as her chest heaved, sharp aches ran under her skin from the tips of her toes up her spine. Her first thought was that she was more badly injured than she'd thought. Despite all the twins' hard work, part of her wanted to reconsider uploading herself to that fresh body, but that part was quickly silenced by the churning, gut-wrenching, nauseating throbs worming their way through her chassis and under her skin. It felt as though 1,000 tiny, scurrying rodents were chewing through her guts. She wasn't sure how to describe it. But she was sure of one thing. It was worse, far worse, than any pain her half-repaired wounds might have given her. Gagging, she looked down and through the hazy, static-filled fog clouding her vision saw something small and white fall onto the ground. And then another little white thing and another. She poked at one of them and realized it was a tooth. Her tooth. With mounting horror, she probed her mouth with her tongue and felt sharp fangs. She sputtered, choking on her own shock as her new and pristine teeth, razor-sharp, ached and throbbed in her jaws, the deep twinges running all the way into her sinuses. As her internal temperature spiked and sweat clung to her skin, Atu shrugged off the cloak draped over her back, gritting her teeth as the pressure in her sinuses, deep-seated behind her nose and pressing against her brain to produce the mother of all migraines, grew stronger. Her servos creaked, whined, and screeched, the sound of the labored machinery taking on a sickly, wet tone. She felt her skull crack, the hard layer of carbon and metal ripping itself apart and realigning itself beneath her skin. As another pulse ran through her body, Atu arched her back, letting out a sharp outcry and digging the claws sprouting from her fingertips and toes into the ground as her body throbbed and ached. A prickling sensation washed over her skin, and for the first time, Atu felt something on the patches of exposed chassis stretching across her body. It stung. Coarse, thick fur, as white as her hair, was sprouting from her skin. She grabbed at it, tearing fistfuls away from her skin, gritting her teeth to block out the scream trying to tear itself free. No matter how quickly she tried to rip the fur out, it grew back too quickly, blanketing what little of her skin remained. Desperate, Atu began to claw at her flesh, frantically ranking her sharpening fingernails curved, black, and as wicked and sharp as knives across her shoulders, her upper arms, her thighs, her neck, burying them in the growing forests of white fur and ripping into her flesh. She rolled onto her back and tore at her stomach, desperately hoping that somehow, the violence she inflicted on this body would be enough to placate whatever thing was doing this to her. A sacrifice of her own skin, her own flesh, her own blood. Her claws scraped against her chassis, leaving faint white lines on the black surface lying beneath her skin. The joints in her arms and legs, her hips, her knees, her ankles, her elbows and wrists, all jolted and spasmed, curling and bending in ways they weren't meant to curl, metal grinding on metal, the hellish sound of her body reshaping itself from the inside out barely muffled by her flesh. Throwing her head back as far as it could go as her spine cracked and kinked and unkinked itself bit by bit, she gagged and choked and gurgled, spitting up blood and oil and acid and God knows what else that ran down into her nose and stung. She sat up, trying to reorient herself as she cleared her mouth of bile, panting and gasping for air. A sharp, bestial cry tore itself from her throat as a surge of lightning ripped down her spine and kept going to the tip of her. Something. Something new. Something that didn't belong, extending from the base of her spine and twitching between her legs, covered in long white fur. A tail. Her tail. Atu reached for the broken spear she'd dropped, grasping it clumsily with fingers that refused to bend the way she wanted. She got a loose grip on the shaft, raised the spear, and drove the scrap metal spearhead down, slicing the tail in half. An anguished scream wrenched itself from her throat, tears welled up in her eyes. Through the blurry veil, she saw the severed tail regrow what it had lost in a matter of seconds, writhing and wagging as though it had a mind of its own. She curled up on her side, whimpering pitifully as she blinked away her tears. Her skin was fully blanketed in white fur now, from the tip of her tail all the way to the tips of her ears. As for her exposed chassis, something was wrapping itself around the scratched and battered black shell. A new layer of skin, red as fresh meat and streaked with white striations. Naked muscle, exposed to the open air and as sensitive as her chassis wasn't. And the same air that ruffled the fur blanketing her skin pierced that exposed flesh with stinging needles like hornets' barbs. Racked with pain, Atu raised her head to the heavens and let out a long, loud, baleful howl that rang and echoed through the deep crevasses formed by the towering buildings littering the ancient city ruins. Atu tried to stand up, teetering precariously as her tail curled between her hind legs and her long, sharp ears swiveled to catch the faint and distant sounds of the city ruins. She barely lasted a second before falling back on all fours, the gravelly ground stinging her skinless forepaws. Sniffling and choking back a pathetic whine, she took off for the only place she knew would be safe, heading back to the soft lights of Anemone's camp. The way everyone in the camp treated her that night was jarring. No one recognized her, not a single person looked at her and saw anything other than a severely injured wild animal. The outpouring of sympathy she found herself subjected to from everybody, especially from Anemone, was overwhelming. She hadn't been in the camp for 5 minutes before someone had started trying to swaddle her half-skinned body in bandages. Between that and the hazy waves of pain and sensory overload washing through her, the night passed by in a blur. She ended up so fatigued that she didn't even have the energy to feel embarrassed when she fell asleep in Anemone's tent, curled up on a bed of old blankets next to the resistance leader's cot. Atu awoke the next morning relieved to find her body just as it had been before moonrise. She'd never been so happy to see her scuffed, scratched endodermis, nor had she ever been so relieved to find herself with thumbs. And Anemone woke up to find that the poor half-dead dog she'd slept next to had transformed overnight into Atu. Anemone, apparently now a firm believer in the supernatural, wanted to talk about it. Atu didn't. She tried to leave again, loath to stick around the camp, especially considering that during the so-called day, when the moon did not hang in the sky, she was in constant danger of being recognized by someone. It irked her that Anemone was dumb enough to keep begging her to stay, as though she didn't know what Yoarha would to her do if Atu's black box was detected in the camp's vicinity. She covered a lot of ground and put a lot of distance between herself and the camp before the moon, a little slimmer than it had been the night before, breached the horizon yet again and lifted up into the sky. At the sight of it, that all-over throbbing pain swept through her again as whatever force had reshaped her body the night before returned. But it did not linger as long and did not hurt as much, and when the changes had subsided, Atu could stand up for almost half a minute. Tonight, a week after her first transformation, the moon was about 3/4 full. Atu huddled in the corner of a little room in one of the buildings adjacent to the camp, her ragged cloak wrapped tightly around her. The inner lining of the cloak was silky and soft and seemed to be one of the only things that didn't make the raw and naked flesh covering her chassis scream. This little room, something that felt to her like both a prison and a sanctuary at once, had become far too familiar to her over the past week. This was where Alucard had dragged her when the two of them had first met. It was almost a little home away from home. Each night, it seemed, left A2 a little more like her old self than before. Tonight, her fingers were longer and much more dexterous, her claws more like thumbs, her hands were something in between paws and hands. Her legs, too, weren't so oddly shaped anymore, and she could actually stand upright with little trouble, although walking around on all fours still came naturally to her. She didn't want to cling to the hope that eventually the changes would lessen until they stopped altogether, though, as optimistic as Anemone and the twins were. The worst part of this whole thing, really, other than the biting hollow feeling inside her whenever she transformed, was that the patchwork of thick fur and hairless muscle made her look like the world's ugliest poodle. There was no way A2 would debase herself by taking a spare body from the android who kept trying to kill her, but maybe someday the twins could look into developing skin grafts. More skin would make this transformation less intolerable by half. The door to the little room swung open, but only a crack. A2, Anemone called out from the other side, poking her head out from behind the door. Mind if I come in? A2 rasped, choking out each syllable. Tonight, her snout was short enough that she could actually talk. Up until now, she hadn't been able to get her mouth and tongue in the right shapes while transformed to make any coherent sounds. I've brought someone who can tell us both more about what's happened to you, Anemone said, glancing over her shoulder at whoever was standing behind her. Alucard, why don't you take a look? A2 groaned. Not him of all people. This day, no, this week couldn't possibly get any worse. Alucard stepped out from behind Anemone so smoothly he all but glided on the floor, a flash of bemusement passing across his face as he caught sight of A2. He adjusted to the sight of her gnarled, mostly lupin form far more quickly than Anemone had at first, though. He hardly seemed shocked at all. Oh, goodness, he said, his casual and unfazed tone belying his words, you're a werewolf. A2 curled up and drew her cloak tighter around herself as he crossed the floor and crouched down in front of her, studying her intently and cocking his head. He reached out with his left hand, tapped her on the forehead, and traced a line between her eyes and down her snout to the tip of her nose. Color me surprised, he muttered, belying his detached and clinical observations. She snapped at him and tried to bite his finger off, her jaws snapping shut around empty air as he quickly pulled his hand away. Careful, he said, gently admonishing her. He clucked his tongue as he looked her up and down, muttering something that sounded a bit like 3/4 turned. Well, he said after analyzing her for what seemed like forever, I have good news and bad news. A2 let out a half-hearted growl. She'd had enough bad news. The good news is that the moon is waning, so your condition, he said, will gradually improve. By the time the new moon has risen, you will not exhibit any symptoms of lycanthropy at all. A2 wrinkled her nose. You won't transform at all, Anemone explained, translating Alucard's insufferable supernatural jargon. She turned to face him. So we just have to let it run its course? That's great news. Alucard shook his head. That brings me, I'm afraid, to the bad news. Afterward, when the moon begins to wax, the changes will begin again, this time growing in intensity until the full moon, he told A2. What? It's a cycle, Alucard explained, like the tides. If it's any consolation, in the coming days, you'll find it much easier to walk on 2 legs. Anemone frowned, evidently just as disheartened by his diagnosis as A2 was. I've been trying to convince A2 to upload her consciousness to a new chassis, on account of all the damage to her old one. If we do that... She looked straight at A2, as if to silently say, please, just do it already. A2 shook her head and stuck out her tongue, which evidently didn't have the effect she'd intended, since a little smile flickered across Anemone's face. Will that cure her? Lycanthropy isn't an infection, Alucard said. It is not a disease that ravages flesh or a bug that infests programming. It is a stain on its victim's very soul. You could exchange this body for 1,000 new ones and each one would still transform with each moonrise. Hearing that pronouncement, A2 felt trapped between vindication and disappointment. That said, Alucard lifted up the ragged hem of A2's cloak and examined the livid patches of exposed muscle. These parts of your body without any skin. I assume they've carried over from the exposed chassis in your human android form, correct? A2 nodded. All these exposed nerves, they must hurt quite a lot, he said. Is the pain too much for you? A2 didn't want to give him the satisfaction of answering yes, especially since he'd asked the question with such a sanctimonious tone, so she did nothing. I see. Alucard stood up. Moving to a new body would fix that problem, at least. If Alucard wanted her to do it, too, then that just made A2 all the more certain that she wouldn't. She was stubborn as a mule and damn proud of it. Anemone sighed. A2, I've watched too many people run their bodies until they broke. You're getting close. Please think about this. You've led her to water, Alucard consoled her as the two of them left the room. It's up to her to drink. Give her some time. The door swung shut, leaving A2 alone to sleep off the transformation. For some reason, every time she transformed, she was left with an odd, hollow feeling inside that made her feel weak and faint. It was always easy to fall asleep and stay asleep until the moon set and her body returned to normal. Maybe she should ask Alucard what was going on with that, since he seemed to know a lot about how werewolves worked. On the other hand, fuck Alucard. Her ear itched. She tried to ignore it at first, but irritation eventually got the better of her. She dragged herself over to the chair sitting in the other corner of the room and rubbed her head against its corner. If her hands weren't covered with constantly screaming exposed nerves, she'd have used them. Degrading as it was, a chair was a much better option. A hollow, whispering sound fluttered through the room like an errant moth. A2's sensitive ears perked up as the sound of voice brushed past them. Hello, she called out. That ghostly hint of a voice, it sounded oddly familiar, though A2 couldn't quite place it. It was too quiet, barely on the periphery of her hearing. She sniffed the air, her nostrils flaring. There was a scent she couldn't place, too. Something savory and woody, but very slightly briny, though she couldn't identify it. It reminded her of home. A2 didn't have a home. She never had. All she knew of what a home was like came from the fuzzy, faint, indistinct memories she'd inherited from whoever had contributed their psyche to her personality template. This didn't quite feel exactly like those memories did, though. A different kind of home something, or maybe someone she'd known better. Can you hear me, too? Restless, A2 loped through the moonlit camp as the night wore on. She wasn't sure if it was wanderlust or boredom or simply some way for her to clear her head. In this form, with her senses so much stronger, enclosed spaces became monotonous quickly. Out in the open, though, distant sounds drifted to her ears and faraway scents wafted to her nose, the rich bouquet of sensations enough to clear her mind. Hey, look, it's that dog again, one of the few soldiers stationed at the night watch said to another. A2 wasn't sure if she liked the idea that she was becoming the camp's mascot. The sooner she started looking more like herself again, the better. That's a fucking ugly dog, the other soldier said. Shut up, Coriander. All dogs are beautiful. The first soldier whistled. Here, girl. A2 scoffed at the soldier's call and kept walking, but stopped in her tracks as she caught sight of Anemone leaving her tent. She yawned and pulled her cloak tighter around her as a gust of cold wind blew through the camp. A2 winced as the wind sent needles through her skin. She followed Anemone at a distance as she made her way to the open center of the camp. Approaching from the opposite direction was another android, one wreathed in shadow. The other android wore all black, her short white hair stood out like the moon against the sky. A2's hackles rose at the sight of her doppelganger standing before Anemone in the center of the moonlit camp. 2E, her face the same shape as A2's, though, obviously, not at this moment, right down to the ears, the nose, the lips, the mole under the left corner of her mouth. 2E, whose short white hair framed her face the same way A2's once had. 2E, whose ornate black uniform was nearly unchanged from what A2 and her fellow soldiers had worn on their first and last mission. 2E, her mirror image and most dangerous adversary. 2E, the woman who was meant to replace her, the reflection of her past and vision of her future. The woman who was here to kill her. I'm looking for a fugitive android known as A2, 2E told Anemone. The bunker's scans picked up her black box signal here. Anemone fidgeted with one of her braids. A2. I haven't seen her in years. I'd assumed she'd died a long time ago. A2 crouched behind a stack of small bins, peeking around the corner to keep 2E in her line of sight. Do you know if she could have passed through here? 2E asked. Anemone shook her head. I suppose she could have, but I can't say for certain. Wouldn't you know if someone who wasn't from your cell passed through the camp? Today was an exceptionally rough day, Anemone said, gesturing to a few piles of mutilated machines still littering the ground. If she passed through here, she might have done so during the chaos this morning. We picked up her black box signal about 15 minutes before moonrise. If she sneaked in this morning when everyone was distracted, Anemone admitted, she could have found somewhere to hole up until it was safe to leave. So, assuming that, 2E said, she would still be here now, wouldn't she? I suppose. Pod. 2E tapped on the chrome-hulled support pod hovering at her side. Scan the area for black box signals. Scanning. A2 froze. Did she even have a black box in her wolf form? She hadn't thought to check these past few nights. Panting with fear, she pressed her hand over her heart. It stung when the raw flesh of her palm met her chest. Black box signal detected. Unit 11s, distance 21 meters at 57 degrees south-southwest. Status, self-maintenance mode. Anemone bit her lip. Black box signal detected. Unit 31D, distance 19 meters at 17 degrees northeast. Status, rest mode. Still searching for the familiar hum of her black box, A2 closed her eyes and tried to focus her ears only on her own body, tuning out even her own breathing. Black box signal detected. A2's spirits fell. Beneath the thin fog of irritating stimulus from her raw nerves, she could barely pick up the slight vibration and muffled whirring of her black box. Unit A2, distance 3 meters at 5 degrees south. Status, active. Scan complete. Anemone gasped. She's here, she exclaimed, feigning surprise. She was a terrible actor. 2E's head turned in A2's direction, A2 pulled her head back and hid behind the storage bins. This was why she hadn't wanted to stay here. She could say all she liked it was because she found other people annoying, especially busybodies who couldn't keep their noses out of other people's business, but the truth was that she didn't want people to suffer because of her. She'd put everyone here, especially Anemone, in danger. Especially considering that Anemone was a hair's breadth away from doing something stupid, like she'd done a week ago. 2E's sword vanished from its electromagnetic sheath at her back and appeared in her hand in a shower of sparks as she turned in A2's direction and took soft, swift steps toward her. The silent, purposeful gait of an assassin. The visor obscuring her eyes joined the shadows blanketing her face and made her expression inscrutable. To A2's dismay and horror, Anemone drew a pistol from within her cloak, the gun's polished barrel glinting in the moonlight, and pointed it at 2E. You'll take number 2 over my dead body. 2B did an about-face to meet her, presenting her back to A2. She was nonplussed, but didn't lose her grip on her sword. Her fingers curled tighter around the hilt and her pod hung menacingly at her side. Either the sword or the pod could cut Anemone to pieces without any trouble. What was Anemone doing? I don't care what she's done. Whatever she might have done to deserve this. Anemone kept the gun pointed at 2E, but her hand was shaking. She knew how outmatched she was. It was easy for A2 to see. Anemone's fear even had a distinct smell to it. A2 and I watched our friends sacrifice their lives for humanity. The two of us were the only survivors of our mission. I'm not going to let you add to that body count. A2 felt something hot sting her eyes as her chest tightened around her black box and muffled its frantic whirring. Ignoring how hard it was for her to move in the shape she was in, she threw herself between Anemone and 2B. Her claws dug into Anemone's cloak and tore through it, leaving ragged strips fluttering between her fingers as she all but threw Anemone to the ground behind her. She held herself upright on 2 legs, hunched over in a feral, brutish stance, and bathed in moonlight. 2E's white sword flashed, catching the moonlight as the blade stabbed forward. It slid through the palm of A2's hand and kept going, digging into her chest. A2 bared her fangs in defiance. What are you? 2E hissed. A2 realized that despite the many times they'd met and crossed blades, she couldn't possibly recognize her in the shape she was in. A2 shivered as the exposed nerves pierced by the blade filled her head with screams. "Won't hurt, my friend." 2E ripped her sword free. A2 nearly collapsed, but held firm. "You won't hurt, my." The blade cut through her. A2 cried out, clutched at her bleeding chest, and stumbled backward as ripples spread across the raw nerves beneath her cloak. But she kept herself between 2E and Anemone. Throwing herself at her doppelganger, A2 fought with all the strength she could muster, pushing herself through the screaming electric shocks that rippled through her skin. She wasn't sure if it was just a trick of perception or not, but despite the pain doing its best to cripple her, she felt stronger in this form than she did normally. The two of them grappled, and even now, A2's raw strength forced 2E's knees to bend and buckle before she broke free and lunged forward with her sword in hand. Beating her back, A2 screamed and snarled and snapped at her, claws ripping through her black uniform and drawing thin ribbons of blood that streamed through the night air, weaving through swinging blades and lashing limbs to strike her down. A2 had fought 2E dozens of times in the past 3 years. 2E had only survived their most recent encounter and had no memory of the many battles she'd lost. As a result, A2 knew every move in 2E's repertoire, every trick and technique at her disposal. She knew how to catch her off guard, to destabilize her, to break her stance and cut through her defenses. Even with her severe handicap, A2 was still a match for 2E. Fighting through a crimson haze of equal parts ambient pain and sheer animalistic bloodlust, A2 tore 2E's sword from her grasp and ripped a long metal pole from one of the lean-tos set up around the camp, causing the destabilized shelter to crumple and collapse. She swung the pole vigorously, catching 2E on the side of her head. The end of the pole crumpled and bent, but the force of the blow tore at the skin of her scalp, leaving a massive crimson blood stain in her hair and running down the side of her face. A2 pressed onward, bludgeoning 2E with the pole. Each impact between the improvised weapon and 2E's chassis sent a hollow, high-pitched ringing noise through the air. She crushed one of 2E's elbows and swung the pole into the crook of her knee, forcing her to kneel. As A2 brought the pole down for one more blow, 2E latched onto it and wrenched it out of A2's grip, the friction scraping and burning her sensitive palms. A2. Stop! Anemone shouted out from the sidelines. A2 barely managed to duck as 2E swung the metal pole overhead with a hollow rush of wind and snapped at the pole, catching it in her jaws and clamping down on it. The strength of her bite shocked even her. She had no clue she could do so much with just her mouth in this form. 2E was equally surprised by the show of strength and soon lost her grip on the improvised weapon. However, 2E's sword came back to her. With one smooth and swift flick of her wrist, the pole became two much shorter poles. 2E's pod locked onto A2, she bolted, scurrying out of the path of the pod's gunfire as its bullets riddled the ground, still carrying one half of the metal pole in her mouth. She threw the pole at the pod, knocking it askew just as it opened up and fired a searing laser beam. The beam veered off course, lancing into the night sky with a deep, buzzing roar. 2E shook her head, grabbed her injured elbow, and gave it a savage twist until the joint realigned properly. She did the same with her knee, gingerly standing up and testing her weight on the injured joint. With 2E distracted, A2 grabbed the other half of the pole and rammed it into her cheek, splitting her skin. 2E reeled back, blood gushing from the wound that had ripped her cheek open, as A2 lashed out with her claws. She tore into 2E's flesh just below her collarbone, rending her clothes and leaving ragged parallel scores in her skin. Wounded by the deep lacerations across her chest, 2E fell on her back. A2 pounced on her and pinned her to the ground, snarling in her face and flecking her skin with specks of spit and blood. There was something enticing about the patch of bare, blood-streaked skin where A2's claws had widened the keyhole on the front of 2E's blouse, something that called her to sink her teeth into the soft and yielding flesh. A feral thrill ran through A2's body, as her stomach rumbled and growled. She licked her lips with hunger and anticipation. It would be so fitting to bite into her perfect, oh so superior clone's flawless skin and make her suffer this curse, this so-called stain on her soul. It would be so much fun to watch 2E the perfectly composed soldier, 2E the consummate professional, 2E the unflinching assassin have to deal with turning into a mangy mutt every time the moon rose. She even could maul 2E to death right here and erase her memory of this encounter, and for the rest of her life, 2E would never know why she transformed into a beast each night. A2 opened her mouth, only for 2E to reach up and hook her fingers into her jaws, holding them apart. You're, 2E struggled, her arms shaking as her fingers slipped against A2's razor-sharp fangs. Oily, metallic blood trickled through A2's fangs and down her muzzle. You're A2. A2 ripped herself free, nearly taking a few of 2E's fingers with her. Surprised, she growled. 2E drove her knee into A2's chest and then kicked her away, her stiletto heel burying itself in tender flesh as A2 reared up and reeled back, squeezing her eyes shut as a pained, whining howl tore itself from her muzzle. The tide of battle turned in an instant. A2's vulnerabilities grew and multiplied. With every hit 2E got in, she made certain the next 2 hits would connect as well, and the longer the offensive blitz went on, the harder it became for A2 to defend herself, let alone mount a counter-attack. Stop. 2E's pod fired on A2, the bullets chewing through her cloak, through her skin, and through the warped and malformed chassis underneath. Stop. The next time 2E attacked, A2 tried to grab her blade with her malformed, paw-like hands and rip it away from her, only for a sharp, searing pain to run through her hip and all but immobilize her as the blade came down on her unimpeded. Stop. The sword came down again. A2 fell to the ground on all fours, warmth spilling from the gash running up her chest as blood pooled beneath her. She looked up at 2E, hissing through her clenched fangs and growling, before her legs gave out and she collapsed. The puddle of blood beneath her stained her white fur, leaving crimson blossoms as the world grew dark and hazy around her. 2B, stop. Anemone cried out from behind her. Don't hurt her. I'll do anything, but please. A2 broke down, tucking away her face as tears streamed down her muzzle and dampened her fur. She couldn't protect Anemone. She couldn't even protect herself. Because she'd been unwilling to leave behind this battered, beaten, broken chassis even when a better option had been practically staring her in the face. She did not like her body. In fact, it was easy to say she hated it. She hated the patches of missing skin that covered her chest, hips, and most of her arms and legs, especially now. She hated how hard and rigid her exposed chassis was and how little she was capable of feeling through it. She hated the way dirt and grime crusted up the seams and got into the servos. She hated everything about this body. But at the same time, she hadn't been able to bear the thought of tossing it aside and reducing it to scrap. And not just because she'd be trading it for the same body as that of the woman who'd been trying to kill her these past 3 years. She was, in a way, proud of it. She was proud of the body that had carried her across the Pacific Ocean. She was proud of the body that had spent 3 years fending off machines with no maintenance. She was proud of the body that had time and time again overpowered state-of-the-art Type E killing machines, the strongest androids in the world, despite being obsolete and inferior in every way. For all its ugliness and inelegance, this body was her oldest friend. And now, here, as she lay defeated in a pool of her own blood in between her would-be assassin and her only other friend, it had failed her. It had abandoned her when she'd needed it the most. A2 looked up at 2E as the executioner's blood-streaked white sword hung over her neck. Ever since she'd crossed the ocean and set foot on the mainland, she hadn't thought she'd ever be afraid to die. The only reason she'd clung to life since then had been to take out as many machines as she could before the end. All that time, she'd thought only about all the friends she'd lost and how much she wished she could join them in whatever awaited them after death. Here, now, though, for the first time in 3 years, it struck her. She didn't want to die. A sword crossed 2E's blade before it could fall, wrenching it out of her grasp. "Excuse me, ma'am." That voice. No, it wasn't. It couldn't be. Alucard stepped between 2E and A2 with a flourish of his sword. Attempting to harm a dog is simply shameful, no matter how unsightly of a dog it might be. What do you have to say for yourself? 2E summoned her sword back to her hand, unfazed by Alucard's sudden appearance. I have my orders. Step aside or try me. Alucard held his arms out to his sides, part of his right sleeve drooped. A2 gagged. The moron was missing an arm and still trying to piss off a Yorha executioner? 2E took his advice and pulled back her sword, prepared to plunge it into his heart. Until the sword vanished in a flurry of sparks, leaving her wielding nothing but thin air. Alert, human genome detected, Pod 042 announced. NFCS disabled. 2ES jaw dropped. What? Statement: YORHA protocols dictate that should an android encounter a living human, its assigned support pod must temporarily deactivate all combat features. A2 could see in 2ES face that she was considering foregoing weapons and just punching Alucard in the face, which, to her credit, was a very relatable thing to consider. Alucard sheathed his sword. You have your orders, do you? Well, I have orders, too. Orders for you, in fact. He lazily examined his fingernails. As I'm sure you're aware, my status as a human sets me at the very top of the chain of command. I'm ordering you to spare A2's life, and Anemone's as well. Furthermore, I would like to have a word with your superior. A2 wished she had some way of recording the growing melange of emotion reflected on 2ES' usually impassive face. Disappointment, shock, resentment. That is all, Alucard said. You are dismissed. To A2's utter amazement, the ploy worked. 2E turned around, albeit reluctantly, and left. I can't believe that worked, Alucard muttered, sharing A2's unspoken shock. A2. Anemone called out, rushing over to her. Are you all right? A2 could really use the rest of that bottle of whiskey she and Anemone had shared, but when she tried to ask for it, her words all tripped over each other. It was hard enough to speak through a snout when she wasn't bleeding out from half a dozen wounds. She didn't remember closing her eyes, but when she opened them, she wasn't in the same place. She was under the lean-to and canvas overhang that formed Anemone's tent, lying on a pile of ragged old blankets with bandages plastered over her wounds. Her head was resting in Anemone's lap. Anemone, shaking from nervousness and softly crying, was stroking her hair and gently scratching behind her ears in a way that felt good, as much as A2 didn't want to admit it. Nevertheless, A2 could feel her tail thumping against the ground no matter how hard she tried to rein it in, because the new body parts she had in this form didn't care at all about her rapidly dwindling dignity. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw another flash of movement. For a second, she thought she could see someone else reaching out to bury her fingers in her fur. But it was just a trick of the moonlight and A2's own haywire sensors playing tricks on her. There was no one else there. Alucard glanced over at A2, saw an empty patch of air shimmering at her side, and squinted, his curiosity piqued. There seemed to be an invisible cloud hanging in the air there, intangible, colorless, odorless, formless. It registered only to his sixth sense, and even then just barely, buzzing on the very periphery of his senses. If anything had distracted him in that moment, it had caught his third eye. He wouldn't have noticed it at all. As he focused his gaze, something only he could see coalesced in that spot where the air faintly shimmered, slowly unblurring and wavering into focus until it resolved into the misty, translucent image of a young woman. She wore an ornate black dress and a hooded black cloak, with a blindfold wrapped around her head that only covered one eye. Beneath the hood, loose and wispy strands of white hair framed a round, soft face. She was petting A2 and softly cooing to her, as one would with a dog. Her fingers raked through A2's blood-stained white fur yet did not stir so much as a single hair. In fact, her fingers sank into skin and flesh and passed through them as though they weren't even there. The apparition glanced up and noticed that Alucard was staring right at her. With a small note of shock playing briefly on her face, she vanished. Check the description for the links to the author.